Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Welcome, everyone. I'm Vinzia Fiorino, and I am very pleased and honored to open this international workshop. And I would like to start with to thank my department, the Dipartimento di Civiltà e Forme del Sapere in Pisa, and Scuola Normale Superiore for supporting this seminar. But mostly, I would like to emphasize just two aspects. The first one, it's obvious, but Rosa Luxemburg was an important and fascinating thinker of the last century. So it's important to continue to study this figure in depth and with new and different approaches. The fight against the war, or a reflection on the capitalism with wish, are two important and stable points in relation to today's politics. And I don't go on. The second aspect, I would like to stress that this seminar arises from a proposal by two students, PhD students, Giulia Longoni and Sevgi Doğan. And this is particularly important in my opinion. Before starting with the first panel, a special welcome to Donatella Della Porta, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much also to the organizers and to the participants. Can you hear me?
Yes, it's okay.
Okay. Then I'm very glad to participate and to open this conference because even if I'm not an expert of Rosa Luxemburg, but I've met Rosa Luxemburg in different moments in my life. And the more recent one has been for some research that we have done on labor movement in contemporary times, precarious conditions, especially labor movement in and labor conflict in the digital age. And what I found especially fascinating in Rosa Luxemburg's work on the mass strike is the degree to which it talks and helps us understanding also contemporary type of conflicts. So in these few minutes of presentation, what I want to do is to reflect upon some of the contributions that Rosa Luxemburg can give to the reading of labor conflicts in our times, and to do this also by presenting her as an innovator in a field of studies that has been developing often in different directions. So I come from social movement studies in particular, and what is especially important for social movement studies have been for a long time, especially general structural conditions and resources from actors. But in the mass strikes, what Rosa Luxemburg tells us is also how conflicts can emerge under situations of closed opportunities and of difficulties in rising consciousness and organizational resources. And in the next slide, I put some of the most important say reflections by Rosa Luxemburg for studying what I would call solidarity in action. So I think that's especially for studying social movements that emerge in moment of crisis, in moment of deep difficulties. The message of Rosa Luxemburg is that rather than looking for conditions and opportunities outside, we have to look at the ways in which struggles themselves can produce the very basic elements that allow for mobilizations. What she mentioned as the most important mental sediment of struggle is in fact this element of class consciousness and solidarities which emerged in actions. And I wanted briefly to reflect on where does and which type of causal mechanisms are embedded in this type of phenomenon. And in the next slide, and I pointed an element that Rosa Luxemburg considered important and that sometimes is forgotten both in history and in social movement studies or in sociology when we think about long-term type of transformations and the role of structures. Structures are of course important, but Rosa Luxemburg points at the importance also of contingency, and especially of the ways in which activists are able to work on contingencies in order to break structures. And this happens also, as we can see in the next slide, through the development of emotional type of mechanisms. She, in the mass strikes, reports some observations by journalists on those moments in which even outsiders, observers noted brotherly embraces, cries of delight and of enthusiasm, songs of freedoms, merry laughter, humor and joy. And Rosa Luxemburg value this type of development, but I think that the interesting contributions that she gives also to our understanding of social movement nowadays is in looking at emotions not as isolated type of mechanisms that produce actions, but to see how they are connected also with other type of mechanisms and dynamics. In the next slide, I stress, using the words of Rosa Luxemburg, the cognitive mechanism. What she says is consciousness emerges in actions. Consciousness does not emerge only through the organizations in cold times, but it emerges from the ways in which through the struggle workers achieve class feelings and class consciousness, and how this can involve in a quick development, millions upon millions, she says, as if by an electric shock. So it is a contingency, it is a break, and this implies emotional type of developments, but these are also important in the long term, important in creating resilience, because they contribute to cognitive mechanisms as well, so that emotional and cognitive mechanisms are not separated from each other. But also this come along with another element, which I think is extremely relevant also for the understanding of labor struggles today, and which I summarize with Rosa's words in the next slide. And this is the importance of relational dynamics. So what she studied, which is once again relevant for the research on our time, is the importance also of organizations, but also how traditional trade unions can in some moment work as constraints rather than resources for the mobilizations themselves. And so the ways in which during the mass and general strikes, people comes together, people start to organize, people develop ideas that often are prompted by very small triggers or rather concrete economic factors, but then politicize themselves, are also important contributions. So in the next slides and other citations by Rosa Luxemburg pointed the importance of the organizations in actions. In order to be able to overthrow the absolutism in Russia, the proletariat requires high degree of political education, class consciousness, and organizations. And this is an important point. All these are conditions that cannot be fulfilled by pamphlets and leaflets, but only by the living political school, by the fight. And I think this is an important reflections nowadays when we look at also debates within social movements as well as social movement studies on the contrast between leaderless and leadersful forms of organizations of collective struggles. I think an important contributions by Rosa Luxemburg is in connecting the different level. So to consider our also in a dynamic perspective, how organizations rises with struggles, how organizations can then be sort of constraints of the struggles, and new mobilizations can contribute to the re-emergence of the conditions for actions itself. So last slide, I think, and then I will conclude here. And the element that is also an important in understanding many and various type of social movements nowadays is that the immediate triggers of struggles is often related with living conditions and struggles itself, but also the relational interactions that developed in this particular moment tend also to produce politizations. And this is something that is relevant, I think, in history as well as in sociology, the reflections on the relationship between structures and contingencies, between the longue durée and the eventful type of moments that Rosa Luxemburg described. So I think that this conference will be important in connecting the different contributions that Rosa Luxemburg has given to different fields of studies, but also to different disciplines. And the recurrence in history of some specific moments, like moments of break, turning points, revolutionary moment in the ways in which Rosa Luxemburg herself had addressed them, could be quite relevant in nowadays time, which are also very uncertain times, which are times in which political, social, economic conditions are not per se favorable to the development of normal types of struggles, but could be favorable, as we have seen in various countries in recent times, for the emergence of struggles that develop against the odds to a certain extent, against our expectations as scholars, from the dynamic interactions between the emotional, cognitive, and relational mechanisms that, with other words, Rosa Luxemburg had singled out and pointed at in her reflections on the mass strike. So this was the importance of Rosa Luxemburg for our work in social movement studies, and especially for our work in moment of changes and looking at protest as eventful type of activities which can also challenge structures. And with this say, reflections on the contributions of Rosa Luxemburg to our studies of strikes and times of change, I thank once again the organizers and the participants to these workshops, and thank you to all of you. I look forward to learn from you. Thanks again.
Thank you, Donatella. Thank you. Thank you for your rich contribution. And now, for a brief introduction, Longoni, maybe she will speak in Italian and after.
Sì, io adesso faccio una breve introduzione in italiano, poi Sevgi la ripete in inglese, così insomma siamo inclusive. Allora, vabbè, buon pomeriggio a tutte e a tutti, anche alle persone che ci seguono online. Prima di appunto lasciare la parola alla professoressa Fiorino che introdurrà le relatrici del nostro primo panel, vorremmo condividere molto brevemente con voi la storia di come è nata l'idea di organizzare questo convegno. Pochi giorni fa, il 15 gennaio, è stato il 104° anniversario della morte violenta di Rosa Luxemburg e dopo un periodo così lungo ci si potrebbe chiedere perché organizzare un convegno proprio su Rosa Luxemburg, o meglio, perché Rosa Luxemburg proprio adesso? È ancora possibile imparare qualcosa da lei e se sì, che cosa? Queste sono alcune delle domande che speriamo vengano discusse e forse in parte troveranno risposta in questa iniziativa, ma sono domande che noi ci poniamo perché riteniamo che l'analisi che Rosa Luxemburg propone della società capitalista, dell'accumulazione del capitale, delle organizzazioni politiche, dei partiti, nonché le sue lotte per la libertà per chi la pensa diversamente, la sua posizione contro la guerra complessa e la sua fede nel potenziale creativo delle soggettività rivoluzionarie come trasformatrici radicali, possano aprire la strada a nuove e ribelli discussioni in diversi campi del sapere, dalla filosofia alle scienze sociali e politiche, agli studi culturali e di genere e così via. Crediamo che finché tutti i tipi di oppressione continueranno ad essere, ad esistere sotto il sistema capitalista e la capacità umana e la libertà continueranno ad essere limitate, Rosa Luxemburg non perderà mai la sua rilevanza. Il motivo per cui abbiamo però deciso di organizzare questa conferenza ha anche molto a che fare con ciò che Rosa Luxemburg significa per noi personalmente. Essere associate a Rosa Luxemburg non vuol dire solo beneficiare dei suoi scritti politici, economici e filosofici per le nostre attività teoriche e pratiche, ma Rosa Luxemburg è anche un'autrice che plasma le nostre vite personali con il suo carattere e la sua personalità estremamente coraggiosa. A questo proposito, l'immagine di Rosa Luxemburg da cui partiamo e che vorremmo proporre all'interno di questa iniziativa è prima di tutto quella di una donna che ha fatto del movimento socialista la sua casa, di una rivoluzionaria ostinata e di un amante della vita. La vita è un elemento cruciale della sua resistenza e lotta che ritroviamo molto spesso nelle sue lettere e negli scritti e in questo senso Rosa Luxemburg è per noi un'insegnante d'eccezione nel mostrarci come continuare la nostra lotta per una vita libera e creativa. Ci preme anche sottolineare che questo convegno è stato sicuramente nutrito da uno scambio teorico significativo con ricercatrici e ricercatori che come noi si interrogano intorno al lavoro di Rosa Luxemburg e allo stesso tempo però è anche stato alimentato dalla nostra esperienza politica all'interno di movimenti e collettivi nei quali abbiamo condiviso la prospettiva luxemburghiana mettendola in pratica attraverso una comune esperienza di lotta concreta e attuale. Detto questo, sappiamo anche che c'è il pericolo che questo tipo di iniziativa diciamo che contribuisca a una tendenza molto contemporanea, che, diciamo propone una trasformazione di Rosa Luxemburg in una specie di entità metafisica mera, teorica, estraendola dalla prassi. In termini di contenuto concreto del convegno, considerando i molteplici interessi e aree di intervento di Rosa Luxemburg, cioè non solo la politica e l'economia, ma anche lo studio della natura, della letteratura e dell'arte, abbiamo quindi cercato di rispecchiare nei contenuti di questa iniziativa l'eterogeneità di interessi diversi che hanno costituito e continuano a caratterizzare la figura della rivoluzionaria polacca. In breve ci auguriamo che questa iniziativa offra un dialogo con Rosa Luxemburg che sia una lente efficace per capire e provare a cambiare progressivamente il presente e magari anche il futuro. In ultimo ringraziamo chiaramente relatrici e relatori per averci dedicato il loro tempo e le loro elaborazioni, nonché tutte le CER, che sono tutte CER al femminile, che interverranno nella moderazione dei panel, e il nostro ringraziamento particolare va a tutte e a tutti coloro che ci hanno aiutato a organizzare questo convegno sia presso l'Università di Pisa che la Scuola Normale Superiore. In particolare siamo molto riconoscenti nei confronti della professoressa Alessandra Fussi, che ieri ci ha proposto una bellissima introduzione al film di Rosa Luxemburg e che ci ha accompagnate in questo percorso, e alla professoressa Vinzia Fiorino, che ha creduto nella nostra iniziativa fin da subito e ci ha sempre sostenute. Permettetemi infine di fare un brevissimo ringraziamento ai miei colleghi e alle mie colleghe che oggi molto gentilmente si prestano come personale catering. Quindi grazie a tutti e a tutte, lascio la parola a Sevgi e buon convegno.
Thank you. Thank you, Giulia. Thank you very much. Hello and welcome, everyone. Now I will switch in English. And good afternoon to our audience joining us online. First, may we thank each of our speakers for taking part in this event. We also want to thank all of you for being here and connecting this afternoon. And we hope you are looking forward to discussion as much as we are. Before letting our speakers to take the floor for their speeches, we would like to briefly share our story and idea of organizing this conference on Rosa Luxemburg. A few days ago, on the 15th of January, was the 140th anniversary of Rosa Luxemburg's violent death. After such a long period, why organize a conference on Rosa Luxemburg? Or rather, why Rosa Luxemburg now? After such a long time, is it possible to learn something from her? If yes, what can we learn from her legacy? Through Rosa Luxemburg, we are looking for present changes in beyond and against capitalism, the violently oppressive world we live in, as John Holloway writes in his recent book, Hope in Hopeless Time. These are some of our questions that we hope will be discussed and at least in part answered in this conference. We are asking these questions because still her analysis of capitalist society, that is her analysis of the accumulation of the capital, her analysis of political organization and parties, her struggles for freedom for the one who thinks differently, her position against war, and her belief in revolutionary subject as radical transformers, her analysis of this subject and criticism at the basis of her work paved the way for new productive discussions in different fields, from social and political science to culture and gender studies, etc. We believe that as long as all kinds of oppression continue to exist under the capitalist system and human capacity and freedom continue to be limited, Rosa Luxemburg will never lose its relevance. Furthermore, the answer to why we are organizing this conference has to do with what Rosa Luxemburg means to us personally. Being associated with Rosa Luxemburg does not mean just benefiting from her political, economic, and philosophical writings for our theoretical and practical activities. But rather, Rosa Luxemburg is also an influential actor who shapes our personal lives with her strong and courageous character and personality. In this regard, before everything else, Rosa Luxemburg is not an ordinary person. She is first and foremost a human being. She is a woman who made the socialist movement her home. She is a freedom fighter. She is a stubborn revolutionary, and she is a lover of life. Life is a crucial element of her resistance and struggle that we very often find out in her letters and writings. Finding ourselves in difficulties in our psychopolitical lives, we think that Rosa Luxemburg can show us how to overcome these and continue our struggle for a free and creative life. Having said that, there is a danger that this kind of conference contributes to transformation of Rosa Luxemburg from a revolutionary into Rosa Luxemburg as a mere theoretician by extracting or pulling her off from praxis. In terms of the concrete content of the conference, considering Rosa Luxemburg's multiple interests and areas of intervention, that is not only in politics and economy, but also in nature, literature, art, we try to invite different contribution regarding Luxemburg's different interests. Naturally, it will be difficult to discuss all topics related to Rosa Luxemburg legacies in one of two legacies in one of two the conference. Bearing this in mind, to quote Rosa Luxemburg, the goal we set for ourselves is never to forget to reach deep into our own self, to be enthusiastic, unquote, because revolution is not only external, but also an internal issue. In short, we believe that the conference offers a dialogue with Rosa Luxemburg to understand and to find a way to progressively change the present. The last thing, I want to thank Professor Vinzia Fiorino and Donatella Della Porte, Lorenzo Bosi for their support. I would like to thank also Professor Alessandra Fussi for yesterday's presentation of the film, which was very compelling. My particular thanks to Giulia for believing and never giving up organizing this conference, considering many difficulties we face. This conference therefore creates a very strong sistership, friendship, and comradeship between me and Giulia, without which it could not be possible to organize a Rosa Luxemburg conference. Let us once again thank our fantastic speakers and chairperson for giving their time and insight today. And we hope all of you attending enjoy the conference. Our particular thank for those who help us to organize this conference, such as administrative staffs and technicians, both from Università of Pisa and Scuola Normale Superiore, particularly to Pasqua, our colleagues from Università of Pisa and Scuola Normale. Without them, this conference cannot be realized. I thank you all of you and enjoy the conference.
Thank you, Giulia. Thank you, Sevgi. And we can start with the first panel, Free Research for Truth, Intersection of Class, Gender, Race, and Vulnerability. The first speaker is Federica Giardini. Thank you, Federica, to be here. And Federica Giardini is a full professor at the Department of Philosophy of Roma III University. She worked on the relationship between philosophy and psychoanalysis and on the bodily dimension of intersubjectivity between phenomenology and the philosophy of difference. Her most recent research uses difference as an operator to address some of the main themes of contemporary political philosophy, from the relationship of obedience, extension, and non-human. She is the director of the first level master's degree in gender studies and policy at Rome III University, and she collaborates with the Diotima philosophical community, well known in Italy, Diotima. She was editor of the European Journal of Women's Studies and DWF, Donna, Woman, Femme. She is the authoress of I nomi della crisi, antropologia e politica, relazioni, differenza sessuale e fenomenologia, and with Gea Piccardi, produzione e riproduzione, genealogie e teorie. She is also the editor of Sensibili guerrieri sulla forza femminile and Il pensiero dell'esperienza. For a trans feminist use of Rosa Luxemburg is the title of her speak. So 20 minutes for you, Federica. Thank you so much. And the floor is yours.
Thank you again on my side too for this initiative. I'm very happy to participate too. I will start with some words on the position from which one can read Rosa Luxemburg's work. In fact, approaching Luxemburg's work in a feminist perspective means positioning oneself in respect to the stratified history of that same approach. A feminist questioning, for example, cannot be resolved by identifying Luxemburg as a woman, in brackets, on the basis of characteristics that are presumed to be feminine, again in brackets, whether in the positive sense, as in Paul Fröhlich biography, where he evokes her qualities of empathy and humanity, or in the negative sense, as in Marzio Vacatello's introduction to the first Italian edition of that same biography in 1969, where he derides exactly the part devoted to the description of sensitivity to suffering creature as an, I quote, unpleasant idealistic sublimation, end of quote. Some 20 years later, in 1987, in her preface to that, a new edition of that biography, Rossana Rossanda rightly emphasizes how curious, in brackets, she finds these masculine remarks on Luxemburg's femininity as a merit or as a limitation, and asserts, Rossana, instead, the interest of her work in the unity it expresses between the self and the world, according to the feminist key of the personal is political, a key she finds exemplified in von Trotta's film on Luxembourg. In fact, in Rosanda's position, we find the expression of a new interpretive context, that of the late 70s and early 80s, which relies heavily on the publication of the letters and which reads Luxemburg's work in a continuum between existence and politics, and not only from the perspective which had characterized the previous decade on Luxembourg's actual and controversial political engagement on feminist issues, such as women's suffrage or abortion. It is not the identification of Luxembourg as a woman, nor Luxembourg as dedicated to specifically feminist issues that emerges in a later phase of feminist approaches to her work, beginning in the 90s. Rather, it seems to me that we can speak of a feminist use of Luxembourg. This can be seen, for example, in the work of Maria Mies and Vandana Shiva. In Ecofeminism in 1993, they state that, and they start their analysis, they assume as a keystone thesis by Luxembourg, they state, according to Luxembourg, colonialism is a constant, necessary condition for capitalist growth. Without colonies, capital accumulation would grind to a halt. Now, this statement that comes from the accumulation of capital is exactly, precisely the thesis that for decades were the major imputation to Luxembourg mistaken reading of Marxian thesis. So in ecofeminism, there's a position that is taken. What for the Marxist literature was a mistake was instead taken as a point of departure for ecofeminism. That is colony, or the external conditions for accumulation and capital reproduction. In fact, Luxemburg's text most recently used by various feminists is the accumulation of capital. Besides the revival a few years later by Ariel Saleh in her, again, Ecofeminism as Politics, which denounces the economic and symbolic equivalence between women and nature, the use of the accumulation of capital includes in the discursive and economic function of the colony, women, nature, and the concrete activities organized according to a gendered or intersectional division of labor. Those reproductive activities assigned to subjects that are functionally identified according to axes of gender, class, and race. Reproductive activities that, by the way, are evoked by Luxemburg herself in her text on women's suffrage are conceived according to the category of those non-capitalist forms of production that constitute the precondition for the existence and development of capitalism, as Luxemburg illustrates in section 3 of the accumulation of capital. More recently, Lucy Cavallero and Veronica Gago also make extensive use of this section of her text in their reflections on the trans-feminist struggles of Ni Una Menos and on the politics of debt. Indeed, in the light of how the financialization of social needs and the resulting debt constitute the new frontier of accumulation, they acknowledge the full relevance of Luxemburg's statement, I quote, "The decisive fact is that the surplus value cannot be realized by sale either to workers or to capitalists, but only if it is sold to such social organization or strata whose own mode of production is not capitalistic." And this is a very controversial statement by Luxemburg when she writes in the 1913, the first version of her analysis. I would like to emphasize how, on her part, Veronica Gago has also worked on the shift from the concept of exploitation to the concept of extractivism, an intensified exploitation that skips the wage coordinates, the wage device, and allows exploitation to be read as it is exercised over human and non-human resources. These same issues can be found in Stefania Barca's recent Forces of Reproduction go also in this direction. And these same themes, issues, can be found in a more problematic way in Harvey's reply to A Theory of Imperialism by Utsa and Prabhat Patnaik, 2017, a text in which the reference to Luxemburg is definitely relevant. In particular, Harvey, and there's a shift in the criticism to this, how to say, reference to external condition for capitalist accumulation. there's a shift in the problem. Harvey objects how, in analyzing the processes of planetary exploitation, the authors advance the category of subtropical landmass, and in so doing depend upon an anachronistic, I'm quoting, and specious form of physical geographical determinism. That is, some subtropical areas are more devoted and exposed to exploitation because of their, how to say, predisposition to agricultural productivity. Moreover, Harvey emphasizes that they equate materialism with physicality, which is a common error in reading Marx. It eliminates the history that distinguishes Marx's historical materialism from the physical materialism of the natural sciences. So this is a very short and brief, how many minutes more? Because I have a second, okay. Now, I would take this kind of, how to say, debate, discussion in the terms of Harvey as an opportunity to develop the perspective emerging from recent feminist readings, namely the possibility of including non-human forces in the analysis of accumulation processes. The focus on the non-human in Luxembourg has been revived by the Italian republication of her letter to Sophie Liebknecht in December 1917, in which she describes the suffering of a buffalo. A focus confirmed by the numerous references to animals that appear in the letters written during the last period of her government. The main line of reading sees in Luxembourg an ability to empathize with the brutal exploitation and consequent suffering shared by humans and non-humans. It is on this point that I would like to change direction decisively. The observation of plants and animals that emerge in Luxembourg correspond should not be limited, and here I in this term, to the end of her life, it remained nature and natural animals and a refuge from the intensity of her political life. In the first place, as Froelich himself recalls, during her student days at the University of Zurich, Luxembourg put her name down for natural sciences. And likewise, during her years in prison, she resumed to study botany and zoology. But not only that, I believe that a research perspective can be opened up whereby this preparation of Luxembourg does not become an episode to be relegated to the early years, but should also be related to her approach to specifically political issues. I will limit myself here to suggesting some direction of research. As we know, the polemic with Bernstein in social reform or revolution has to be considered in the context of the debate about dialectic materialism, its implications for political action. Objectivism, empiricism, mechanism, but also mysticism about the laws of capital reproduction are Luxembourg's targets, polemical targets. Conversely, the long-standing imputation of spontaneism should also be discussed through the reference to her conception of the irreducibility of the forces of conflict to pre-established schemes or as the effects of top-down planning. Indeed, it seems to me that Luxembourg's materialism should be understood on the one hand in her ability to grasp the heterogeneity of the forces that determine the development or retreat of the capitalist regime. In the accumulation of capital, we find an answer to the dualism proposed by Harvey. Expansionist possibilities are not only geographical, but not even demographical thesis and data sets. A full social, economic, and ecological problems are involved, and a whole complex of contradictory interest forces and phenomena has to be considered. On the other hand, Luxemburg's materially should be discussed through the reference to her polemic against the illusion that the problem of organization could be solved, yes, by a voluntarist approach. And in her, with reference to her suggestion that for the use of intelligence altogether with theoretical capacity. Now, there's a long quote, but I only have 5 minutes, from Mass Strike. I won't read it. It's her polemic against action carried out by the decision of highest committees. But I just emphasize that Luxemburg in this text is using fluid figurations. She uses expressions such as thousand veins, network of narrow streams, giant wave, bubbles, water springs, flowing, changing sea. And in another text where she clarifies further the meaning of non-voluntaristic organization, she talks, and here I'm referring also to Donatella Della Porta. She says, the strikes were not spontaneous in the sense of being chaotic, aimless, unruly, or leaderless. On the contrary, in both these strikes, the leadership was in complete agreement with the masses precisely because it felt close to the pulse beat, again, a flowing image, of the masses, adapted itself to them, and so, okay. Now, this ability to grasp the expression of conflicting forces should be further framed in its historical and political context, which I would formulate in the terms of a debate about the epistemology and ontology of politics. We get our first clue in the same letter that contains the description of the beaten buffalo, where Luxemburg tells that she has resumed reading the history of materialism and critique of its contemporary significance by Alfred Lange. Now, this is the same author that is quoted in the anti-critique version of the accumulation of capital. It is a reference that places us at the center of the debate on the relationship between natural and social history. It is a debate, I have as reference Alfred Schmidt, the idea of nature in Marx, that is discussed by Lenin and also by Marx himself, which argues with Lange himself about the naturalization of historical law, as in the Malthusian model. A very recent publication by Khan Kangal gives us some more documentation in the book of 2020, Friedrich Engels and the Dialectics of Nature. There's some more material on this debate. I will close with a quotation from Luxemburg history, like nature, is really much more bizarre and richer in its gimmicks, Einfällen in German, than the intellect in German, pedant, with its powers of classification and systematization. I think that we can find in Luxembourg an interlocutor for thinking a political epistemology of conflict within a materialism of the living, um, um, with some clues that put her beyond the attempt to formalize the isomorphism between nature and history, which for her contemporaries is configured by either logical or mechanical laws. But this is just, and I will finish here. It's just a proposal, and I will be happy to listen and discuss it with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Federica, for your accurate and intelligent observations about the big problem like accumulation, exploitation, and also feminism, but we can discuss after. And now Roberta Ferrari. Roberta Ferrari is the research fellow at the Department of Political and Social Science of University of Bologna, where she got her PhD in history of political thought. Her research focuses on socialist thought in England and Ireland, and on the concept of plan and planning in Europe, in USSR, and the United States. She also works on feminist theory, Karl Marx thought, and migration theory in the contemporary age. She has published Beatrice Potter e il capitalismo senza civiltà, and with Michele Centro, il socialismo ai margini, classe e nazione nel Sud Italia e in Irlanda. The title of her speech is Movement, Organization, Experience, the Importance of the Luxembourg Dialectic for the Feminist and Anti-Racist Problems. Thank you, Ferrara. The floor is yours. 20 minutes, of course.
Of course. Thank you. First of all, I want to thank the organizer of this day that I think was very needed, and the great organization actually of this day, and all the participants, of course. I will start my intervention with a sort of connection between the thought of Rosa Luxemburg and recent lost great feminist that is Bellux. Bellux wrote that one theorizes from a place of pain and struggle. And I think that this definition of theory as an integral part of lived experience is particularly fitting for Rosa Luxemburg thought. The recognition of this sort of elective affinity is useful because it offers us the possibility of investigating some of the fundamental concepts of Luxemburg works by highlighting the theoretical potential they offer in the present. So this coming to life of the theory is in fact a central character of Luxemburg thought, which emerged not only from reading her works and numerous articles, but above all in the depth of the reflection she shares with friends and companions, chosen as her greatest biographer, Peter Nettle, recalls with great selectivity. The correspondence letters in Rosa Luxemburg's case are a much more valuable source than for the study of other authors, because of her dialogue the dialogue for her is the primary terrain of struggle and transformation of the existent. It is also a terrain of constant critique of forms of life and the construction of new collective forms. Theory for Luxemburg is, as Hooks would put it, a liberating practice. The tension between the subjective force of struggle and the urgency of a collective force able to give itself as a real and non-linear process, which interweaves historical analysis and theoretical critique, is another element that characterizes the spirit of her work. Luxemburg semantics makes it possible, in other words, to reconstruct certain themes that will be increasingly at the center of the theoretical and political debates of the years to come, and choose to show the importance of Luxemburg for the problems that anti-racism and feminism as theories and as movement will face. The concepts I have selected, therefore, have this internal polemical character that allow us to investigate Luxemburg thought even beyond the dominant themes of her work and the debates over time. These are conceptual pairs in which both a living contradiction and the need for a theoretical connection are at play. Action, organization, reform, revolution, movement, party, influence, power, experience, direction, war, nation, struggle, difference, love, politics. Im Anfang war die Tat. In the beginning was the action. As a great admirer of Goethe, Luxemburg considers organization like a product of action, not vice versa. This does not mean that action determines organization. Indeed, therein lies the problem and value of theory for her. But it does mean that organization is not reducible to the practical form, to the institutionalization of political dynamics. It is synchronic to action. This dialectic between action and organization entails a redefinition and deepening of both concepts. Action is the, I quote, continuous friction with the state of facts. Organization is what guarantees this continuous possibility of friction and directs it. This also means that political action has an enormous influence on organization. It produces or destroys class action. From this point of view, in Luxemburg, we find a political articulation of a theory of action in the sense of expression and experience as an inevitable and unplannable time of political life. I will start with the two main conceptual pairs that are love, politics, and struggle, difference. Recalling the review of Nettel's work that Hannah Arendt did. Hannah Arendt reports the anecdote that Luxemburg commented on the equality claimed by the suffragettes, by the feminists of her time, with this witty exclamation, "Vive la petite différence." And this difference is constantly claimed and criticized in her dialogue with Leo Jogiches. In the letters, a kind of hand-to-hand combat emerged between two forms of masculinity and femininity, in which Luxemburg moves with great honesty, denouncing their grip, their fatal grip, actually. I quote, "For you, our relationship is something superficial. I feel this superficiality when after each of our unions, you reject me and go to work all wrapped up in yourself. I feel it when I embrace my life with my mind and my future, presenting self to me as a puppet moved by an external mechanism. I just don't want you to take years as hysteria." In this request, there is a reproach to her inability, to his inability, not only to communicate, but to, as she tells him elsewhere, to surrender to love, to surrender to communication, to openness, to radical openness. And there is at the same time a reproach to herself, to her inability, as she says, to follow a certain line towards you. I always let myself be guided by feeling. This line she will actually draw, and indeed with a deep furrow, after they break up. She will keep it until the end to represent the symbol of her independence from him and of her autonomy of thought that she nevertheless managed to obtain on condition of separating love and politics. Of this separation, she saw the causes in Leo's jealousy, possession, mistrust, and pride. And I'm quoting. That is to say, the letters show Luxemburg's awareness of the patriarchal trap in which the roles of the masculine and the feminine are enacted, not only reproducing inequality, but also preventing the freedom of the more little difference, vive la petite différence, which forces her into the shoes of a puppet, which reproduces the dialectic of subordination and possession, and which makes love and autonomy an impossible combination. I quote again, "When I'm offended by your coldness, I fall into despair and I hate you. I would kill you." And she adds immediately afterwards, as if two conflicting thoughts were speaking inside her head. "My dear, I understand very well how little serenity you find in our relationship. It hurts me to think that I have invaded your poor, proud, lonely life with my women's stories." And yet she adds, "Hatred ignites me. And I feel like hurting you, biting you to show you that I don't need your love, that I can do without it." So Luxemburg's main biographies report how both some fellow party members and Leo as well considered a certain romanticism to be Luxemburg weakness. But how can one define romanticism, such a fierce analysis of the contradiction between one's idea of love and the life of love? Rejecting the weakness of love imposes absolute and painful autonomy. It imposes doing without, showing manliness, and thus denying the difference of one's desire, or denying communicating in order to silence violence desire, the violence of desire. There is the description and rejection of a patriarchal model of love and life as something dark, or as Luxemburg said, as something drab. There is, I quote, "no happiness without joy, but perhaps life, it is our relationship, because for me the two are identified, vous avez les femmes, is joyless and drab. The impossibility," end of quote, "the impossibility of living the little difference does not only concern Luxemburg's love relationship, but life as such. Indeed, it could be said that she managed to separate her life and their relationship, and even to think actually politics after the end of their love. So the two, life and love, are concretely identified for her, who in fact will continue to make of her life the theoretical and revolutionary activity she also saw in love." So she says something drab. And something drab actually remains and probably explains Luxemburg's lack of interest in the feminist struggles of her time. Because when she replied to Bebel that she knew nothing about feminists, Bebel was asking her, "Why don't you care about this stuff? I mean, there is a movement, there is a feminist movement. What are you doing?" "I don't know." "I knew nothing of this. I don't know anything about it." That is an answer that Luxemburg would have give to any other question, never. So it is a right to doubt that this was true. I mean, the point that the stoic spirit of her dedication to the cause and to the study inevitably suggests us that there was something more, something else. And perhaps there was also the desired motherhood that political life, along with the patriarchalism that dominated it, had somehow precluded her to have. How could she concern herself with women's equality if she was aware that women were not allowed not only to equality, but even to the slightest difference that is, in her definition, the only real freedom, because the freedom is the freedom to think different and to think differently. So this interest was in any case brought into play in her dealings, but also in her theoretical articulation, in her private life, and in her friendship. That is not something that can be separated from from Luxembourg theoretical work. So Luxembourg never thought of the question that in her time was called feminism as a separate issue. And yet we find in her letters, especially those addressed to Leo, the identification continually contested and suffered of a masculine and a feminine that impose themselves not only as categories of being, but that embody configuration of power and choose of future. Reform and revolution, war and nation, influence and power, reproduction and imperialism. All these themes are crossed in Luxembourg by the problem of the political centrality of difference. It is her experience as a woman and reflection on her dark side that allows her to challenge the boundaries of socialism and even the Marxian theory of accumulation. This attention to the relationship between power and domination, between autonomy and subordination, freedom and sharing, which we find in social reform or revolution, and also in her notes on the Russian Revolution, characterize her political thought outside of any dogmatic scheme or system and allow her always, even in the face of the war, with its cold strategic logic, and in the face of the national question, with its dry practical urgency, to maintain and indeed to stretch internationalism beyond itself, questioning political or ethnic citizenship as the foundation of law. So here I'm not agree with Hannah Arendt when she says that Luxembourg undermined the national question. I think that Luxembourg was perfectly understanding the risk of the national question. The problem of the nation, which according to Arendt, Luxembourg neglects, is actually observed beyond its historical occurrence on a further political and philosophical level. And as in the other conceptual pairs that we have, that I said before, is thought of within a broader process of struggle for the creation of a collective space of life. The dialectic between points to a problem, not a solution. It is no longer the simple relationship between the two, but the relationship of the revolution with itself, mediated by reform. This is the complex dialectic, in my opinion, that Luxembourg developed around these two concepts. Luxembourg Revolution is not the ultimate manifestation of a universal history. It is not a predetermined future or to be defined one and for all. It is the problem of the present with which one must constantly be confronted, because to think that it's possible to close account with the revolution would sanction its end. Precisely because it is declined in the present, the revolution requires not a generic class consciousness, which insofar as it is generic always has a consolatory option in the future, but as a process of real subjectivation that passes through the struggle for reforms. At the same time, this process prevents reform from disengaging from the indissoluble link that, according to Luxembourg, binds it to revolution. So even in dark times, the struggle for social reform is for her the means, while the transformation of society is the goal. It is therefore not a matter of juxtaposing the two terms, but of establishing a dialectical connection to be put to value in order to trace an organization path that, starting from concrete social condition, produces a revolutionary space. Luxembourg never speaks of socialism as a promised land to be reached, but as a specific condition of possibility where political power can be played out. In this sense, reform is the space of subjective and collective discipline of revolution. Reform, on the other side, is the place where workers stop thinking of themselves as workers. It is, we might say, snatching again a formula from Bellux, a practice of freedom. There is a double time of struggle in this, a time of acceleration and a long time of discipline, or we could say of learning. And these two times are inseparable. The seizure of power is not a moment of reversal, but is the opening of a possibility that can close abruptly. This radical opening is necessary and inescapable in the face of the contradictory nature of capitalist society, the ambiguity of the historical tendency of its development. Revolution appears capable of transforming the constitution of the institution of bourgeois society. Democracy, representation, the strike, the trade union are radically transformed by revolution, not by reform. And from this, we pass to the other two important conceptual pairs that are power, influence, movement, party. In this dialectical understanding of reform and revolution, not only the polemic with the revisionists emerged, but also the direct criticism of the Bolsheviks. In fact, a direct critic that I want to recall, to remember, Luxemburg always did from inside the party, so believing that a party was needing. In fact, in the aftermath of the Soviet Revolution, she does not limit herself to celebrating the fascinating example provided by the Bolsheviks, but there's a critique that, starting from some of Lenin's stances, the failure to nationalize land, the fanning of the flames of nationalism, the suspension of bourgeois freedoms, starting from all this criticism of Lenin's decision, she intends to denounce the crystallization of the revolutionary process and claims to give another form to the dictatorship of the proletariat, an organized form, but one that can also involve the unorganized masses. Only a party, I quote, that knows how to lead, she wrote in the Russian Revolution, that is to push forward, is capable of gaining followers in the storm. To Lenin's realism, Luxemburg does not oppose, as the vulgarization of her thought has long wished, a mere idealistic spontaneism. Ooh. The point lies in the fact that for Luxemburg, experience in the class struggle holds and will always hold political primacy over the directive movement. And here I am at half of my intervention. And I have only 3 minutes. So I will jump all this part on the conceptual pace of the movement and the party. And I want to go to the conclusion. We will discuss about it in the debate. But I want to go to the conclusion because I also have something to say that connects very well to Federica's intervention. And that is that in the accumulation of capital, Luxemburg states that accumulation is only possible as long as non-capitalist social strata and spaces exist to be subjected to the domination of capitalism. These non-capitalist strata and society are not only located in non-European areas, but coexist with countries that already present a high development of the capitalist mode of production. While stating that capitalism can only exist as long as it finds that non-capitalist environment around it is, for example, today, not a correct affirmation, we can see the fruitfulness of Luxembourg error, because it allows us to verify how the extraction of value is given not only in strictly economic terms, or rather to investigate how the social and political condition of this extraction cross the line of race and gender. And now I go to the conclusion. So there is a clear gap between the relations that in the accumulation of capital Luxembourg built around this non-capital. We have very few about how the test subjects of the non-capitalist area should in any way organize. This is not a topic that Luxembourg faces. But at the same time, we have also a critic of the previous theory of imperialism that I think it's still useful nowadays, and it's not for occasion that she has been very long studied by scholars like the Chicana Gloria Anzaldúa to speak in terms of violence, ruin, war, and resistance on the border condition. Keeping open a dialectic space between objectivity and subjectivity of the crisis revolution pairs, Luxemburg highlighted the deep intertwining between the functioning of capitalism and the condition of its crisis. I quote, "The devouring hunger of accumulation is incapable of thinking about tomorrow," she wrote. Here may lie Luxembourg's relevance for a critique of ecological reason as well as a colonial reason. Finally, as we have seen, her critique of the party and her thought or revolution anticipates some indication of the problem posed by Bellux on the creation of collective space and knowledge and experience, on how, Bellux says, to be together in our difference, thinking of the difference not as a solution, but as a problem to be continuously articulated politically. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Roberta. Thank you. Maybe Roberta, io non so se proprio, maybe Roberta, the slogan il personale è politico, il privato è politico, private, personale è politico, il personale is politico, il feminist movement in 70s wasn't so original when maybe.
Yes, exactly. And I think that for Luxembourg, it was also vice versa.
And other and so. But a little change now. We will listen to Giulia Longoni now and after Rita. Giulia Longoni is a PhD candidate in philosophy at the University of Pisa. Her research interests focus the concepts of gender, class, and race as theorized by the philosophical current of Marxist feminism, with particular attention to Rosa Luxemburg's work. Giulia's research aims to identify some of Rosa Luxemburg's main concepts and use them as a critical lens in order to critique the connections between mainstream feminism and the capitalist system. Giulia's interests include feminist philosophy, social justice, post-colonial and decolonial studies, and class struggle. She is a feminist activist and co-founder of Contraddizioni, a group which aims to introduce feminist philosophies in the academic world. Di femminismo contemporaneo tra neoliberismo e alternativa del 99%, femminismi americani a confronto, la mistica della femminilità tra seconda ondata e mainstream contemporaneo in Jacobin Italia, decolonialità e postcolonialità, l'alternativa femminista all'egemonia escludente della narrazione imperialista. Publishing house was Carocci, and thank you, Giulia.
Thank you, Professor, for this introduction, and thank you to Professor Giardini and Roberta Ferrari for their papers. So my presentation today starts from an analysis of the role that Rosa Luxemburg attributes to the mass strike in relation to the Russian Revolution, developed in one of her most famous writings, The Mass Strike, the Political Party, and the Trade Unions. Starting from this theoretical positioning, I will therefore relate the revolutionary interpretation that Rosa Luxemburg proposes of the mass strike with the most recent use of this instrument by contemporary feminist movements, as highlighted by Veronica Gago in her latest book, Feminist International: How to Change Everything. Detecting this intersection allows us to open an hermeneutical exchange between two historically different realities that, if put into dialogue, can help us address some of the main political issues relating to contemporary feminism. So we start in 1896 at the coronation of Nicholas II, where thousands of people who had flocked to greet the new Tsar are trampled on the Katinka field. And at the same time, workers in Petersburg go on strike because they are unwilling to sacrifice 3 days' worth of wages to the coronation. A few years later, in 1905, with the March on the White Palace, the Russian Revolution officially begins. For Rosa Luxemburg, the awakening of the Russian people who rise up in a general strike against absolutism is the materialization of a fundamental principle that had guided her theoretical research and personal political practice. Even after being arrested in Warsaw in 1906, Rosa Luxemburg remains in touch with the struggle outside the prison walls, where the revolution continues, contributing in the only way possible for her at the time, through the production of one of the author's most important political writings, The Mass Strike, the Political Party, and the Trade Unions. So in that text, Luxemburg points out how the mass strike in Russia had been used not just as a means of suddenly breaking into the social revolution by eliminating working class political struggle and eventually parliamentarism as the anarchist tradition wanted, but rather as an instrument to create the suitable conditions of everyday political struggle and parliamentarism for the proletariat. A first conclusion Luxemburg draws from the Russian experience with regard to the mass strike is that it is not a merely technical means of political struggle. It cannot be acted upon artificially, but needs to be addressed as a historical phenomenon coming about at a certain moment as the product of the factual necessity of given social conditions. The discussion of the mass strike as a political phenomenon needs to be located within the objective search for the sources of mass resistance. In other words, what needs to be identified are the precise social conditions embedded in certain historical context from which the strike arises as a class struggle. To quote Luxemburg, it is impossible to propagandize the mass strike as an abstract means of struggle, just as it is impossible to propagandize revolution. Revolution, like mass strike, are concepts that in themselves represent only an external form of the class struggle, receiving meaning and content only in connection with very specific political situations. So in Luxemburg's interpretation, the mass strike is also a fundamental piece in the revolution, understood as a long-term process. In order to overthrow Russia's absolutism, the proletariat needs a high degree of political education, class consciousness, and organization. These conditions are achieved through the living political school from the struggle and in the struggle. That is to say, it is the very experience of the stages of revolution, understood as a path of self-formation, that enables the revolution itself. Even when the different undercurrents of the revolution cross and obstruct each other in the long process of its development, they contribute to it. The contradictions within the process do ultimately enhance its aims. In this interpretation, the succession of Russian strikes shows how, even though the concessions from time to time secured are repeatedly withdrawn, this apparent contradiction is also what makes possible the constant revolutionary renewal, becoming the prologue to an endless series of economic struggles that extend further and further, transforming themselves into political claims. What emerges as valuable from this period of apparent unrest is what Luxemburg calls its spiritual precipitate, the intellectual and political non-linear growth of the proletariat, inviolable guarantee of its unstoppable progress in the economic and political struggle. Insofar as the law of the revolutionary movement is to be found in the same political and social relationship of the forces that move the strike toward revolution, the mass strike is thus an ever-evolving phenomenon that reflects all the stages of political economic struggle, all the stages of revolution, really. The mass strike is the form of the revolutionary struggle. Every shift of the forces within the struggle affects the strike action through thousands of non-controllable ways. Accordingly, Luxemburg draws two conclusions on the phenomenon of the mass strike. First, the mass strike should not be conceived as a single act, but rather as the epitome of an entire period of class struggle. Second, the mass strike is inseparable from the revolution insofar as it is the revolution that, through the instrument of the mass strike, creates the conditions in which the immediate transformation of the economic struggle into politics and the political struggle into the economic struggle becomes possible. It is thus the revolution in Luxemburg's proposed reading of Russian events that produces the mass strike. Ultimately, Luxemburg concludes, if by mass strike one must mean an entire phase of the class struggle coinciding with the revolutionary period, it is clear that the revolution cannot be constructed ad hoc by the highest echelons of the Social Democratic Party or by the leaders of the trade unions. A mass strike born only out of the top-down design of a political agenda will have a purely episodic function, but will soon fall back into routine. By this, Luxemburg certainly does not wish to argue that mass strike, even during the revolution, simply happen out of the blue. But what she does point out, however, is that such instruments of struggle must necessarily arise from the initiative of the proletarian class. The mass strike does not depend on a proletariat that suddenly and for no reason stumbles upon disobedient action. Revolution is not a maneuvering of workers in the open field. It is instead a struggle from within the continuous bursts and shifts in the foundations that constitute society. That said, Luxemburg insists a social democratic tactic that is aligned with the assumptions, with these assumptions, intervenes by empowering the mass with a feeling of confidence that provides unifying support, but is never paternalistically imposed from above on the already active popular will. A movement is spontaneous, according to Luxemburg, not in the sense that strikes should be configured as chaotic, without a plan and without leaders. Rather, the leaders must agree with the masses to lead the movement to be its conscious spokesman or women. They need to be in touch with what Luxemburg calls, like Professor Giardini already said, the beating pulse of the masses, which is, I think, a very elegant expression. The element of spontaneity for Luxemburg is thus embedded within the iron laws of historical development, whose realization depends on women and men, on the masses of millions, their organizations, their leaders, their successes, but also and perhaps above all, their failures. So while keeping this theoretical positioning in mind, I will now relate the revolutionary interpretation that Rosa Luxemburg proposes of the mass strike with the most recent reappropriation of the general strike by contemporary feminist movements. In her latest book, Feminist International, How to Change Everything, Argentinian philosopher Veronica Gago, like mentioned before, discusses some of the key concepts underpinning the political practice of the feminist strike, which is the main instrument of the Ni Una Menos movement, originated in Argentina in response to multiple forms of violence affecting women and feminized bodies. There are 2 points that, for the thesis I am trying to propose, are particularly interesting. The massive role played by Rosa Luxemburg's political ideas and concepts within the whole of Gago's book, which are explicitly thematized to take up the discussion about their contemporary relevance. Gago's book intersects several points of the complex discussion that Rosa Luxemburg developed around the concept of revolution. My focus today is only on one particular element of Gago's analysis, the role that the general strike assumes within contemporary feminist mobilization and what links it to Rosa Luxemburg's interpretation of said political phenomenon. Gago says, I quote, "The feminist strike, unlike the traditional labor strike that said of the male wage-earning unionized movement, is not only related to our professions. It also refers to specific tasks related to production and reproduction, and therefore to a general theme, It explains why certain tasks correspond to a specific sexual division of labor. Perspective stood made up of feminized bodies to abstain exploited labor. Alone allows the very meaning, time, and space that traditionally characterize the mass strike to be redefined. The feminist strike questions the emancipatory capacity of the wage to expose how the oppressive nature of gender domestic labor would not change by virtue of obtaining a wage as monetary remuneration for tasks that remain unchanged. On the contrary, the wage in this particular case would have legitimized domestic exploitation. The debate around the wage for domestic work, which goes back to 70s feminism, as we all know, and also as Gago specifies herself, is situated by the authors within the concrete situation in contemporary Argentina, in particular in relation to the international Ni Una Menos strike of March 8, 2017. And in this form, the feminist strike takes on a double dimension of visibility and escape, insofar as it seeks recognition of invisible labor while at the same time also questioning it. To quote Gago, the disjunction between making visible and escaping is understood not as a contradiction, but rather as an opening to various forms of strike. That strike takes on another modality of claiming, condensed into a practice that does not ask questions, but rather expresses the desire to change everything, end quote. To put it in Luxemburg's term, it is not a choice between reform or revolution, but there is a simultaneity of temporalities that does not function as a contradiction. Veronica Gago herself points out the commonality between some features of the feminist strike proposed by Ni Una Menos and Rosa Luxemburg's view of the strike as a political instrument. That is, the idea that every strike has a corresponding form of political thought. As I previously pointed out, Luxemburg characterizes the strike as a process rather than an isolated event, almost a living body spreading around, or as Gago calls it, and as Professor Giardini was saying earlier, a watery scenario. Rosa Luxemburg gives an account of a series of actions that constitute the strike as something that flows in a way that is difficult to control, a fluctuating ocean in eternal motion. This characterization applies both to the actual moment of the feminist strike as well as the time leading up to it. In particular, Gago refers to what she calls the kitchens of the strike, the assemblies, that inside and outside the Ni Una Menos movement led to the strike. These assemblies were built in dialogue with political organizations that don't define themselves as strictly feminist. Comrades from unions, community spaces, indigenous peoples organizations, students and arts unions, as well as migrant collectives. These exchanges reveal the peculiar character of the feminist strike, in which the sense of impossibility of stopping combines with the desire to stop. Gago reports how women working within popular economies who believed themselves to be excluded from the prerogative of using this working class tool traditionally associated with the unionized male movement experienced the desire to stop and strike. While they could not strike because they had the responsibility of feeding the entire neighborhood, they also wanted to stop and be part of that collective action. This seemingly contradictory statement expands the limits of the strike as a political tool, forcing us to consider the multiplicity of tasks that redefines the very idea of work from a feminist perspective. In this sense, the feminist strike functions as a catalyst. insofar as it ceases to be part of a repertoire of bargaining actions and starts instead to operate as an element of disobedience, thereby becoming the key to a practice of insubordination. The feminist strike is therefore very close to Luxemburg's theorization of the strike, in which the proletariat is configured as in the process of becoming and as something that is formed as it struggles, each time discovering itself different from the previous moment. The revolutionary character of the feminist strike is evident, especially if read in light of Luxemburg's characterization of the strike as an intersection of different realities, spaces, and moments, whose apparent contradictory nature actually shows the illogical dynamics that structure the capital itself, making clear the need to challenge it, in this case by questioning the role of the wage. Women who are in charge of the reproductive work come together in the feminist strike and claim such an instrument from a position formally external to labor. This action has the capacity to question and redefine labor itself. By pointing to the different fields of capitalist exploitation and value extraction, the feminist strike as an act of contestation creates the conditions under which struggle and resistance are reinventing rebellious politics today. The use of the strike proposed by the kind of feminism described here, grounded in concrete struggles, highlights a change in the composition of the working class that overcomes classifications and hierarchies. Thinking of the strike as a process implies the ability to include conflicts that until recently were not considered part of feminism's interests, thereby also reinventing feminism itself. In this way, the feminist revolution redefines the meaning of strike and labor, as well as the concept of class itself. The expansion of class demonstrated by contemporary feminism is linked to a willingness not to accept the assumption that only those who earn wages are workers. Through the expansion of the instrument of the strike, a crisis in the patriarchal concept of work is thus also implemented, directly challenging the fact that recognized work is primarily male. The resignification of the instrument of the strike by contemporary feminist movement, Gago points out, originated in and from the so-called global south, and then extended to the rest of the world. According to Luxemburg, the resignification of the strike arises from below, from the exploited masses, from their spontaneity, and only at a later stage does the party organization intervene, and not even always, by the way. It is in the struggle instituted by the strike that the mass is transformed into class, at the very moment when, through experience and exchange, the commonality of exploited bodies becomes aware of its shared subordination. Similarly, it seems to me, but we can discuss it together, it is in the feminist strike that today the mass recognizes it itself as class, opening the concept to a series of resignifications that allow for the expansion of the category itself, highlighting a set of connections in the condition of the exploited that would otherwise remain unrecognizable. To conclude, I have pointed out how the common features between the strike as understood by Rosa Luxemburg and the use that contemporary proposes of this tool allow for the recentering of the feminist question in an intersection of discriminations. A recentering that starts with gender, but does not give it any hierarchical priority. Instead, in this perspective, it becomes evident how the category of class is essential to contemporary feminist movements because it is precisely through its complication, which is accompanied by the broadening of the concepts of strike, wage, and labor, that it becomes possible to give recognition to all the shapes currently misrecognized within capitalism, a misrecognition that in turn clearly allows for the worst forms of exploitation of feminized bodies. Rosa Luxemburg's innovative discussion of the mass strike is a useful tool for contemporary feminism to address some of the main political issues relating to today's world. First and foremost, the recentering of feminist intersectionality on the struggle against the capitalist production system. Thank you.
Thank you. After 20 minutes, it's okay. Very interesting. Thank you for your brilliant speech, Giulia. And now, Rita Fulco. Rita Fulco is assistant professor in theoretical philosophy at University of Messina, where she teaches philosophical hermeneutics. She was postdoc fellow in theoretical philosophy at Scuola Normale Superiore. Yes, I remember. She got her PhD in human rights, evolution, protection, and limits at University of Palermo, and she has spent many periods of study in Germany and France with postdoctoral fellowships. She has worked on the theoretical, political, ethical, and religious implications of contemporary philosophy and on the thought of Simone Weil, Emanuele Levinas, Sergio Quinzio, Roberto Esposito, Manlio Sgalambro. She wrote also Soggettività e potere, ontologia della vulnerabilità in Simone Weil. Her research has been published in books and many articles and essays in collected books and international scientific reviews. The title of her speech is Philosophy and Affair Implications of Action and Practice, Simone Weil and Rosa Luxemburg. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks, Vinzia, and thanks to Sevgi Doğan and Giulia Longoni and the other conference organizers for this important opportunity to discuss together. During a trip to Germany in 1932, Simone Weil met Paul Froelich, the editor of works of Rosa Luxemburg in Berlin. When Hitler came to power in March 1933, Froelich was arrested, and Simone Weil did not resign herself to the misfortune that had befallen her friend, as her biographer and friend Simone Petremont tells us. She seriously planned his escape, or, in case it did not succeed, she declared that she wanted to replace him in prison. Forced, of course, to give up those plans, she wanted to send money so that he could afford a lawyer. Froelich was then released and arrived in 1934 in Paris, where he was hosted by the Weil family. From 1932, the date of Weil's trip to Germany, to the 1933, the situation had dramatically deteriorated. And in their writings on Germany, Weil spoke of a situation of stasis, hoping, however, that the action of the German proletariat was still possible. Yet, in those same writings, she had no illusions about the German Communist Party, whose role in confronting the rise of Hitler's forces she had harshly criticized, attracting criticism from many comrades who accused her of defeatism with respect to the idea of revolution. It was in this climate of harsh confrontation between Weil and the different faction of the French left over her article on Germany that in November 1933 her review of Rosa Luxemburg's letters from prison was published in the journal La Critique Sociale with the title Rosa Luxemburg, Lettres de la Prison. This remains, in fact, the only completed article Simone Weil wrote on Luxemburg. Luxemburg's influence on Weil, however, was probably more important than usually thought, as it concerned more than political issues alone. I'm thinking of the great importance Weil always attributed to the education and transmission of knowledge to all social classes. And I am thinking of the fact that she did not consider herself a feminist, but that she understood the importance of the necessity of the women's emancipation, and that she understood that the fact of women's exploitation was more painful and yet less recognized than those of men. In general, I think we can speak of an affinity between Luxemburg's and Weil's thought, in particular on three issues: a vision of philosophy as a way of life close to the Stoic one, as Simone Weil herself emphasizes, aversion to vulnerability and suffering in the world, and criticism of political parties. Because I cannot discuss all of these in time I have available, I will only refer to the first point, namely their understanding of philosophy as a way of life. In her London notebook written in 1943, Simone Weil defined philosophy as something exclusively in action and in practice. Rosa Luxemburg would almost certainly have shared such a definition of philosophy. Conversely, the admiration Simone Weil showed for her is certainly due to the fact that Luxemburg's thought was never separated from concerns regarding historical situation and the will to act in the world to improve it. Such was, for example, Luxemburg's intervention concerning the Polish question, over which, as Sevgi Doğan rightly pointed out, she was accused of economism. But her attention to the economic situation, as Sevgi states, was precisely due to her desire not to stick to the mere Marxist theory, but rather to try and apply it to the real situation, to the needs of the hour, a way of proceeding we also constantly encounter in Simone Weil. Thus, our first convergence between Weil and Luxemburg concerns the very way philosophy is understood. It is not only theory and it is not only practice. It is also self-care, the care of one's own spirit, as we understand from what Weil emphasized about Luxemburg letters. Written, I quote, in the midst of the storm, in the midst of the massacre of an entire new generation, in the midst of the collapse of social democracy and the workers' movement, this letter speaks of nothing but poetry, flowers, birds, dawns and twilights, and the breath the joy of living. End of quote. Weil's remarks is not, as might seem at first glance, simply a question of style. It can be understood by putting together the two parts of Weil's statement. The first implicitly recalls the human and political defeat of Germany after the First World War, with the passage from the Empire to the Weimar Republic, marked by the tragic division between the Social Democrats and the Communists that would lead, in fact, to the death of Luxemburg and Liebknecht. The second part described the attitude taken by Luxemburg in time of extreme crisis, a deeply human testimony, but also a philosophical one, and, one might say, fully human precisely because deeply philosophical. It was a philosophy understood as a way of life, of which Stoicism is, according to Weil, the most luminous example. It is no coincidence that Simone Weil, speaking of Luxemburg, refers explicitly to Stoicism. I quote Simone Weil, "Every line of her letters breathes a Stoic conception of life, in the sense that this word might have had for the Greeks, and not in the narrow sense that is taken in our times." End of quote. Talking about the current sense in which Stoicism is understood, Weil refers to the more virile meaning, this is the adjective she uses, according to which the Stoic is capable of withstanding with a straight back the blows of misfortune. It is about the courage in adversity of which Marcus Aurelius also spoke. I quote Marcus Aurelius: "One must therefore be able to stand up straight by oneself, not needing to be straightened." End of quote. Such an attitude in the face of life's misfortune is certainly present as much in the letters as in Rosa Luxemburg's entire life, as Weil points out. Adding, however, that is not just this. I quote Simone Weil: "Above all, that comes to light is a type of authentically stoic feeling, so rare among moderns, and especially in our times, of being at home in the universe, whatever may happen there." End of quote. That of harmony with the cosmos is, in fact, one of the most important, but perhaps least successful, of the Stoic precepts, as Weil herself points out. Love for the universe is not easy to practice, nor it easy to teach to those who have now lost contact with that dimension. However, goodness and pleasure for the Stoic were above all linked to harmony with the universe, as can be read once again in Marcus Aurelius. I quote: "All that is convenient for you, O universe, is also convenient for me. For me, O nature, all that you season bring is sacred. From you everything comes, in you everything is, to you everything returns." End of quote. This is not resignation, but a profound spiritual dimension in which the ego is relativized and put back in touch with the universe to which it belongs. This is what Simone Weil tries to bring out in Rosa Luxemburg, the testimony of an authentically Stoic life, first and foremost in her love, lucid and quiet at the same time, for the entire universe. Embracing these ways of life means combating the withdrawal into oneself and the attitude of complaining. Sadness for her, writes Simone Weil, was nothing but a defeat that one had to suffer in silence and make disappear as soon as possible. Complaints were hateful to her. End of quote. And Simone Weil quotes in these regards a letter from Luxembourg to her friend Louise Kautsky. I quote Rosa Luxemburg: "Anyone who writes to me complains while saying, 'I know of nothing more ridiculous.' Don't you realize that the general disaster is really too great for one to complain about it? When the whole world goes off its hinges, well, I can only try to understand the what and the why of what is happening, and since I have done my duty, I regain my calm and good humor. This total annihilation in the misery of the days is, in general, incomprehensible and unbearable to me." End of quote. Harmony with the cosmos, therefore, has nothing to do with idyllic poetic feeling. Rather, it is about accepting the surrounding reality without pretense, as it the duty of a human being possessing reason, understanding it, and understanding oneself as part of the universal disaster and pain, without claiming a priority of one's own personal pain over the events of the world. The misery of the day is part of life. Attachment to one's own misery, even if only in thought, far from disclosing the meaning of life and pain, acts as a screen between oneself and the world. It is therefore necessary to escape what Simone Weil, in a different language, called the temptation of the inner life. The withdrawal into one's own problems, into one's own pain, which invariably sever the link with the cosmos, is exactly the opposite of the profound joy to which Rosa Luxemburg testifies and which derives from the awareness of belonging to the cosmos and to life as such, without idealization. From this point of view, Hannah Arendt is right to point out that the sentimental image of the bird watcher and the flower lover, a woman who was greeted with tears in their eyes by her prison guards when she left prison, this image, which began to dominate upon the publication of her letter, is as false as the one put forward by her enemies of the bloodthirsty Rosa the Red. Rosa Luxemburg was stoically convinced that life was a gift to be lived joyfully, with gratitude, without therefore concealing its harshness. This can be read, for example, in the letter to Sonia Liebknecht, quoted by Simone Weil. I quote, "I'm lying here. I'm all alone, coiled in the dark folds of nights, of boredom, of imprisonment, and yet in my heart pulses an incomprehensible inner joy. And I smile at life in the pitch blackness of my cell. I wish I could pass this magic key on to you, so that in every situation you can feel that there is beauty and there are always reasons for joy in life." End of quote. What Simone Weil wants to demonstrate by quoting these letters is that Luxemburg's life as a militant was not, as for many other leaders of the labor movement, especially Bolsheviks, confined within the strict limits of a political activity. This is why, at the beginning of the review, Weil blames the French editor's choice to put a sentence in the epigraph that, in her opinion, does not even seem to have been written by Rosa Luxemburg. I quote this epigraph: "I hope to die where I belong, in a street battle or in prison." End of quote. And Simone Weil, in fact, is convinced that this statement is in no way sums up Luxemburg's conception of life and philosophy, which, in Weil's opinion, had nothing sacrificial or violent. It was precisely this different inner attitude that made the differences between the militancy of Luxemburg and the other comrades insurmountable. And it is no coincidence that they were quick to forget her and fail to understand her radicality. With regard to the differences, it is also true that Luxemburg's faith in the spontaneity of the working class couldn't have been shared by Weil, who was living through a terrible period of defeat of all revolutionary organization. However, in the conclusion of her review, and this is also my conclusion, Simone Weil emphasizes how Luxemburg did not base her joy and love of life on illusory hopes. I quote, "She drew them instead from her strength of mind and spirit. It is for this reason that even today everyone can follow her example." End of quote. And for my intervention. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Rita, very much. Very, very interesting and original, in my opinion. And the debate is open. Now we have more or less 20 minutes, so we can discuss 20 minutes before the coffee break. And we can discuss and some. Yes, please. Can you introduce yourself?
Okay, good afternoon. I'm Natasha Matucci, University of Macerata. Okay. First of all, thanks to all the speakers for your brilliant and rich presentation. How rich is the feminist use of Luxembourg today? Incredible. I have two questions. The first one is for Federica. Federica, you mentioned one of the fruitful, I think, lines of research for the contemporary world, the importance of Luxembourg legacy for ecofeminism. In this perspective, in the famous letter of Beaten Buffalo, we find an example of non-human exploitation. What do you think about this focus on animal suffering? Can be useful for a broader vision of justice, of social justice. What do you think about this point? And the second question is not really a question, is a quick clarification for Roberta, the second presentation. Can you briefly explain why Arendt's view of the national question in Luxembourg is wrong? I agree with you, but can you clarify why? Second question is the national question in Luxembourg perspective, the OP criticism.
Further after. Yes, yes, it is. But I think that Rosa Luxemburg can give us the tools to put in connections two different feminist approaches. I mean, the living materialism, let's say from Haraway, that is enlarging and decentering the human on the one side, and on the other side, the feminist critique of reproduction dynamics. Huh? I think we can try to read her in that direction in order both to eliminate the psychological, the reduction to empathy in the relation between human and other species. That is a weak point in this kind of reading. But on the other side, we can join with a more political stance all the debate around the living materialism. In fact, and I will stop here, Donna Haraway, in a short conference called Plantation Scene, she held with Anna Zinga, in describing the plantation, she says, this is an organization of labor and where a multi-species labor is extracted. And so, I don't know, between the history of that debate, of the debate between Darwin and Marx and materialism at that time and today's needs for analysis, I think Rosa Luxemburg can be very interesting for us.
I'm happy of this question because I really care about this topic. Arendt says, okay, Luxembourg could not understand the importance of the national question because socialism was saying, we don't have any land, no? The homeland is the world and whatever. And of course, and I understand this, Arendt was answering, you can say this because you have one. But I think that Luxembourg would have answered, no, I don't. No, I don't. I mean, of course, to have to be institutionally recognized means to have some kind of safety that is different. Not to have it, we see it nowadays with migrants, would be really stupid and cruel to deny it. But at the same time, I don't think that the solution can be to enlarge institutional citizenship forever because it doesn't work. So the point should be exactly to go over the national problem and to rethink internationalism, not like idealistic, we don't need a land, but as something, okay, is to have a land to be exploited for what you call your state, or can be something different. And in this way, the nationality of every one of us who has it, who doesn't have it, will change. And I think that Rosa could have thought this question of for example, she was against also the self-determination of people. She could not understand the concept. And I think this is the reason. Did I answer?
Any question? Yes.
Hi, thank you for your intervention. I'm Alberto, University of Lausanne. I have two little questions. One is a little bit across all the interventions and is about the last one named self-care. And previously we spoke about, you spoke about personal is political or political is personal, and this kind of perspective. I want to ask you maybe a too trivial or too complicated question about what changed today about that. I think especially about self-care, because Anne-Marie Moll or Maria Puig de la Bella Casa and all the feminists that's very focused on care recognize self-care has something very problematic today after 40 years of neoliberalism. So I think that it's interesting to go deeper on that. And another short point is about the presentation of Giulia about you mentioned strike as process, and I'm very ignorant in Rosa Luxemburg text, so I want to ask you if it's a quote in that sense that it appears something about strike as process in her text, because I really hear a lot of time in these years we have to think the strike as processes in feminist movement, but also in social strike movements against the low on labor law, and today in GKN process and all, and definitely also in climate strike. So I'm very curious if it's more than 1 century that we are speaking like that, and how we can I'm thinking about how we can see that not as a weakness of our quotidianity, more than, because I think that yeah, I mean, I think that in some way, if revolution is a process, strike is a process, it's difficult to imagine something that is like outside from our reality, you know, in a little bit sense. Yeah, sorry for.
I knew that talking about the strike was a risk because for Luxembourg, strike and revolution are two very complex concepts. And yes, the strike is a process, and is a process that has to be related to the process of revolution. There is an exchange between mass strike and revolution in Rosa Luxemburg. I still cannot understand which one comes first. Sometimes it's the mass strike, sometimes it seems it's the revolution. So yes, it's a process, and it has to be understood as a process inside the process of the revolution. I know that it complicates the question; it doesn't answer it, but that's one of the problems of this particular theme. But to try and answer more specifically your question, I think that yes, the strike is a process, but it's also a struggle. I mean, it's a struggle inside the process. And if I understand Luxembourg correctly, but please correct me if I if I don't, where there is struggle, especially if the struggle starts within the masses of the proletariat, that for Luxembourg is clearly something different, that it's for Gago, that's what I tried to show, but still, it is where it starts. There is politics, and there is, in the process of the struggle, a construction of something, something that can possibly be different. This is more evident for me, the reconstructive part of Rosa Luxemburg, when she treats the problem of political institutions, for example, parliamentarism and democracy. We are usually we think about Luxembourg like said Professor Fussi the other night, like Rosa la Sanguinaria, no? Red Rosa, someone who is completely against institutions, that just wants to tear everything apart. That's not exactly right. Because Rosa Luxemburg doesn't just want to abolish democracy or parliamentarism. She just says that the bourgeois democracy and parliamentarism needs to be abolished, but then socialism needs to be instituted again in the form of the social democracy. I mean, she's part of the Social Democratic Party. So this is, I mean, it's also a process, we find it again, a process that starts with the strike in its deconstructive dimension, but that doesn't just end there. It's a process that also has a reconstructive dimension when Luxembourg treats the institution. I don't know if I answered your question. I hope so. Okay.
But I think that you catch a point, because today is different from Luxembourg days. And actually the strike we are doing, the social strike we are doing nowadays, are really becoming too processing. And one of the reasons for this is that it's very hard to effectively strike. So the capitalism has changed so much that to really cause a damage to productivity, it's really challenging. And even when it happens, it can happen in very short fraction of the global change of value. So this is because today the concept process is like loosening a bit of its political power, and this is a problem we have to face.
Yes, another observation in this time in respect to the inactuality of Rosa Luxemburg's our times that are very difficult times. So in order to try again to relaunch what she can give to us, I think a good question, at least for me, would be what kind of organization would it be in reference to Rosa Luxemburg's idea of politics and struggles? Maybe we need this. We are in need of an institutional moment. But I think her materialistic and very peculiar materialistic approach, based on forces rather than subjects, bases on forces rather than will and planification, maybe can help us in imagining a different kind of organizing.
Class consciousness now.
Yes,
If I Yeah, yes, exactly. And sorry, obviously I can't use the microphone. No, I was thinking, I mean, that's exactly because I find Gago's text very interesting in this sense, because when we, I mean, usually, oh, when we speak about political institutions, we think about the political parties, no, mainly, not just them, but it's the first thing that comes to mind. But I think that the feminist movements, the organizations, what Gago calls the popular economies that are kind of built in the struggle, but was also into a spreading of care work, that it's something that doesn't it's something that is for everyone, because everyone needs it, so it needs to be shared as a responsibility. I think that in feminist movements today, as described by Gago, who obviously lives in Argentina, which is not Italy, but I also live the feminist movements in the first, and I know that also most of us do this. And I think that this is where we need to start rethinking what it means to institutionalize politics, not in political parties, but in the movements, in the masses, in the strikes, and in the struggles. That's, I mean,
Quella del self-care. Su self-care. Magari lo evita.
Sì, posso rispondere in italiano?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, you can. We can.
We can. No, io credo che forse la mia prospettiva è abbastanza diversa da quella, cioè la mia prospettiva, la prospettiva di Simone Weil, diciamo, rispetto a quella di cui magari forse ti interessava di più, cioè la questione del self-care nel femminismo, mentre la prospettiva che io ho utilizzato è quella appunto della cura di sé in senso stoico. Perché questo era un punto molto su cui sia Simone Weil che a suo avviso anche Rosa Luxemburg si concentrava. Peraltro a me è interessata questa lettura di Simone Weil perché poi è una lettura che viene ripresa, cioè non viene ripresa quella di Simone Weil, però viene lavorata, diciamo, per esempio da autori come Pierre Hadot e Michel Foucault nella parte finale, diciamo, della sua riflessione, in cui in qualche modo, come qua abbiamo un'esperta, no, Laura Cremonesi, in cui in qualche modo si crede che questo, appunto, questo prendersi cura di sé sia l'opposto dell'impegno politico. E invece sia appunto Hadot, ma anche Foucault e in questo caso, nel mio caso Simone Weil, fanno comprendere come senza questa cura del proprio spirito, perché in questo caso cura di sé non significa appunto, anzi io ho cercato di sottolinearlo, no? Quindi non ripiegamento su sé e sui propri problemi, né fare della miseria del giorno, no? Il proprio punto di riferimento, ma appunto una cura, direi, politica di se stessi, che si occupa del proprio spirito, della forza del proprio spirito, per poi utilizzare, fra virgolette, questa forza spirituale anche nella battaglia. E questo l'abbiamo visto molto bene anche nel film ieri sera. Cioè questa cura dello spirito assolutamente non fine a se stessa, ma appunto inversione, no, e che poi appunto nel femminismo si traduce nel personale politico. Quella diciamo ovviamente è forse a livello diciamo più si comprende più facilmente nel nostro linguaggio, però sicuramente la parte spirituale, che ha a che fare anche con un cammino personale, deve essere, come diceva Simone Weil, fatta in solitudine. Quindi probabilmente quella forza che Rosa Luxemburg ha nella solitudine della cella, viene da un cammino che probabilmente non è apparente, ma è questo. E insomma questo curarsi dello spirito per farne dono, diciamo, alla politica.
Totally agree with Rita, and I can add that this approach is very common in many feminist movements. It's very a particular aspect of all or many feminist movement, and I don't think that there is a female identities, of course, but I think that there is a question why is this the specific perspective in many feminists, in many female thinkers, and so. Stop for the moment. We are a little. Just a moment. We have a little buffet on the left here, and we have 15 minutes more or less of coffee break, and after.
So I think we are ready. Welcome back. And I am Carlotta Cossutta. I'm a postdoc here at Scuola Normale, but I am just the chair of this panel. This panel that is called Contemporary Conflicts, Challenges, and Freedom at Risk. And two of you have seen the book of abstract, have seen that the organizer have introduced every panel with a quote from Luxemburg, and our is from What is Political Economy? And I read it for you just to set the tone of our panel. The doctrine of the emergence of capitalism thus logically turns into the doctrine of the decline of capitalism. The science of the mode of production of capital into the scientific foundation of socialism. The theoretical means of the bourgeoisie's domination into a weapon of revolutionary class struggle for the liberation of the proletariat. And with this quote full of hope, I am very, very, very glad to introduce Peter Hoodis online, just behind me, that will talk to us about the revolution and the transition to socialism. Maybe he does not need an introduction, but is the general editor of the complete works of Rosa Luxemburg and distinguished professor of philosophy at Octon College and author of Marx's concept of the alternative to capitalism, and Frantz Fanon, philosopher of the barricades, just to cite few of his publication. And so thank you so much, Peter, for being with us, and the floor is yours.
Oh, thank you very much. And I want to thank you and all the organizers of the conference who made this possible. And I want to apologize for not being with you in person much as I wanted to, but my teaching schedule here, it's the first week of the semester in my college, made that impossible. And I also apologize for the fact that I can't even stay for the entirety of this session because in 1 hour I need to head to another class. So, but in any case, I deeply appreciate the opportunity. And I will be jumping in on and off into the conference when I'm out of classes during the next 2 days. So thank you very much for really putting on this very, very important event. It may seem that we already know what needs to be known about Rosa Luxemburg. After all, her critique of reformism in works such as Reform or Revolution, and other writings is very well known, as is her theory of the mass strike, which she drew from the 1905 Russian Revolution, and she tried to apply to the socialist movement in the West. Her critique of Lenin and Trotsky's suppression of democracy following the 1917 revolution, also extremely well known, and has given rise to all kinds of discussion and debates over the past 100 years. And of course, as was mentioned, her path-breaking economic works that really deserve an in-depth study of their own are certainly something that is no secret in terms of Rosa Luxemburg. But we have all suffered from the fact that a major dimension of her life and work remains poorly researched or understood, even to those who spend a lot of time trying to understand Rosa Luxemburg. And that is her work within the Polish revolutionary movement, and her writings originally composed in Polish as part of it. As is well known, she led a Marxist party, the Social Democratic Party of the Kingdom of Poland and Lithuania for many years in Russian-occupied Poland. She wrote in numerous revolutionary newspapers and periodicals in Poland and issued numerous pamphlets in Polish, which was, of course, her native language. But very few of these writings have been reprinted or translated since their composition, even though they total thousands of pages. And for instance, the Gesammelte Werke of Luxemburg in German contains only a very small portion of her writings from Polish. This gap has begun to be filled by Holger Pollitt in Germany, who in 2015 issued a 300-page collection of her writings in Polish from the period of the 1905 revolution. And there's many more to come that the Gesammelte Werke will be producing a supplementary volume. And the English complete works of Rosa Luxemburg, of which 5 volumes are now completed. We're working on volume 6 now, and there's many more volumes to come, probably about 20 volumes, will contain, as already published, a number of these writings of Luxemburg in Polish that have not actually been known of at all, or very, very limited circulation in the course of the past several decades. So there remains, therefore, clearly a lot about Luxemburg that we remain to be explored in terms of these Polish writings. For here, what I want to do is focus on just one of them in the short amount of time that I have, which is a document written in 1908, a 27-page essay called Lessons from the Three Dumas, which appears in the Holger Pollitt collection in German, but also in English translation for the first time in volume 4 of the complete works of Rosa Luxemburg, published a few months ago by Verso Books. It's an essay in which Luxemburg takes up the question of how a revolution in a backward country like Tsarist Russia can prepare the ground for a future transition to socialism. It's the kind of question that has bedeviled Marxists for much of the past century, because it's been held, certainly by virtually everyone of Luxemburg's generation and many afterwards, that socialism cannot exist in one country, nor can socialism be created without the support of the vast majority in any country. Marx elaborates this clearly in the Communist Manifesto, and the majority in any country is, of course, certainly in the major developed industrial countries, the working class. But the question becomes, how could a future successful social revolution in Russia, when she's writing in 1908, assuming it would ever occur, how would it be able to navigate towards socialism, since the working class was no more than 12 or 13% of the population in Russia at the time? And how would it be able to advance if revolutions did not spread to other countries, especially in Western Europe? That's the question that faced Russia in 1917, of course, after she wrote this essay, but it also faced the Chinese Revolution of 1949, the African revolutions of the 1960s, the Cuban Revolution. How do you move towards socialism when you don't have a majoritarian working class, or perhaps not even majoritarian support among the working class for the socialist project, and the revolution remains, at least for now, isolated internationally? Now, the standard view has generally been that while a lot of people had something to say about this question, Luxemburg did not. I'll just quote you quickly a comment of her greatest biographer, J.P. Nettle. He made the following statement. I'm quoting Nettle. Unlike Lenin, Luxemburg made no original contributions to the tactics or methods of revolution. Lenin was swept up by the experience of the 1905 revolution and created a profile of how to make future revolutions. Trotsky produced his theory of permanent revolution. both in their different ways looked for tactical and theoretical lessons that made possible the October Revolution of 1917. But, he continues, Luxemburg, however much he may have systemized both her Polish party's program and tactics, did not produce anything that could be adopted for use. Now, what we want to do here is show that Mendel is actually wrong about this. And I want to argue this not for the sake of a scholastic historical debate, but to show that there is much in Luxemburg that can teach us about the central dilemma faced by revolutionary regimes in the century after her death, as well as, of course, today. Now, as I'm sure you've already heard at this conference, the 1905 Russian Revolution was the high point of Luxemburg's life and work. She wrote extensively about it, and she engaged directly in it by going to Russian-occupied Poland in early 1906 to take part in it. And for her, the 1905 revolution signaled a turn towards revolutionary politics as against the parliamentarianism that increasingly weighted down the socialist movement in the West. But she had no illusion that Russia, as of 1906 or 1905, she had no illusion that socialism was on the immediate agenda. The working class at the time, as I mentioned, was no more than 12 or 13% of the population, and the revolution was in one country and not yet had international ramifications in terms of spreading. Hence, like all Marxists of her generation, she held that what was on the agenda within Russia at that time was the creation of a democratic republic that could lay the economic foundations for a future socialist transition. But in contrast to many fellow Marxists, such as the Mensheviks, she held that the working class, not the liberal bourgeoisie, would lead this creation of a democratic republic. Now, it may appear that her insistence that Russia has to endure, or is fated to endure, a prolonged period of capitalist development before being ready for socialism was rooted in a rigid unilinear view of history. That is, first you have feudalism, then capitalism, and only when its fruits are ripened of capitalism, then we can get to socialism. But in fact, I don't think that's the case. In fact, she criticized the Mensheviks for such unilinear determinism. For them, it was an iron law of history that the working class could not seize power until capitalism had exhausted its historical potential. If Luxemburg had adhered to a crude unilinear determinism, she would have agreed with the Mensheviks that the proletariat could not play the leading role in a revolution. But she didn't do so because she was attentive to the subjective aspirations and capacities of the Russian working class who were pushing the revolution forward. And it was they, she argued, not the liberals, who were in the position to seize power and form a democratic republic. However, the workers' subjective agency could not make up for the fact that they were still a minority of the populace. Luxemburg's attentiveness to the concrete subjective and objective conditions, not any quasi-metaphysical theory of history, led her to argue that the form of the revolution in Russia at the time is proletarian, while its content is bourgeois democratic. Now, it never occurred to Luxemburg certainly never supported the idea, that a party with minoritarian support within the working class could force through a transition to socialism in lands where the working class itself is in the minority. She never gave an inch on that view. But of course, this poses a serious problem. How can the working class sustain itself in power in a democratic republic after overthrowing Tsarism if it represents only a minority of the populace? Given that situation, is it even possible to establish the preconditions for the later realization of socialism through a democratic republic under the leadership of the proletariat? Well, Luxemburg addresses this as follows in this essay, Lessons of the Three Dumas. And she here says, I'll quote her directly, she says, the working class cannot delude itself that having overthrown absolutism and attained a dictatorship for a certain period, that will establish socialism. The socialist revolution can only be the result of an international revolution, and the results that the proletariat in Russia will be able to achieve in the current revolution will depend, she says, on the level of social development in Russia and on the level of class relations and proletarian struggles in other capitalist countries. Nevertheless, she does say, however, that she adds that if the revolutionary proletariat were to gain political power, however temporarily, that would promote a great encouragement to the international class struggle. And that is why she said the workers in Russia are and should take the lead in seizing power in carrying out the revolution directly in order to realize political freedom, establish the 8-hour day, upend agrarian relations, etc., in order to overthrow the Tsarist regime and prepare the ground for what she understood as the dictatorship of the proletariat, which is not a phase of socialism or communism, but the preparatory phase that is necessary in order to break free from the existing society under workers' control. But of course, this too raises a question. How can the workers maintain themselves in power in a democratic republic over the long haul if they constitute a minority of the populace? Her answer is very simple. She says they cannot. And yet, the effort would still be worth it. So here, let me quote Luxemburg directly. She states, 1908, "The revolution's bourgeois character finds expression in the inability of the proletariat to stay in power, in the inevitable removal of the proletariat from power by a counter-revolutionary operation of the bourgeoisie, the rural landowners, the petty bourgeoisie, and the greater part of the peasantry." She adds, "Revolution in this conception would bring the proletariat losses as well as victories, yet by no other road can the entire international proletariat find its way to victory. We must propose the socialist revolution not as a sudden leap, finished in 24 hours, but a historical period, perhaps very long, of turbulent class struggle with breaks brief and extended." So in sum, Luxemburg understood that even a democratic republic under the control of the working class, which is how she as well as Marx understood the dictatorship of the proletariat, was bound to be forced from power in the absence of an international revolution, especially in a country where the working class constituted a minority. And yet, even though the revolution would therefore have failed from at least one point of view, it would have produced important social transformations that would provide the intellectual sediment from which a future uprooting of capitalism could arise by that Russian Revolution, that democratic republic that's established, inspiring workers elsewhere to take up the fight in more propitious and positive circumstances. In other words, Luxemburg was not willing to sacrifice democracy for the sake of staying in power, since the political form required to achieve the transition to socialism, in her view, is thoroughgoing democracy. If a non-democratic regime stays in power, the transition to socialism ultimately is rendered impossible. On the other hand, if a proletarian democracy exists even for a brief period, it can help inspire the transition to socialism to later arise elsewhere. Hence, I think her message is better to suffer a defeat while living up to the principles of democratic socialism than try to cling to power in conditions that result in discrediting the idea of socialism by imposing a dictatorship over the working class instead of a dictatorship of the working class. Now, as I think it's rather clear, 20th century Marxism did not follow her approach. This essay was kind of not even recognized. It's been completely neglected. The perspective in it has been largely neglected. The opposite approach has been taken, as Lenin put it in 1918, when he stated, shortly after the seizure of power, "Now that we have seized state power, we intend to keep it permanently." Now, of course, Lenin knew that the Russian Revolution might well not last. It may go under if the West European revolutions did not occur, or if revolutions from the East did not occur. After all, he did proclaim at one point, if not through Berlin, at least perhaps through Beijing. But Lenin was willing to suppress democracy to stay in power as long as possible, which is what he and the Bolsheviks were doing, which is subject to Luxemburg's critique in 1918, of course, because the other option of being forced out was unthinkable. That is, in fact, the approach that's been followed by numerous revolutions afterwards, whether it be China, whether it be Cuba, whether we can mention many other examples of the African revolutions, various Marxist-Leninist regimes, etc. They were not going to risk losing power by having a free election, or to allow other political parties to compete with the single-party state for political influence or dominance. Well, there's understandable reasons, perhaps, for that, given the context of the time, the dangers of imperialism, counter-revolutionary forces from within, etc. But what was the ultimate result? Did it generate a transition to socialism? I don't think it did. While we ended up in the 20th century was various revolutions that transitioned not to socialism, but to a new form of capitalism, state capitalism. but it was state capitalism in the name of Marxism and socialism, which attracted the attention of tens of millions of people and the support of tens of millions of people around the world for a certain period. But when the capitalistic underlying social relations, especially the persistence of value production, became more and more explicit within these regimes, they moved by the 1990s in one way, shape, or form towards the free market and gave up the pretense, with a few exceptions, of any kind of adherence to the originating principles of socialist revolution or the ideology, certainly, of transformation internationally in the direction of the abolition of capitalism. But in doing so, the damage was done, right? Socialism was largely discredited. Today, of course, we face a different reality, a new reality. 30 years after the collapse of actually existing socialism, so-called, a new generation of activists who want to, working avidly to revive the idea of socialism, to revive the idea of socialism in opposition, both to the bankruptcy of a social democracy, which mutated or capitulated to neoliberalism, but also in opposition to the bankruptcy of Marxist-Leninism, which failed to chart an independent path that would be able to generate a transition to a genuine socialist society that grapples with the problem and transcends the contradictions and problems of alienated labor, of the production, augmenting the value as an end in itself, catching up with the Western industrial production, while at the same time causing tremendous ecological and social destruction. So there is an effort today to revive this idea of socialism by avoiding both of these poles that Luxemburg in her own life was extremely critical of in one way or another, even as she supported the Bolsheviks consistently against the Mensheviks from at least 1905 onward, when it came to the basic conception and outline of the course of the Russian Revolution, even with her sharp critique of the Bolsheviks in 1918. But it still remains unclear as of this point whether this effort today to actualize a socialist renaissance, a new beginning in socialist theory and activism, will be a new beginning or whether it will be a stillbirth. And so I think that revisiting Luxemburg's writings in this question, such as the Three Dumas, can help us move the debate forward. I will conclude with one more thought. This is not to suggest we can directly apply Luxemburg's insights, either on this question or any other, directly to today. There is one fundamental question that divides our era from Luxemburg's, and that is that the idea of socialism, the understanding of what socialism is, was self-evident and clear to her generation. It's abolition of private property, nationalization of that property, abolition of the capitalist free and market, having public ownership and controlled production, planned economy, etc. It's pretty obvious today that that conception of socialism proved to be unviable. An alternative conception of socialism is urgently needed. And we are in the position where we have to rethink the fundamentals of Marxism from bottom up in order to deal with this tremendously difficult question. What is a genuine liberatory alternative to capitalism in the 21st century that learns from the mistakes made in the past, which are not all mistakes of revolutionaries, objective conditions, the power of imperialism and counter-revolutionary forces played an enormous role. But nevertheless, the path that was taken did turn out to be a stillbirth. We cannot allow another stillbirth, given the destruction that's being wrought by capitalism and the law of value upon the very existence of human civilization on this planet. Thank you very much.
So I'm sorry you cannot see the crowd, but they were clapping. So thank you so much for this thought-provoking intervention, and also for the lot of questions you aroused. And now I leave the floor to Riccardo Bellofiore, that will talk about 11 theses on Rosa Luxemburg and the Marxian critique of the economic. Riccardo Bellofiore was professor a full professor at University of Bergamo and teaches history of economic thought at University of Modena and Reggio Emilia. He works on Rosa Luxemburg since his PhD, and he published a lot of think about Marxian theory, macro-monetary approach in circuitist and Minskian terms, economic philosophy, crisis of capitalism, to just quote few, le avventure della socializzazione, dalla teoria monetaria del valore alla teoria macromonetaria della produzione capitalistica, and Euro al capolinea, la vera natura della crisi europea, but is also editor with Giovanna Vertova of The Great Recession and the Contradiction of Contemporary Capitalism, and Ai confini della docenza per la critica dell'università, che meriterebbe un altro convegno, ma siamo qui per parlare su Luxemburg.
Thanks for having invited me. You have noticed that I was presenting myself so as a full professor retired at the University of Bergamo. Usually I voted strictly to define myself full, but I retired 3 years ago, not from, but against my department. 3 years before the final dead of the professorship. So I made the so-called Great Resignation. Somebody says that it is this class struggle today which is going there. I made the Great Resignation because I could afford that. And since I didn't want to finish my career of teaching that way, I went as an adjunct professor in Modena. Adjunct seems precarious, but I am not really precarious. There is a law according to which at conferences, philosophies and historians, this is true for both male and female, read. And sociologists and economists use PowerPoint. Donatella Della Porta did that, so I have to do that. I will accept questions, except the one asking, what has my speech to do with contemporary conflicts, challenges, freedom at risks? The answer is nothing. What is the topic? Introduction to the I-11 thesis. Rosa Luxemburg is very often separated in the political dimension, political writings, economic contributions, and the personal dimension and fascinating life. When I made my dissertation with Claudio Napoleoni in the mid-70s, she was still, as in the 60s, seen as spontaneist and collapsist. In the 80s and 90s, she was very not much studied, but very much seen as a romantic icon. In 2000, 2010, and maybe also today, she is seen in different forms as a proto-feminist. I think that these are very often, not always, but very often caricatures and views which are reductionist. I try very quickly to give a unitary perspective as she deserves. Beware, usually my slides are means of mass distraction. I use them for me, so you can, if you wish, avoid to follow them. The first thesis is asking who she was. If you go to Wikipedia, you have in Italian filosofa, economista, politica rivoluzionaria. In English, revolutionary socialist, Marxist philosopher, and anti-war economist. In German, she is an influential representative of the European workers' movement, Marxism, anti-militarism, and proletarian internationalism. In French, she is militant socialiste et communiste et un théoricien marxiste. The French and the German are right. The English people and the Italian are not. Yes, but she was political anti-capitalist militant. Preempt to all, so I would say militant, because it is a class war. You don't choose that. You end up militating in that. And for her, the two things were one and the same. She got a PhD in Zurich in law, but in fact, she was studying economic and political science. The fact that I graduated in law and did the same thing is purely casual. She taught political economy at the party school, from their introduction to political economy, and her name is inseparable from a most provocative and insightful masterpiece in the critique of political economy, which is The Accumulation of Capital, which must be published together with the Anti-Critique. Not in the US and in English, unfortunately, the two are separated. Second thesis, Rosa Luxemburg the Marxist. I divide Rosa Luxemburg the Marxist and Rosa Luxemburg the Marxian. Marxist here means believing that in Marx you find a given and inherited toolbox of instruments and answers. In 1903, she wrote Stagnation and Progress in Marxism, and she wrote that Marx, in his scientific writings, outstripped us as a party of practical fighters. I think this is wrong. 19 in Zurich of Adam Smith, and also in the review of Kautsky's edition of the Theory of Surplus Value, she believes, as Marx wrote, political economy is exhausted after Riccardo. No more scientific developments in bourgeois theory are possible since then outside Marxism. I think she was wrong. Also, that great booklet, which was Social Reform or Revolution, is still within this phase, the defense of orthodoxy. But it was an example of a creative development of the orthodoxy. I have not the time to go into that, but I think there are also for the contemporary conflicts and analysis of capitalism today a lot to be learned from that booklet. Third thesis. Rosa Luxemburg as the Marxian. First, I define what means to be a Marxian. To have Marx attitude, which Marx borrowed from Descartes. Doubt everything. If you doubt everything, you doubt also Marx, of course. And this forces you to go beyond Marx and maybe even with Marx against Marx. That, in fact, what she wrote when she wrote 2 chapters in Franz Marine Karl Marx, which in English are not attributed to her, but are here. Marx's magnum opus is no Bible containing ultimate truths. It's a stimulus for further intellectual work. And from here, she ended after 1907, questioning the schemes of reproduction and criticizing Marx himself. Since she was a woman, let me say this, as when she criticized Bernstein, the style of criticism against her was incredibly male chauvinist. Fourth thesis should be much longer. It is, of course, the key since I am, unfortunately, an economist. I believe that the distinction economist, political scientist, philosopher, etc., is bogus. But if she was something in them, she was a critical economist. The fourth thesis, which is the argument of my dissertation in 1976, is that you have to read Introduction to Political Economy, The Accumulation of Capital, and the Anti-Critique as together. She went beyond interpreting Marx into reconstructing Marx. Her attitude, I will be very quick on these slides. She adopted a monetary perspective. There is a movement from the inner to the outer in the first meaning of exploitation, but then value and surplus value have to be realized, and you have to take into account that demand drives production, and you can end in crisis of demand. Hers is a class perspective in the Introduction to Political Economy. She points to the fact that the real wage of workers, of the class of the workers, is known ex ante, but unlike feudalism, but that in capitalism, the surplus labor is yet to be determined. What does it mean? You have to look at the conflict in the labor process, and the distribution depends from production. Then she goes into a theory of inter-capitalist dynamic competition. She stressed, like Grossman later on, the hunt for extra surplus value leading to relative surplus value. Maria Turquet on my left wrote very interesting things about this in the 1980s. She was very critical of the tendential fall of the rate of profit, and she affirmed the tendential fall of the relative wage. A paradox is that all the Luxembourgians today, except me and a couple of my friends, are Luxembourgians, but are on the side of the tendential fall of the profit rate. I more agree with the Luxembourg. When the wage share falls, and you get from the introduction to political economy, there is a larger demand gap, which must be filled by capitalist autonomous demand. And Luxembourg goes searching for this capitalist autonomous demand that must be absolutely capitalist investment. She is not an underconsumptionist, as everybody is saying. She is stressing underinvestment. Who understood this? A Polish, like her, Michał Kaleski, and another woman, friend of Keynes, but much more leftist than Keynes, John Robinson, who in the introduction in 1951 to the English translation of Accumulation of Capital substitutes plausible hypothesis versus logical necessities. She found in militarism a solution to her problem. Why? Because capitalist investment in armaments is productive of surplus value, but this is not reproductive, meaning there is no further capacity to be satisfied by new demands. Yes, I could go on this on today's capitalism, this last years. She was a pioneer. These questions were not given or understood for decades by the Marxists. So they pointed little errors, and they didn't understand the great question, the great issue. And realize that you have to realize that for her, the problem does not spring from circulation. All Marxists say this is circulationism. It does spring from the uneven development of capitalist production subject to shocks. Me, myself, I would go back to Marx in the Grundrisse, Luxembourg, some elements of Lenin and Hilferding to propose something different. But in her trail, this is the right term. Fifth thesis on party and organization. I will be very quick here because I will come back on this point in the book launch. Lelio Basso stressed that she's not a spontaneist, but it's a Marxian view of the party. Rossana Rossanda went on the same line. The theory of class struggle cannot come into being independently of class struggle itself. But she does not stop there, Rossanda. She writes, the directly political needs of the class require its strategic unifications. Masses could not do without an organized vanguard. The need for the party derives from the objective fragmentation of the struggles, which a unifying strategy could alone overcome. So it's not just that there must be an agreement between masses and the party. The sixth thesis is on trade unions, and here again I will come back on the book launch. Here I refer to Claudio Sabatini. I fear that not many of you remember who Claudio Sabatini was. When he wrote this dissertation on which I am working, he was General Secretary in Bologna of FIOM, the Italian metal workers. He became the General National Secretary of FIOM. He was a Luxembourgian. He said, to my view correctly, that the Russian Revolution and the mass strike, the political party and the trade unions booklet in 1906 marks a break from the view of the trade unions in social reform and revolution. Third thesis, Rosa Luxemburg on feminism. Let me say that before going into that the romantic view of nature was alien to Luxemburg. Let me remind you, probably you know that her reaction to non-class-based feminism of the time was not sympathetic. I am more sympathetic than her with the suffragists. For her, the bourgeois wives are parasites of societies. The petty bourgeois women are beasts of burden to exploit. She writes this without any empathy. Only as proletarians, women first become human, because to become human, you have to do that through struggle. Domestic of care work for her is not directly productive labor. In 1912, she writes, music hall dancers are productive. Those performing social reproduction work are not. This is brutal and insane, but it is how things are. You have to acknowledge the brutality and madness if you want to fight it practically. Here there is an error in the sequence. Now I pass from here to the eighth thesis, which refers to the introduction to political economy, the first chapter, the only one which was known to English readers until 5 years ago. There, in my view, an argument is that revolutions exactly means uprooting the primacy of economic. It means going beyond the centrality of production. This has been the credo of the Leninist and Stalinist parties, but in another way also of the workerists. Liberation of labor need not to be opposed, but integrated to other essential dimensions. The standpoint of labor means something very different to what is usually said, means fighting the own centrality of labor in production. Eighth thesis is about socialism or barbarism. I have no time to go into that, just it is the clear demonstration that she was not a determinist and that she was against the philosophy of history. That was actually the 90th thesis. This is the 10th thesis, I think, and it is about being a mensch. In a letter to Mathilde Worm, I just select a few lines. One is after the half of the slide. It's a very hard letter to her friends. Not a nice woman. As for me, in recent times, I, who certainly was never soft, have become as hard as polished steel, and from now on will not make even the slightest concession, either politically or in my personal dealings. After this very hard letter, she ends, do you have enough now for a New Year's greeting? Then see that you remain a mensch. Mensch is not male, but is definitely human being. She writes, being a mensch is the main thing, and that means to be firm, lucid, and cheerful. Oh, I can't write you a prescription for being a mensch. I only know how one is a mensch. 11th thesis, which is not 11th thesis, is that it's the prosecution of the 11th thesis, was the one before. Hannah Arendt published a wonderful article on Rosa Luxemburg, and she collected it in a book entitled Men in Dark Times. It's not women in dark times, it's been said in a recent Italian edition of that. It is not humanity in dark times, it's men in dark times. And she tells this story, which was also in the book, but I think that the translation in the subtitle was not correct. And the story is when Rosa and Clara Zetkin went for a walk, lost track of time, and arrived late for an appointment with August Bebel. The Social Democrats leaders were joking. Rosa proposed her own epitaph, and their epitaph was, as she, Hannah Arendt, writes, here rest the last two men of German social democracy. I thought that it was Mensch, but if I understood right, the German Probably it was male, but that's another thing. And the last, uh, Leo, now she of us live and we keep. And this creates an inner dissociation, an imbalance or disharmony between some points of our souls and others. Therefore, the inner self must be constantly re-examined, readjusted, humanized. One must constantly work on oneself to avoid sinking into spiritual consuming and digesting. But in order not to lose the overall sense of existence, this is the English translation, but the original is not to lose the measure of things, which probably philosophically has some references. That I believe, what is the measure of thing? A life committed to outward constructive action, to creative work, one needs the control of another human being. That human being must be close, understanding, and yet separate from the I that seeks harmony. There is human Marxian anthropology, not humanism. Human Marxian anthropology, creative work, and it is an anthropology of relation, which needs also separation, harmony and separation. Let me close. I have 1 minute. Let me close in 1 minute. Remind me, this friend is not here, but a friend from Pisa told me that he once went to a seminar of Carlo Ginzburg that probably you know. And he said something, I asked him, but can I quote it? And said, yes, also because Carlo Ginzburg says this over and over again. I was not thinking to use it here, actually. And what Carlo Ginzburg said, anachronism in the question may be fruitful. Anachronism in the answer is to be avoided at all costs. I am a bit elaborating on this. This opens up for dialogue. The use of an author in this dialogue is welcome if you do not substitute yourself or your voice to the other in the dialogue. It is a work. Let me add, it is a work of love in the meaning of Simone Weil. Attention, if this is the French word, I don't know, that you need to respect the other. I think that specialist or not, this is what we owe to Rosa Luxemburg.
Unfortunately, Peter Udis left us, but let's go forward to Maria Turchetto that will talk about reading again the accumulation of capital, or she will speak in Italian, so rileggere l'accumulazione del capitale. Maria Turchetto has taught history of economic thought and epistemology of social sciences at Ca' Foscari University in Venice. She is president of the Louis Althusser Cultural Association and directs the Altusseriana ed Epistemologia series at Mimesis Publishing House, and she contributed to numerous Italian and foreign journals. I cannot recollect all the things she's done, but just for our topic on Rosa Luxemburg, she wrote the preface to the reprint of The Accumulation of Capital in 2021 and edited with Bruna Bianchi a special issues on debt, a very beautiful special issue, if I may say, dedicated to Rosa Luxemburg in 2015. And so thank you, Maria, and the floor is yours.
Allora, io innanzitutto devo scusarmi per il fatto che farò il mio intervento in italiano, ma se tento di parlare in inglese regredisco a un'età mentale di circa 4 anni e quindi è meglio evitare. Ecco, con questo intervento vorrei appunto, come dice il titolo, invitare a una rilettura dell'opera teorica principale di Rosa Luxemburg, L'accumulazione del capitale. Opera appunto teorica, questo non è sinonimo di filosofica, ma è il campo che tratta Rosa Luxemburg è quello della critica dell'economia politica. Bene, nella introduzione a quest'opera, Rosa Luxemburg ne illustra brevemente la genesi. Lei è in carcere, è intenta a preparare una introduzione in forma popolare dell'economia politica, come scrive. Si accorge, appunto in questo lavoro, si accorge che qualcosa non va negli schemi di riproduzione del secondo libro del Capitale. Marx, dice Rosa Luxemburg, che Marx illustra la volontà del capitale di accumulare, illustra la possibilità tecnica di una riproduzione allargata o accumulazione, cioè in pratica mostra con questi schemi le possibili condizioni di equilibrio di un processo di riproduzione allargata o accumulazione, ma secondo Rosa Luxemburg manca una terza condizione, e cioè la terza condizione è un allargamento della domanda solvibile di merci che non può provenire da una società capitalistica pura, nel senso che non può provenire dalla classe operaia, pena l'erosione dei margini di profitto, non può provenire nemmeno dalla classe capitalistica, che non è una classe consumatrice. Quindi il sistema capitalistico è incapace di produrre autonomamente questa domanda aggiuntiva necessaria all'accumulazione e perciò è sistematicamente costretto ad allargare il mercato, cito, allargare il mercato a strati sociali o società che non producono capitalisticamente. Ecco, in questo senso le politiche imperialiste si legano strettamente alla problematica dell'accumulazione. Questo è un punto importante perché dunque le politiche imperialiste non rappresentano un atavismo come all'epoca sosteneva Schumpeter, cioè una volontà di guerra espressa da vecchie elite aggressive sopravvissute in seno a un capitalismo che di per sé, per sua natura, sarebbe dedito soltanto al pacifico commercio, quindi questo è escluso, ma le politiche imperialiste non rappresentano nemmeno per Rosa Luxemburg un nuovo stadio, magari uno stadio supremo, come lo definirà Lenin, del capitalismo supremo, cioè ultimo in qualche modo. Ecco, per Rosa Luxemburg le politiche imperialiste fanno parte del capitalismo fin dall'origine, tanto che in questa chiave Rosa Luxemburg legge il capitolo sulla cosiddetta accumulazione originaria che chiude il primo libro del Capitale. Ecco, è il capitolo in cui Marx ricostruisce un insieme di processi di violenta espropriazione di risorse umane e di risorse materiali, di espropriazione, di espansione forzata dell'economia monetaria attraverso gli strumenti della fiscalità e del debito pubblico, di allargamento e di sviluppo del mercato. Ecco, per Rosa Luxemburg questi processi, lungi dall'esaurirsi nel periodo della genesi del capitalismo, si ripropongono costantemente come necessità strutturale dell'accumulazione. Ecco, mi soffermo un momento su questo capitolo 24esimo del primo libro del Capitale, cui Rosa Luxemburg fa riferimento costante in tutta la sua opera. Ecco, questo capitolo è un capitolo che in realtà era stato a lungo trascurato dalla tradizione marxista perché veniva considerato una sorta di strano capitolo di taglio storico inserito in un'opera eminentemente teorica. Questo capitolo è stato invece ripreso in anni relativamente recenti da Louis Althusser, il quale assegna grande importanza a questo capitolo, soprattutto nei suoi scritti degli anni '80 sul materialismo, sul materialismo aleatorio. Ecco, Althusser in questi scritti gioca il capitolo sull'accumulazione originaria contro la concezione della storia lineare teleologica a lungo dominante nell'ambito del marxismo. Ecco, Althusser sostiene che in Marx coesistono due concezioni della genesi del modo di produzione capitalistico, due concezioni che, cito, non hanno nulla a che vedere l'una con l'altra. La prima è la concezione aleatoria, diciamo così, cioè l'idea dell'incontro tra il proprietario di denaro e il proletario sprovvisto di tutto, un incontro appunto aleatorio, non necessitato, e è un incontro che tuttavia a un certo momento fa presa, dura, dando luogo al fatto compiuto di un modo di produzione di cui si possono enunciare le leggi di funzionamento. La seconda concezione è l'idea invece dei modi di produzione che trapassano l'uno nell'altro come stadi di uno sviluppo necessitato, appunto con le fasi del modo di produzione antico, poi feudale, poi capitalistico e poi lieto fine socialista e comunista. Ecco, questa è l'idea che è stata canonizzata soprattutto da Engels e rimarrà a lungo nel marxismo. Althusser invece rigetta quest'idea e mostra come il capitolo appunto sull'accumulazione originaria non rappresenti nessuna grande narrazione di una umanità in progresso, ma la ricostruzione di tutta una serie di processi largamente indipendenti, differenziati tra di loro, sfasati nel tempo, che non mostrano appunto questa logica necessitante. Bene, torniamo a Rosa Luxemburg, come abbiamo detto, attenta lettrice del capitolo sull'accumulazione originaria, per chiederci, ecco, Rosa Luxemburg condivide la concezione della storia non teleologica, della storia complessa e aperta alla contingenza che Althusser ha letto in questo capitolo? Ecco, la mia risposta è che almeno in parte, senz'altro sì, cioè almeno in parte Rosa Luxemburg segua questa interpretazione, introducendo tra l'altro un qualcosa di nuovo rispetto alla impostazione di Marx. Ora, sicuramente Rosa Luxemburg non condivide con il marxismo dell'epoca l'idea di una successione di modi di produzione, diciamo così, tipici, no? Che si possono catalogare, antico, feudale, eccetera, eccetera. Appunto, come tappe tipiche e necessarie. I sistemi economici non capitalistici, tra l'altro non è un caso che Rosa Luxemburg usi prevalentemente l'espressione non capitalistici, anziché quella precapitalistici che era molto, molto diffusa appunto nel marxismo dell'epoca. Ecco, questi sistemi economici non capitalistici non sono facilmente riducibili a tipi, a schemi, sono eterogenei, sono diversamente complessi e di conseguenza, come tra l'altro aveva detto Marx in una lettera, cito, vanno studiati separatamente uno per uno, non ci si arriverà mai col passepartout di una filosofia della storia. Ecco, sicuramente per Rosa Luxemburg, l'altro da cui ricordo, la trasformazione di una società in senso capitalistico non è un processo spontaneo. Ecco, non è un processo quindi oggettivamente, inesorabilmente determinato dallo sviluppo delle forze produttive o dall'estensione degli scambi mercantili. La trasformazione in senso capitalistico è il risultato sempre di interventi violenti condotti sul piano economico, sul piano politico e sul piano militare. La violenza quindi non è semplicemente la levatrice del capitalismo, il lato oscuro della sua origine, ma è un meccanismo sempre all'opera come logica intrinseca appunto dell'accumulazione capitalistica. Ed è proprio qui che, secondo me, Rosa Luxemburg introduce qualcosa di nuovo rispetto all'approccio di Marx, aggiunge qualcosa all'approccio di Marx, perché se non si tratta più semplicemente di ricostruire l'origine del capitalismo, ma se si tratta di coglierne una logica immanente e persistente, allora dal punto di vista metodologico è importante individuare alcune generalità accanto alla specificità dei diversi processi di penetrazione del capitalismo nelle società non capitalistiche. Ecco, con questo arriviamo ai 6 capitoli finali dell'accumulazione del capitale, cioè quella trattazione, 6 capitoli che contengono una trattazione ricca di esempi storici, le storie della colonizzazione inglese dell'India, della guerra dell'oppio, della penetrazione francese in Algeria, della trasformazione dell'agricoltura negli Stati Uniti, dei complessi rapporti finanziari che all'epoca legavano l'Inghilterra all'Egitto e la Germania alla Turchia, eccetera, eccetera. Quindi sono storie diverse, vengono presentate come storie diverse, però Rosa Luxemburg cerca di individuare alcuni meccanismi cruciali che presentano analogie appunto in contesti peraltro molto diversi. Rosa Luxemburg le presenta come fasi, elencando la lotta del capitale contro l'economia naturale, la lotta contro l'economia mercantile semplice, la lotta di concorrenza fra i capitali su scala mondiale, eccetera. In realtà, anche se individua queste, diciamo così, presenta queste vicende, queste tappe, appunto come tappe, come stadi, in realtà, secondo me, non si tratta, la trattazione successiva mostra che non si tratta di tappe obbligate, cioè di fasi successive, appunto, ma di processi che si intrecciano e si sovrappongono, tanto appunto che la trattazione dei casi che porta come esempio ehm, abbandona di fatto l'elenco inizialmente enunciato e quindi più che fasi con una successione obbligata, secondo me si tratta piuttosto di condizioni che in un modo o nell'altro, in modi diversi appunto, devono essere conseguite per realizzare la penetrazione capitalistica. Ecco, è questo un po' il punto che mi preme sottolineare, e cioè che Rosa Luxemburg conserva nella terminologia l'idea di una catena di stadi, ma la sua esposizione in qualche modo contraddice quest'idea. Cioè l'idea delle fasi sarebbe che prima il capitale lotta contro l'economia naturale, però se andiamo a vedere gli esempi, i casi che Rosa Luxemburg porta come per illustrare questa fase, appunto, sono casi diversissimi. Sono il caso dell'India, che è una società e un sistema economico estremamente complesso, e sono il caso dell'Algeria, in cui invece le cose stanno in modo molto diverso. Ecco. Poi se ragionassimo, se Rosa Luxemburg ragionasse a fasi, dovremmo avere la seconda fase in cui il capitale introduce l'economia mercantile. Ma in realtà qui abbiamo come esempio storico la storia della guerra dell'oppio, ma la Cina in cui si svolge la guerra dell'oppio, che appunto viene presa in considerazione come esempio, non è affatto un sistema avulso dal commercio internazionale all'epoca della guerra dell'oppio. Poi, sempre ragionando a fasi, il capitale lotta contro l'economia mercantile semplice, ma in realtà se andiamo a vedere il capitolo dedicato a questa, tra virgolette, fase, sì, in realtà è un capitolo che è un capitolo che parla soprattutto di profonde trasformazioni nell'agricoltura, in cui si fanno strada la proprietà finanziaria, la monocultura, l'impiego massiccio di tecnologia, ecco, in modo, tra l'altro, va sottolineato, non molto dissimile a quello che sta succedendo adesso, tuttora, in molte parti del mondo. Poi segue alla fine un capitolo, sono quasi alla fine, un capitolo veramente non riducibile a questa serie di fasi, è un capitolo tra l'altro di impressionante attualità, in cui Rosa Luxemburg analizza la penetrazione finanziaria del capitale europeo in Sud America, negli Stati Uniti usciti dalla guerra di secessione, in Australia, in Turchia e in Egitto. Ecco, la trattazione del caso egiziano in particolare è veramente illuminante perché ci fa vedere all'opera, direi proprio le stesse dinamiche che hanno caratterizzato l'indebitamento del terzo mondo a partire dagli anni 70 e il loro assoggettamento, l'assoggettamento di questa economia al grande capitale attraverso le ricette del Fondo Monetario Internazionale e della Banca Mondiale. Ecco, infine, i capitoli si concludono appunto con, ne ha già parlato Riccardo, con il fatto che Rosa Luxemburg mostra come l'intervento militare e la spesa pubblica non rappresentino per il capitale soltanto il braccio armato con cui ottenere l'assoggettamento dei paesi non capitalistici da mungere, ma anche un'ulteriore possibilità di realizzazione del plusvalore, una sorta di moltiplicatore e in qualche modo anche di regolatore del processo di accumulazione. Ecco, concludo dicendo, va bene, però appunto che ne è di quella che Riccardo giustamente ha definito un po' una caricatura di Rosa Luxemburg, cioè la Rosa Luxemburg crollista. Il capitale non dovrebbe crollare una volta che ha esaurito l'ambiente non capitalistico che consente il procedere appunto dell'accumulazione. Certo, Rosa Luxemburg è convinta che a questo punto, quando tutto il mondo è stato incorporato nel capitalismo, il capitalismo incontrerà grandi difficoltà nel processo di accumulazione, ma secondo me non dice affatto che il capitalismo si toglierà di mezzo da solo. Diventerà semplicemente sempre più feroce e sempre più distruttivo. E per questo, appunto, tra l'altro, quest'opera viene scritta alla vigilia della Prima Guerra Mondiale, per questo, appunto, concludo Socialismo barbarie.
Grazie mille, Maria Turchetto, for this really beautiful debate around accumulation of capital and imperialism, colonialism, and persistence of capitalism, I would say. And also, I think that this would lead to a lot of interesting remarks in the debate. But last but not least, Federico Olivieri, that will talk to us about the method of violence, exploring the links between militarism and accumulation of capital in Rosa Luxemburg's anti-capitalist pacifism. So Federico Olivieri is research associate to the Science for Peace Interdisciplinary Center at the University of Pisa, so here, research fellow in legal philosophy at the University of Camerino, and editorial manager of the online journal Scienza e Pace. He works on legal theories, Marxism, racism and anti-racism, migration and borders, citizenship and social movement, and he published in a lot of international journals, but is among his publication we can find Conflitti di cittadinanza, Jürgen Habermas e il problema del soggetto rivoluzionario in 2020, and I give you the floor, and yes.
So thank you very much. It's very easy to speak after such presentations because all the bases are there. So I have just to build on this basis. It's somehow worrying to hold this speech today, as the German government just decided to send their tanks to Ukraine. But we have no choice in relation to the circumstances of our life. So we have to let us inspire from the thought and the life of Rosa Luxemburg. I slightly changed the title of my presentation because I wanted to stress the peculiar use Luxembourg's make of this notion of militarism. And I also try to introduce this sort of, I don't know, new concept, maybe not very suited to Luxembourg herself, such as scientific pacifism, as a parallel to scientific socialism, of course. So just a summary in order to have you with me during my presentation. I will present my research question, my working hypothesis, but I would like to introduce the exploration of this notion in what I call a genealogy, or maybe in the plural, genealogies of the notion of militarism. And I would say there are at least two genealogies, one not Marxian, and one, of course, Marxian. And this second one is divided in two lines. One, let me use the Gramscian lexicon, the collective intellectual. I mean, the political debates and documents produced by the first and the second Socialist International, and of course, single organic intellectuals, mainly Karl Liebknecht, Hilferding, and Kautsky. Then we can come to the notion of militarism in the work of Rosa Luxemburg, and I selected three main works which are different in their nature, because I would like to compare or to build un percorso through their work, starting with this short work published in a journal called Peace Utopias, which provides me with some, I would say, epistemological considerations, namely the standpoint, the class standpoint from which in general Marxian and Luxemburg address the question of militarism. Then, of course, the chapter 32, the last chapter of the theoretical main work of Luxemburg, the accumulation of capital, which is entirely devoted to militarism, and let's say a political application of her principles in the well-known pamphlet addressing the crisis of the German social democracy or the suicide of German social democracy. The party or their parliamentarians voted a large majority the war credits and the so-called civil peace. Just two questions I would like to address. Which are the peculiarities of the notion of militarism in Rosa Luxemburg works, and how do these peculiarities impact on Luxemburg's pacifism? So, as Riccardo and Maria already said, Luxemburg may be considered, and I'm in favor of this interpretation, the first who systematically tried to apply a revised Marxist theory to military expenditures. She will distinguish between two functions of militarism, namely one, the first more traditional, and I quote from her, militarism as executor of the accumulation of capital, which is the systematic use of violence through the history of capitalism as a whole, not just in the final or in the beginning, and then the use of militarism as a means for the realization of surplus value, what she calls province of accumulation, which means the state demand of armament supported through taxation. I would say militarism is not just the description of a phenomenon. It's a theoretical, critical notion. What I mean with this theoretical, critical notion? It's a kind of notion which are developed from a subaltern class standpoint and try to put together and to interlink three different dimensions. So you can use these notions to grasp historical truth from a historical materialist point of view. You can use the same notion to support, to nurture class consciousness, in the sense anti-militarist class consciousness. And you can also use this theoretical critical notion to support political organization and struggles. So the interesting in this kind of notions, which stem from Marx, of course, are the capacity they have to translate through these three dimensions, provide interpretation of history, at the same time developing class consciousness, and with the help of these first two, organize people in struggles. So the last point, the opposition you have now very clearly between a bourgeois pacifism, this is a pacifism which make no really count of the structural meaning of militarism, and another kind of pacifism, namely the socialist or the scientific one, built on the theory of militarism and on a coherent, strong, anti-militarist class conscious. Just few words on the general meanings of militarism. We can use this notion in relation to politics and institutions, of course, stressing the preeminence of the military sector in political life, of course, in culture, when we speak of military values and military ideology, society, in a more Foucaultian sense, in terms of military discipline and authoritarianism going through the social fabric, but, which is for us very interesting in relation to Luxembourg, the economic dimension. That is, on one side, the use of violence in enforcing capitalist rule at global scale, and the, I would say, military-industrial complex, using another and more contemporary expression in order to describe this coming together of military sector, so industry and institutions. So just 2 words on the not Marxian genealogy of this notion. The first who used militarism were apparently some French Republicans and Proudhonians in order to criticize censorship and the role of military in the Second French Empire. Then there are also English liberals, namely Spencer, which use this notion, meaning to criticize the Prussian, of course, militarism, but also socialism, because both are systems where state prevails over individuals. There are also some critical uses of this notion, namely Holson, to criticize the rising military expenditures in the late Victorian age and the colonial wars, namely the South African War. Coming to the Marxian genealogy, the level of collective intellectual, maybe okay. No problem. So there are at least 2 steps in this collective elaboration of the notion of militarism. 2 congresses, the Lausanne and the Brussels one for the first international, where there are the first attempts to explore economic social causes of war. And there are, of course, a lot of incitement in favor of international class solidarity against national antagonism. But the real deep elaboration comes from the other 2 congresses, namely in Stuttgart and in Basel, where there is a first sketch of a theory of war as an essential element of capitalism. Of course, the indication of working class as the class which bear the most costs, human costs, economic costs of war and of militarism, and a very strong connection, a very logical consequences of the first 2 theses, namely that the abolition of war can succeed only through the abolition of capitalism. So which is the Luxembourg position to this genealogy, namely to the Marxian genealogy? So in relation to the collective elaboration, I would say that Luxembourg tries to provide a theoretical basis to a socialist debate and actions against war and militarism. And she does this through a political economic approach, a Marxian approach, and this brings militarism from the field of superstructural problems to structural problems of capitalism. Which are the main differences in relation to the main organic intellectuals of her generation, who also address the problem of terrorism. Liebknecht wrote a very dense essay on militarism, but his focus is on internal militarism, namely the repression of class struggles, of dissent, and the militarization of society. So the innovation, let's say, of Luxembourg is to extend the focus and to deplace the focus from internal to internal-external militarism at global scale. Which are the main differences to the thought of Hilferding? Hilferding, as you know, is one of the main and the first who sketched the theory of imperialism and colonialism as late stage of capitalism. And in relation to this, the position of Luxembourg is, as Turchetto also already said, that militarism is a basic feature of capitalism as such. It's not just the end of this, nor just the beginning of capitalism. Against Kautsky, who in the last period developed this notion of super imperialism, meaning a kind of convergence of different capital from around the world, Luxembourg stress with her theory of militarism the imminence and the inevitability of a world war. And in her perspective, this catastrophe should be or anticipated or followed by a socialist revolution. I'm afraid I'm not so very exactly. Times goes rapid. So you already understood what I meant by epistemological consideration in relation to this point. The main difference Luxembourg would like to stress is between the standpoint of what they call bourgeois peace enthusiasts, meaning those who want peace without challenging capitalism. So in order to bring peace, the approach, the scientific approach, the socialist approach is to challenge the link between capitalism and militarism. In the accumulation of capital, of course, the background is provided by the incredibly rapid increase, not just in government expense, but in military expense, in particular in Germany. I don't need to come back to the key theoretical premises of this reasoning, namely the fact that primitive accumulation is not just the beginning, the origin, the violent origin of capitalism, but is an ongoing feature of this mode of production, force as a permanent weapon. And so this is also very common. I don't have the time to go into the militarism as an executor of the accumulation of capital, because this is the most common notion. I would like to come to the, I would say, most original contribution of Luxembourg to this debate, namely militarism and military expenditure as a way capitalists try to follow in order to solve or to slow down the internal contradiction between the productive capacities and the consumption capacities. In fact, the capacity of state to collect taxes and to use a part of these taxes in order to buy arms provide a kind of temporary, I would say, temporary solution to this contradiction, in the sense that I read, because it's very interesting, in the form of government contracts for army supplies, the scattered purchasing power of the consumer is concentrated in large quantities, and free of the subjective fluctuations of personal consumption, it achieves an almost automatic regularity and rhythmic growth. Capital production through the legislature and press was, no, scusatemi, capital production, no, capital itself ultimately controls this automatic and rhythmic movement of military production through the legislature and press. Was found is to move sold public opinion. And she assumed that at first sight, this seems to be a sector where it's possible to have an infinite expansion. Of course, it's not true. It's an illusion that capitalists have when they discover this new province of accumulation. So coming to class consciousness, she tried to show that workers, peasants, through taxation, through tariffs, are the main who pay for the military expenditure and are also at the same time the target of militarism in terms of repression, in terms of violence. So this is a critical concept because it not just describes how history works, but provide a link between the everyday experience of violence and oppression by subaltern classes and maybe the mean for developing a class consciousness and the convergence of different class and groups interests, namely workers, peasant in different parts of the world, of course, and soldiers. And these are the three main components of the Soviet. So there is a strong link between theory and preparation of a certain kind of praxis. I don't have the time to come to the Junius pamphlet, but the main point here is to prove that the discourse which was responsible also for the choice of social democratic deputies to vote war credits, namely that the First World War was a defensive war because Germany was assaulted by the others, is completely contradicted by the structural causes of World War II. Marinism, it's a neologism for the great effort the German Empire made in these years to have a first-class naval force, and the experiences of colonization in the Ottoman Empire that also Maria just told us. To conclude, this reconstruction stimulated some questions that I would like to share with you, because there are some assumptions, I would say, in the theoretical model Luxemburg developed, which maybe should be carefully evaluated and maybe adapted to new circumstances. First question, who pays more for military expenditure? Because she construct her model using exclusively indirect taxation. But now we know that this kind of taxation, of course, is still there, but coupled with direct and generally more progressive taxation. And of course, there are also public debts for military spending. So who pays more? Which are current trends in the rate of military expenditure in relation to public expenditure? Are prices in the military sector still negotiated and protected from market competition? This is one of her assumptions. Return on military investments are still comparatively higher than in other sectors, which is the role of technological innovations in the military sector? What is the role of public research as part of public expenditures in the military sector? And last but not least, after having listened to the first section, how to include ecofeminist approaches in the anti-militarism and pacifism. In the line of Rosa Luxemburg, but in fact, it's a perspective she did not use in order to address this specific question. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Federico. And so we have, I think, plenty of time for the debate because luckily we don't have another panel after us. And there is already one question, another one. So maybe we can collect these two and then.
Yeah, thanks a lot for this fantastic panel. Is there Peter or not?
No, Peter left.
Okay, so my first question was for him. So, wow, fantastic. Well, I don't know if it's a Facebook question in the sense that it's a bit complex. Wise in general, social media tends to simplify a lot. So, if it's possible, I would move to the second question. And the second question is for Maria. Let me start by saying that my feeling with reference to chapter 24 of the first volume of Das Kapital is slightly different from yours, in the sense that last year we had a Marxist reading group that was not academic, thanks God. Possibly for this it was good, or at least it was particularly vibrant. It was in Florence. And one of the most discussed chapters was precisely number 24. And at least in my perspective, possibly because I'm a bit younger, or apparently I'm a bit younger, the chapter 24 has been strongly discussed starting from the 70s with scholars such as Immanuel Wallerstein, Robert Brenner, and so on and so forth. And therefore, it's really one of the most discussed chapters. But leaving that aside, my question is about one of the points that you touch in your presentation about the fact that apparently Rosa Luxemburg position that it's possible to have this kind of capitalist expansion as long as there are some parts in the world that are not fully capitalist, runs into some kind of contradiction. I don't believe that this is the case, so I strongly agree with you, but I'm curious to know your position with reference to the classic David Harvey's position about accumulation by dispossession. So I was strongly sympathetic to David Harvey's position for many years. Then at a certain point, not that much. And but I mean, I'm pretty sure that no one is interested with reference to my opinion, much more with yours. So I would like to know your position with reference to the concept of accumulation by dispossession. It was strongly debated also on historical materialism. The journal, for instance, there was a special issue in 2006, if I remember correctly. So if you might say, according to you, what's the relationship between Rosa Luxemburg position and David Harvey's concept of accumulation by dispossession? And thanks a lot.
Se me lo concedete farei la domanda in italiano, se possibile, sono un po' stanca. Allora, la prima in realtà è un commento, nel senso che alla presentazione che hai fatto tu, alla fine hai posto tutta una serie di domande assolutamente rilevanti alle quali mi è venuto spontaneo aggiungere perché il militarismo, così come il pacifismo, non sono più terreni di lotta, perché questo è un dato di fatto. Cioè, io credo che...
Non lotta di massa.
Vabbè, però insomma è una bella differenza, cioè noi di fronte a questa guerra non abbiamo ancora visto praticamente nulla. E l'ultima volta che abbiamo visto milioni di persone in piazza in Italia e nel mondo era per la guerra in Iraq, dopodiché noi non abbiamo visto più nulla di simile. E io credo che le motivazioni dietro a questa cosa siano anche su un piano teorico e politico rilevanti. E in questo caso anche perché la questione delle armi è tutt'altro che semplice da mettere sul piatto. Però appunto questo era solo un commento, non voglio adesso addentrarmi sul presente che non è il tema di oggi, o comunque non, non al centro. E l'altra domanda invece per la professoressa Turchetto, che ringrazio molto per la chiarezza espositiva, perché comunque al di là di tutto quello che si è detto dell'accumulazione di capitale non è un testo semplice in realtà, perché è ricchissimo di cose da comprendere nelle loro sfumature, di attenzione da avere alle parole, ai concetti utilizzati, quindi andrebbe davvero riletto molte volte per trarne tutto quello che è possibile trarne. Mi è venuta in mente una cosa. Innanzitutto io sono perfettamente d'accordo che Luxemburg non era una crollista. Nel senso che non c'è da nessuna parte un ragionamento del tutto deterministico sul fatto che una volta scomparsi gli spazi non capitalistici, il capitalismo cadrà. Anzi, lei è preoccupata della ferocia e della violenza, altrimenti non parlerebbe neppure in quei termini di militarismo, quindi sarebbe una contraddizione in termini. È vero però, questo bisogna concederlo secondo me alla critica, che parla pochissimo della possibilità che a quel punto le classi oppresse avranno di opporsi, nel senso che lei per esempio dice molto esplicitamente a quel punto quelle classi saranno impossibilitate a reagire almeno in un primo momento in quanto devastate, completamente travolte dalla violenza e dalla ferocia del capitale, cosa peraltro che dice con estremo realismo e e non idealisticamente, senza insomma torsioni ideologiche esagerate. Però ecco, poi lì lei non spende più molte parole sul soggetto della lotta. Dopo aver parlato tanto in altri testi della classe operaia e di quello che era necessario fare per la coscienza di classe, è arrivata a quel punto invece non c'è una riflessione su quelle che lei chiama masse non organizzate, quindi una classe operaia che non è classe operaia in realtà, cioè è qualcosa di più, potremmo dire, rubando parole che vengono da autrici molto successive, i subalterni. E lì lei non ha, come dire, evidentemente, come era possibile. E a questo aggiungo un commento rispetto al fatto che lei, per esempio, io penso che oggi non si possa più dire che ci siano spazi non capitalistici da cui il capitalismo estrae. Io non lo penso. Penso però che ci siano condizioni non capitalistiche da cui il capitalismo estrae. Un esempio molto banale, io non sono né un economista né un'esperta di pensiero economico, quindi magari dico anche delle atrocità, però un esempio molto banale è il modo in cui viene trattato il welfare dai governi attuali, un certo ritorno del patriarcato o una certa specifica organizzazione del lavoro in diverse parti del mondo, per cui come dire il capitale riesce sempre più a restringere la parte che gli compete della riproduzione sociale. Questo è una condizione, diciamo, non interamente di mercato. Restringere la parte che dovrebbe pagare lui, cioè la riproduzione, viene lasciata ad un'area che in realtà potremmo dire, non so se con un uso della parola magari non corretto, però non capitalistico, come può essere per esempio il lavoro gratuito delle donne nelle case, eccetera, eccetera. E da questo punto di vista mi ricollego anche al fatto che questa posizione di Luxemburg sia sull'accumulazione marxiana o non marxiana. È anche vero che nei quaderni antropologici Marx parla di condizioni non capitalistiche che hanno, come dire, creato il terreno. Quindi forse le posizioni non sarebbero da mettere così tanto, questo lo dico in generale anche per i panel precedenti, in opposizione quanto in un dialogo più costruttivo. Scusate la lunghezza.
No, se no me la tengo, non è...
No,
ok.
mettila no, magari facciamo un altro giro.
Ok. No, allora, io volevo solo... allora, quando mi riferisco a una delle tesi del professor Bellofiore, che insomma in particolare a quella sul femminismo, no? Luxemburg e il femminismo. E io lo so che questa è spinosa, perché Rosa Luxemburg femminista si sarebbe definita chiaramente. Credo però ci sia anche da intendersi su che cosa vuol dire femminismo, nel senso che il femminismo è una cosa che vuol dire il femminismo e i femminismi è e sono una cosa, due cose che vogliono dire, cioè assumono significati diversi all'interno del periodo storico che abitano, no? Luxemburg è considerata una delle madri del cosiddetto femminismo marxista da alcuni interpreti, no? Proprio perché, sì, nei confronti delle donne borghesi Luxemburg non si esprime proprio per niente in termini positivi, no? E essendo che in quel periodo storico il femminismo è associato alla lotta per l'emancipazionismo e all'ottenimento del voto da parte delle donne, che è un movimento che portano avanti le suffragiste, che sono per la maggior parte donne borghesi, Luxemburg è contro di loro che si scaglia principalmente, no? Allo stesso tempo però, dal testo che lei ha menzionato, quello in cui appunto lei fa riferimento alla ballerina che produce valore, eccetera, no? Che mi pare che sia del 1912, però sto andando a memoria, ok. Lì in realtà, se non mi ricordo male, mi dispiace che Peter sia andato via perché nel Rosa Luxemburg Reader ricordo che c'è proprio tutta la traduzione di questo testo. Lei cioè, arriva a dire questa cosa perché prima dice che in realtà le donne, diciamo che borghesi che praticano lo sfruttamento, no, nei confronti di altre donne, della classe lavoratrice, eccetera, sono una cosa. Però le donne della classe lavoratrice, no, che peraltro sono lì ad ascoltare lei, no, è a loro che lei sta parlando in quel momento, se non mi sbaglio, perché è un discorso pubblico. In realtà quelle donne lì, no, sono sottoposte a una duplice ingiustizia perché non hanno il voto comunque, no? Come non ce l'hanno le donne borghesi. Allo stesso tempo, però, dall'altra parte sono, diciamo, sotto un certo punto di vista economicamente emancipate, che è quello che anche rivendicano le donne borghesi in quel periodo, ma in realtà non sono economicamente emancipate perché sono doppiamente discriminate sul posto di lavoro, perché sono donne dai loro colleghi, perché c'è una gara sull'abbassamento del salario in quanto entrano le donne nella forza lavoro, eccetera, e allo stesso tempo hanno, diciamo, sul groppone, permettetemi il francese, tutto il lavoro di cura che serve per la riproduzione sociale, no? Cioè la riproduzione della classe del proletariato, fanno i figli sostanzialmente e li curano, ecco. E questo lavoro, dice Luxemburg, che è lavoro perché serve al capitale per riprodursi, non è retribuito, no? Non produce plus valore, non produce surplus, scusatemi, e questa cosa qui è un'ingiustizia. Ora, io non dico che Rosa Luxemburg sia Silvia Federici, chiaramente, perché cioè, non è questo il punto, no? E neanche vogliamo dire che Rosa Luxemburg debba essere etichettata come femminista, perché se il femminismo è un'etichetta smette di essere un concetto filosofico e diventa una cosa sufficientemente inutile per quanto mi riguarda. Quello che però secondo me è importante rilevare è che, cioè almeno quello che secondo, non so, che a me pare interessante dell'interpretazione che Luxemburg dà del capitale, no? Dei suoi sistemi di estrazione, di discriminazione, di subordinazione, eccetera, è che lì ci sono delle cose che in quel momento vede solo lei, tra cui questo discorso qui, no? Quindi io non lo so. Cioè, il discorso di dire, cioè, appunto, evidenziare come le donne della classe lavoratrice, è una cosa che fanno lei e Clara Zetkin in quel momento e poche altre, no? Siano sottoposte a una doppia discriminazione. Quindi le donne che in quel momento combattono per il suffragio universale, le donne diciamo borghesi, anche se poi è una definizione che andrebbe complicata, però diciamo borghesi perché lei così dice, no? non sono, cioè, come dire, non hanno il monopolio di che cosa significa emanciparsi in quel momento, perché ci sono anche le donne lavoratrici, per cui emanciparsi vuol dire un'altra cosa, no? A me questo pare molto femminista, nel senso che, cioè, non a caso è una delle madri del femminismo marxista, è una di quelle che un po', diciamo, che lo inventa, no? Quindi in questo senso io non lo so se Rosa Luxemburg è femminista o meno, però io non cerco di farle una violenza quando la leggo con le categorie del femminismo, cerco però di capire se ci sono delle cose lì che possono essere, come dire, teoreticamente rilevanti per il modo in cui riflettiamo adesso su questi temi, no? E secondo me ci sono. Scusate, ho fatto una roba lunghissima.
So we have two more questions, and then I will just stop a moment, let our panelists respond, and then maybe have some more questions, because if not too much. Thank you.
Right, thank you. I'll make them fairly short. I have two questions, one for Riccardo and one for Federico. And the first question is just to clarify your views and your analysis of Rosa Luxemburg on emotions. You write in the abstract that tears are the preoccupation of weakness. Tears are the preoccupation of weakness. And I wonder whether this association of tears with weakness quite fits with the fact that she's constantly shedding tears when appropriate, and she mentions this quite a lot. So it seems that emotionality, whether joy or sorrow, is not necessarily associated with weakness. So I'd like to hear more of your views on that. And for Federico, I just wondered if you'd engaged with feminist foreign policy at all, and whether you could say something about whether Rosa Luxemburg's thought could be helpful for the understanding of the theory of feminist foreign policy, or indeed the practice of it. Because while it's not pacifist, per se, it is very much concerned with analyzing the causes of war and preventing wars. So is inherently anti-militaristic. Many thanks.
Molto brevemente, all'inizio dell'intervento Bellofiore ha detto, ha parlato di collassismo insieme
o crollismo.
Collapsismo è in inglese.
Ok.
Crollismo.
Diciamo, c'è tutto un dibattito oggi in relazione ai movimenti ecologisti che io provo a studiare nel mio dottorato, rispetto a una prospettiva di collapsologie, no? In francese soprattutto. Mi chiedo...
Collasso.
mi chiedevo, visto che anche negli altri interventi la questione, diciamo, guerra, catastrofe mi sembrava in qualche modo centrale in questa dimensione di pensiero, io conosco molto poco questo tipo di pensiero, quindi vi volevo fare una domanda molto basilare in questo senso, sia che cosa si intendeva in senso di collapsism affibbiato insieme allo spontaneismo a Rosa Luxemburg, sia in relazione appunto a questa attualità, in qualche modo, diciamo, richiama alcuni elementi che sono usciti anche appunto dal film e dalle cose che avete detto. Grazie.
So, just to let the panelists respond, Riccardo asks to start. So if you agree, I let him.
So I can say something which are sort of comments or questions to the other two speakers. It's a trick, but it's related.
The more, the merrier.
It's related to the last question, so that's the point. And it's also a curiosity of mine. First to Giulia Longoni. I see that the fact of having defined myself full professor as being influential because as I think I wrote to Sevgi, I prefer to be called more than by surname as comrade, and more than comrade as a worker in the university. It's not simple, because usually the people who teach in university do, in Italy, do not think of themselves as workers. I could be a leftist because I work at Rosa Luxemburg and be an asshole in university. If a professor may say asshole. With a lot of what you have said, I actually agree. In fact, about half of that, I think I already answered. Either I incorporated them in my speech or I answered when I spoke of dialogue. I've spent my life of doing what I call backwards history. The way I treat the authors of the past is to make questions from the moment where I am living. I select what are the key points and I go backwards anachronistically to ask questions to them. But as I said, I don't put the anachronism in the answer. You are absolutely right. The feminism means a lot of things. This usually is contradictory with what many feminists usually say. You did that, I think, once, but maybe not. But usually feminist speaks of the feminism. Some things of il pensiero delle donne. I don't know how to translate it. There are many feminism, and there is also the Marxist feminism. And I don't have any problem to say that a lot of what Luxemburg says is very near to what I think is a good feminism. So I have been influenced by socialist feminism, not the German one,
The French.
not the French one. I love French, but the English, British one and even US of the 60s and 70s. I'm not saying that it's the only thing. It's also feminism which is not breaking completely with the bourgeois feminism. Do I think that Luxemburg would have agreed with that? Probably not, but that's not interesting. There is a lot which is interesting in Marxist feminism. I don't think it is interesting to give a label of feminist to Luxemburg to use it. I would object. I would be not completely sympathetic of saying, oh, I am this kind of feminism, and now I tell you how to use Luxemburg. But when you go to that path, you select quotes, which could be from Luxemburg or from the Bible or from whatever thing. And what you are doing is telling something which is very interesting, but is what you say. You are absolutely right about justice, not double injustice, the double sort of exploitation. What I insisted in my presentation of the points by Luxemburg is that I don't think she cared about injustice. That's not the language of Luxemburg nor of Marx. And what I tried to say is that when talking about care work, which is a work, there is a wonderful book by Tronto, or domestic work, she is quite clear. And the feminism since the mid-70s, it's not clear that that kind of work is unproductive. It is directly unproductive. A completely different thing is to say that what is called social reproduction, a terminology that frankly I don't understand. The reproduction of human beings as the subject which will be exploited. Well, that's a different thing altogether, but that kind of work is active. And I made a move that the next thesis that I think should be appreciated after having destroyed the idea that that kind of work is productive of value. I said that the view of Luxembourg of the productivity of value is related to the idea that the centrality of that productive labor is the economic, is the centrality of economic, which is the scandal of capitalism. That centrality must be destroyed. And this is her terminology, an historical action, so that what proletariat is doing is exactly destroying that madness and that brutality, which does not value more care labor and domestic labor rather than the musical dancer or a metal worker or whatever. Can be wrong, can be not wrong, but that's what I tried to say. I would go beyond that, but I'm not sure that you disagree on this. That her goal was not emancipation. That's part of it. But here is not a problem of property, that kind of, it's a problem of liberation from the condition of oppression and so on. Proselytism, and then lastly, I will answer to Ingrid. When I started writing on Luxembourg, it was very clear that she was evaluated positively by some because she was the spontaneous activity of workers, while others used to say, no, the point is that she collapses, so there is a determinist downfall. And what we, of course, she as a Marxist say that at this point there will be conflicts and revolution. Here I completely agree with Maria that it's not this way. I tried to say why she is not determinist, but she's not collapsist. She is an ambiguous author. We can go there and find a lot of ambiguity because she was ambiguous. Marx was ambiguous. I have the idea now at my age, but it's a couple of decades or three that I think that way, that all the interesting authors are ambiguous. There are some authors who are not, usually useless. But their point on collapse is clear. Since the beginning, she says collapse is a theoretical fiction. The first part is an analytical issue in the theory of capitalist reproduction, which has nothing to do with reality. It ends not, as she says, is a kind of general glut. It ends, if you start from the schemes of reproduction, cannot but be that way, as a disproportionality crisis. Why? Because she wants to communicate that the non-capitalist areas break all the needs of disproportionalities. So it opens the part to the third part of the book, the one that Maria Turchetto positively evaluated, and I agree with her. But if you go to the introduction to political economy, the last 2 or 3 pages, she's talking about that. And she says, oh, but the non-capitalist areas are disappearing. So is this a problem? Oh, no, there is a long way. And I think that there are a lot of non-capitalist areas until now, which are bought by capital, including domestic care, women migrants, and all. And it is not all negative. I prefer to have the dishwasher than not to have it. I, as a human being, even more so if I am a woman. About the issue of militarism, I am very, very quick of this, but that's a curiosity. You, Federico, said 2 things which are quite intriguing, but raise questions. First, Luxembourg against peace enthusiasts. I like that very much. This is, of course, is Papa Francesco, but Papa Francesco is doing his job. It should be in its job description. It is also most of the left, peace enthusiasts. If one says, oh, well, if you have capitalism, until you have capitalism, there will be wars, you can't solve the thing so easily as the anti-capitalist movement does. And then there is the question, could she and Marx be against militarism, or especially wars? I don't think that Marx was that way. By the way, he had only one, Marx, he had only one continuity. Everything which is against Russia is good. Go to war with Russia. The last question is the one most difficult to answer, or most easy. Ingrid, clarify fears and weakness. Let me begin from myself. In 2018, exactly this day or next day, I was operated with cancer. I was almost gone. But as you see, things went okay. There were a thing that maybe it is disappeared, but I don't know, so that for 2 or 3 years in speeches, there were moments in which I was almost breaking to tears. When I spoke about Luxembourg, this was more easy in a class in Turin, where I was invited of the high school. I was almost there 3 or 4 times. I succeeded to avoid. I went to Florence. A wonderful thing about Luxembourg, Liebknecht, etc. I had this paper of mine and was doing this. I was very quick. I never wavered. I never had a problem until the almost last phrase. And I like it very much, my last phrase. I started crying in public. It's online. Luckily, it's not easy to find it, but it's online. And it was very interesting because men and women came to talk with me. Everybody was interested, but the women were very supportive. You know, usually one does not do that, and males usually don't do that. The easy part of my answer is the one that can cancel this personal thing. I think that one thing is to say that personal is political, and another thing altogether different is to say that private is political. Not all that Luxembourg said is personal is political. It's private, which is not political. And I think she know that. That phrase that you quoted from my abstract, it does not have the question marks. But I'm not the one writing that. It is taken from Luxembourg. That's there. It's in there. And she has this thing. She prevendicate air fragility, the attention to the suffering, etc. And she is, as I quoted, hard as steel. That's it. So I don't personally, I don't have problem with tears as weakness. I think that if one does not recognize weakness in the society and in himself or herself, it's not my fellow in the struggle against capitalism or whatever oppression. That's simply my point. I hope to think that Luxembourg was not so different about that. She could be nasty, she could be like any human being, particularly against the showness, showing this kind of sensibility. It depends.
Dunque, a proposito dell'attenzione riservata al capitolo 24esimo del primo libro del Capitale, volevo intanto specificare questo, cioè che quando ho sostenuto che nel marxismo non è stata data sufficiente attenzione a questo capitolo, mi riferivo fondamentalmente al marxismo ortodosso e soprattutto ai marxisti contemporanei a Rosa Luxemburg. In effetti, se andate a vedere autori di quell'epoca, è difficilissimo trovare riferimenti a questo capitolo, se non alla sua parte finale, che appunto è una parte in cui si solleveranno i lavoratori spontaneamente, di nuovo c'è una cosa appunto, mentre i capitalisti grossi mangiano i capitalisti piccoli, insomma c'è una parte trionfale finale, tutt'al più veniva citata quella, ma la ricostruzione dei processi di genesi del modo di produzione capitalistico, io personalmente ho trovato attenzione a questa parte nei marxisti di quell'epoca, solo in Rosa Luxemburg, se proprio devo dirla tutta. Precisato questo, quindi chiaramente nella seconda metà del XX secolo sì, è ripresa a partire direi proprio dal Tusser un forte interesse per questo capitolo e per il problema appunto della di come funziona e procede la storia del capitalismo, e progressivamente sono state abbandonate un pochino quelle idee che vedevano uno sviluppo a fasi, non soltanto nella storia mondiale, nella storia dell'intera umanità, appunto comunismo primitivo, diceva Engels, modo di produzione antico, modo di produzione feudale, modo di produzione capitalistico, appunto poi socialismo e comunismo. Ecco, non soltanto la storia dell'umanità veniva letta dal marxismo ortodosso in questo modo, ma a un certo punto la stessa storia del capitalismo, il quale parte concorrenziale, poi diventa monopolistico, poi diventa capitalismo monopolistico di Stato, e si sta sempre come se fosse quasi l'invecchiamento di un organismo o di un omino che prima è giovane, forte, quindi concorrenziale, poi diventa maturo e quindi monopolistico, più grosso e più forte, ma poi alla fine cammina col bastone dello Stato perché è diventato vecchio, e quindi c'è sempre questa speranza che si tolga di mezzo da solo, che, ribadisco, secondo me Rosa Luxemburg non ha, e in questo sono d'accordo, appunto, anzi è giusto anche osservare che verso appunto nell'accumulazione del capitale è vero che non c'è tutta questa fiducia in una possibile rivolta della classe operaia contro questo sistema. C'è l'allarme di quanto il capitalismo sia catastrofico, ma non c'è questo elemento di speranza che forse invece in altre opere c'è. Bene, detto questo, io appunto penso che l'impostazione appunto non a fasi, questa impostazione degli strumenti di analisi che Rosa Luxemburg ci dà nell'accumulazione del capitale sono tuttora preziosi, e anch'io tendo a collegarli, a vedere una continuità tra la sua analisi e analisi più recenti. Io per la verità non penso tanto a David Harvey, ma penso piuttosto il collegamento che personalmente faccio io, il mio personale percorso almeno è quello di mettere in collegamento Rosa Luxemburg con la corrente, per esempio, ormai dimenticata, ma secondo me della scuola dipendentista latinoamericana, e alla fine con gli autori della scuola, in particolare Righi. Perché questo? Perché anche qui mi riallaccio di nuovo a quello che mi è stato chiesto.
Scusa, tutto Giovanni Arrighi, anche Adam Smith?
No, quello no. Ho già detto a tua moglie che non mi piace. No, sto pensando al lungo XX secolo, naturalmente, giusto? D'ora in poi mi preoccuperò sempre di specificarlo. No, volevo dire che appunto perché questi autori, perché ho messo in linea questi autori, perché appunto secondo me il capitalismo ha sì compiutamente invaso il mondo, ma non per questo appunto ha esaurito le possibilità dell'accumulazione. Perché non le ha esaurite? Perché ha imposto e continua a imporre a ogni sua riconfigurazione uno sviluppo ineguale. Ecco, questa è una cosa che secondo me fa continuare quel tipo di meccanismo anche quando il capitalismo ha compiutamente invaso tutto il mondo. Appunto la scuola dipendentista latinoamericana che ho nominato ha introdotto la categoria di centri e periferie, cioè centri sono i paesi sviluppati e periferie sono i paesi che chiamiamo sottosviluppati, è meglio essere chiari e non dire in via di sviluppo. Ecco, la scuola invece cioè l'opera di Giovanni Arrighi in particolare, ma tutta la scuola un po' del sistema mondo, mette un po' in moto questa divisione in due, centri e periferia, che la scuola dipendentista tendeva un pochino a vedere come fissa e inevitabile. Qui viene messa in movimento, nel senso che non solo nel senso che oltre ai centri e alle periferie ci sono anche le semiperiferie, ma soprattutto nel senso che centri, periferie e semiperiferie cambiano nel tempo, cioè ci sono riconfigurazioni del capitalismo che passano tra l'altro generalmente attraverso guerre sempre più distruttive, e che ricompongono, diciamo così, il quadro dello sviluppo ineguale del capitalismo. Ecco, io credo che sia soprattutto questo, per tornare a un'altra domanda che mi è stata fatta, che ecco, più che spazi non capitalistici, forse certamente ai tempi di Rosa Luxemburg c'erano ancora, e non sottovalutiamo il fatto che qualcosa esiste ancora adesso ed è oggetto di violenza e di espropriazione forzata. Ma appunto non individuerei tanto il settore del lavoro gratuito delle donne, ma individuerei come meccanismo che sorregge tuttora l'accumulazione e lo sviluppo ineguale. Questo sviluppo ineguale che man mano si riconfigura, ripeto, anche attraverso guerre. Questa mi sembra la linea così che Rosa Luxemburg ha aperto e sulla quale io credo si possa proseguire ottenendo qualche risultato rispetto alla conoscenza di come funziona questo sistema che continua a stupirci proprio per la sua sopravvivenza.
Anch'io rispondo alle prime almeno in italiano per l'ora. No, rispetto alla questione che ponevi, che la dimensione di massa dell'antimilitarismo ci sembra appannata, ci sembra insufficiente rispetto all'emergenza, e questo è un dato. Io penso che questo testimoni il successo del militarismo come ideologia, cioè la guerra è tornata ad essere un normale strumento di risoluzione delle controversie internazionali, e il diritto, lo dico da filosofo del diritto, viene completamente stralciato, non esiste più, è sospeso. E poi l'uso che io faccio, tento di fare di questa appunto matrice teorico-critica, ci dice che non basta avere categorie per leggere la realtà, perché molte delle categorie che hanno una vaga assonanza marxiana dietro appunto la spesa militare è abbastanza un patrimonio diffuso. Tutti sanno che dietro la costruzione di una nuova base militare c'è qualcuno che naturalmente fa i suoi affari, ma questo non si accompagna più a una coscienza di classe. Per questo ho trovato molto interessanti le parti del testo in cui invece, attraverso questo meccanismo della tassazione, ma noi potremmo dire della spesa sociale che viene convertita in spesa militare, si può riattivare una coscienza di classe. Per cui la classe operaia è sia quella che paga che quella che subisce le conseguenze. E dunque l'esperienza del militarismo potrebbe essere una di quelle esperienze, no, come lo sfruttamento, che fanno scattare appunto la coscienza di essere dominati e di potere, dovere cambiare lo stato di cose presenti. E poi ci vuole, io sono d'accordo con quello che dicevano i miei compagni, co-panelist, compagni di tavolo, diciamo così. Compagni di tavolo. Cioè che Rosa Luxemburg credeva nel partito, non era il partito di avanguardia, non era il partito leninista, non era il partito militare, si può dire, di Lenin. Era un altro era un partito di massa che doveva interfacciarsi in maniera molto dialettica, potremmo dire una dialettica come se ne parlava dopo Genova, partito, partiti, movimenti. Cioè, serve l'organizzazione, ma il movimento ha le sue dinamiche. E anche questo non c'è più, perché noi non abbiamo più un partito, voglio dire, avercelo oggi, un partito pure suicida e traditore come la SPD, però con un minimo di riferimenti al marxismo, che ha quella dimensione di massa. Noi non l'abbiamo più. E dunque, voglio dire, mancano le altre due gambe. C'è la guerra, c'è il militarismo, ma manca la coscienza di classe e manca una struttura politica organizzata. E dunque, questo un po', io mi spiego così, l'assenza di una protesta continua per quello che sta succedendo. E poi mi è piaciuto molto anche il passaggio di Rosa Luxemburg sui media, cioè noi viviamo, almeno in Italia, non so com'è in altri paesi, in una continua propaganda di guerra a favore di una parte e contro l'altra, ma non perché siamo appunto memori di Marx che diceva giustamente dal suo punto di vista in quell'epoca lì contro la Russia sempre e comunque perché era la roccaforte dello zarismo. Però diciamo non è così che si può effettivamente sviluppare una coscienza antimilitarista, iniziando a parteggiare, no, da una parte piuttosto che dall'altra. Allora, abbiamo chiarito che Rosa Luxemburg non crede nel crollo, però individua le condizioni arrivate alle quali non è più possibile l'accumulazione. Ora, io chiedo piuttosto ai miei colleghi che sicuramente conoscono tutta l'opera omnia più di me, ma non mi pare che al di là di una, diciamo, evocazione di uno scenario di necessario cambiamento e di ruolo della classe operaia, proprio perché dovrebbe essere il soggetto passivo nel senso di dominato, ma anche quello che ha un'altra visione del mondo, in cui finalmente il primato dell'economia viene superato. A parte questi riferimenti, ci sarà una catastrofe, serie di catastrofi, periodiche catastrofi, cioè è una catastrofista, quello sì. Individua, diciamo, un meccanismo che, voglio dire, inceppandosi, eleva sempre di più il livello del conflitto e del livello di violenza. Però che da questo ci sia il passaggio, diciamo, a qualcos'altro di diverso, in lei non è affatto scontato, in cui per questo giustamente non è da considerare una determinista e neanche, diciamo, una profetessa della classe operaia. È molto, molto laica, molto realista in questo. Però ci sono molti elementi e secondo me il lavoro da fare oggi è quello di mettere insieme, e qui I may also provide a slight answer to your question, try to let converge different kind of struggles. So anti-capitalist struggles, climate struggles, feminist struggles. I would say that Luxembourg provide us with categories, both analytical and political, which stress the need, the intrinsic need of a convergence of these different kind of struggles. And this is what we see now, efforts to converge. And I would say that this is one of the main lessons which could be still of some utility to us as comrades, and not just as scholars. Concerning your specific question, I don't know if Luxembourg deals in some part of her work with international politics in a kind of feminist way. In this text I wrote for this presentation, there is no mention of women, because militarism is a synonymous to men. It's very gender driven as a sector, but this could be the opportunity to have a critical point of view. If militarism is something related to masculinism and sexism, so women could be more open to some kind of criticism of militarism. But this is not Luxembourg. This is just me trying to make sense of your question.
So at least for me, the question and answers provide new questions and new comments and new answers, but we will not address it now because we will see tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock in Scuola Normale, just here in Piazza dei Cavalieri, Sala Stemmi. And so I think that yes, and before at dinner, but I was just telling for the academic things. Thank you, Sevgi and Giulia, for all your work today and preparing this conference, and thank you all panelists. It's great panel.
Okay, good morning, everybody. We are quite late, but it was early in the morning, and we are waiting to people to join us. Welcome to our second day conference of Rosa Luxemburg. Our topic will be subjects and agents, political parties, organization, social movements. We continue to discuss how much Rosa Luxemburg's thoughts are relevant to today's social and political movements, and how much Rosa Luxemburg's description of subjects can help us to understand today's movement. I will begin with Ingrid Sharp from University of Leeds. She will talk about the role of women as revolutionaries like Rosa Luxemburg in the revolutionary uprisings. Focusing on Rosa Luxemburg revolutionary theories, she will look for the answers to some questions such as what were the possibilities for women's participation in the November Revolution in Germany in 1918-1919 and for shaping the post-revolutionary order. What changes in our understanding of revolution if we include women in the story and take them seriously revolutionaries? So before giving the floor to her, I thank her to be here with us. Just very quick information about her. She is a professor of German cultural and gender history at the University of Leeds and incoming senior researcher for the Elizabeth List Fellowship Program for Gender Research Project called War, Welfare and Gender Politics in the First World War, Local and Global Dimensions. She earned her bachelor's and master's degree in German language and philosophy at the University of Oxford, her postgraduate certification in education at the University of York, and was awarded her PhD from the University of Leeds in gender, cultural representation, and the First World War. Ingrid Sharp has held a variety of senior positions at the University of Leeds, such as a subject leader for German and director of the postgraduate studies. She is currently chair of the examination group for postgraduate research degrees. So in her research, she focuses on gender-specific issue in the context of pacifism and war resistance, as well as on the history of female activism in the context of the First World War. So I'm giving the floor to Ingrid, and thank you again.
Thank you so much for the invitation to take part in this stimulating conference. I'm really looking forward to picking up some of the conversations and discussions that we started yesterday. Sono davvero felice di essere qui. Rosa Luxemburg tells us that to understand revolution, we must look at what actually happens during mass strikes and uprisings, rather than measuring these events unfavorably against the theory. And in previous papers in my latest collaborative book project, I've asked what roles women played in the German Revolution and what changes in our understanding of revolution if we take women seriously as political actors. And these are the chapters. It's available for free online, so I'm not trying to sell you anything. I just thought you might want to see some of the other people who I was working with. In my paper today, I go beyond this. I'll look at the key role played by women revolutionaries as a fact of the November Revolution of 1918 to 19 in Germany. I'll ask why women as agents of the revolution have not been more visible to historians and theoreticians, and show how taking them seriously as revolutionary forces widens our understanding of revolution in ways that align with Rosa Luxemburg's ideas about the way mass strikes and revolutionary uprisings work in practice. Now, Luxemburg wrote about revolution in several of her publications, and her position has been discussed and summarized yesterday. But I'm going to ask us for your indulgence, and I'm going to summarize them very briefly and slightly simplify them today. So this is from a talk she gave on December the 31st, 1918, when she addressed the newly founded German Communist Party. So revolutions are not politically led. They can't be artificially created by party leaders, but can only arise out of existing social, economic, and political conditions and are led by the masses. The relationship between economic and political causes and motivations are independent and they can't be separated. A strike, as we heard yesterday, can move fluidly from local and economic to political triggers and demands and back again. Revolution centers strikes and direct struggle. The leadership of the party may be needed to shape and guide the revolution into its most productive forms, but they cannot set a timetable for revolution nor stop it when it's underway. Political consciousness comes about not through schooling and pamphlets, only in and through the struggle. And in the Unius pamphlet of 1915, she wrote that world peace is necessary for socialism, just as socialism is necessary for world peace. So, in order to find the living pulse beat of the revolution and its most powerful driving wheel, we must look beyond the events of November the 9th, which Rosa Luxemburg called weak and incomplete, and beyond party elites, looking instead at grassroots resistance in the form of anti-war agitation and economic unrest, the strikes, the protests, the food riots, over a much broader time frame, a broader range of spaces, and with a wider understanding of what revolutionary activism looks like. So my focus today is on women's role in revolutionary activism and their role in creating the social and political context
in which the spark of revolution was able to catch fire in Germany in November 1918. In German historiography, revolution has been represented as a very male affair. The Friedrich Ebert Foundation put together a bibliography of 321 publications up to 2018, and only 21 of those, that's under 7%, were by or about women. Many scholars either entirely ignore or explicitly deny the relevance of women's participation to an understanding of that revolution. Historians have excluded women too, by narrowly concentrating on those revolutionary arenas such as the armed forces, socialist leadership, and revolutionary councils, where very few women are to be found. And they have relied on male accounts that are demonstrably partial, privileging male experience and excluding the women. So we know that only a tiny proportion of women manage to gain access to official roles. Research suggests about 4 to 5% of the Rita, the Soviets in Germany, were women. But these small numbers are very significant because women faced barriers that were simply not an issue for men. German historians, too, have interpreted the revolution in many ways, and they've asked the following questions about it. Was it a revolution at all? Was it a failure? Why was it a failure? And did democratic socialism betray the revolution? But until very recently, there's been little interest in exploring the social and cultural aspects or the context in which the revolution took place. And this is where women are more likely to be active. So where do we find these revolutionary women? Well, the first place is fairly obvious, the Socialist Party. Despite the hostile environment for women in that party, some managed to achieve leading roles. Alongside Rosa Luxemburg, we find, for example, Clara Zetkin, Louisa Zietz, and especially Zetkin is very important in the anti-war movement. She took the lead in coordinating women's international anti-war activism throughout the war. We also find them in trade unions. Although few women made it to leadership positions, there were women like Toni Zender in Frankfurt, who was engaged in peace activism and agitation, and she seized the opportunity for revolution when it came. And maybe unexpectedly, we find them in the radical element of the feminist movement, such as leader Gustava Heimann and Anita Augsburg. So despite the idea of a clean break between feminists and socialists, these groups did work together in revolutionary activism. They formed a joint association in Munich during the period of the Soviet Republic, the Räterepublik, and made common cause there. We also find them amongst the mass of working class women. Working class women openly defied the authorities during the war, and this is reflected in the high number of female convictions for protests, rising from 187 women before the war to 1,028 women in 1917. And you can see the picture that these women who are queuing for food are being watched closely by policemen just in case a riot breaks out. You can also see that women from all classes are rubbing shoulders. They all had to queue for food. And during these hours and hours of waiting, they were talking to one another and they were getting really quite angry. And often these food queues broke into food riots. They also took part in strikes. In 1916, 62% of all strikers were women, rising to 75% by 1917. And they also formed the majority of the protesting crowds on the streets. So following Luxemburg's suggestion to look at the base, if you want to understand how revolutions happen, I'm going to focus on two women you're unlikely to know. I have written about these in the Jacobin, so maybe someone has read that. But otherwise you might not know them, and show how their actions shaped the revolutions locally and what their cases tell us about women's role in revolution. This first one, Martha Riedel. Now, she was only 15 in 1918, and her youth and her gender were very helpful to the cause. As she later recalled, no one noticed the young girl who flitted about like a sparrow. She was based in Kiel, where the revolution started, moving from the sailors over to the crowds, and Riedel played a really important role in this. She carried information between the dispersed revolutionary groups, allowing them to coordinate. She was very young, but she was already a committed socialist, and she was willing to fight for her vision of a fairer society and for a world without war. Riedel went on to live a highly political life on the left of German politics. Although her contribution was marginalized both at the time and in his subsequent historical narrative, she was interviewed in later life as an eyewitness to the events, not as a participant, but as someone who saw what happened. The interviews are a problematic source because the interviewer's assumptions lead the conversations in particular directions, often returning to the activities of the male revolutionaries and not really giving Riedel space to reflect on her own role. She was also interviewed very late in life. You see, she died in 1992, and the recorded interviews were in 1990 and 1991, when she was already in her late 1980s. So what Riedel's case shows us is how pivotal the roles played by marginal actors can be. As a schoolgirl, she was invisible to the counter-revolutionary forces. Her messages between the isolated groups that made it possible for them to coordinate were very, very important. And as a pretty young girl, she was able to charm information from a young man on the enemy side and pass that on without arousing any suspicions. She was running through the streets with illicit letters, and this was extremely dangerous. She was at risk of capture by counter-revolutionary forces, as well as from a stray bullet. What prompted her to take these risks was socialist convictions, commitment to her cause, just the same as any of the men who were there with guns. In Munich, Hilda Kramer's life is far better documented, ironically, mainly because the police kept such extensive records of her and confiscated her papers and her letters. So, and there are also verbatim reports of her various trials, as well as her own memoirs. Born into a bourgeois family, Kramer was sent to board at the age of 11 with the non-conforming Ketzler family when both her parents died. She spent 5 formative years with them and absorbed their ideas about social justice and anti-militarism, as well as meeting key figures in the German socialist movement. And these included Karl Liebknecht's sons, who spent time there. And this put her at odds with her remaining family. Both her uncle and her brother-in-law more or less cut her off, didn't want any more to do with her when they understood her views. In 1915, she set out her anti-war sentiments in a letter to her patriotic brother-in-law, and he was horrified. She was abruptly removed from the Ketzler's influence. She was sent to an elite boarding school for young ladies in Munich and completed her education there. But the damage was done. Kramer remained fully committed to a revolutionary socialist worldview for the rest of her life. And the skills that she learned in that elite school were very useful to the socialist world revolutionary cause. In 1918, Kramer was at the center of events in Munich. She wrote the revolutionary flyers, and this is a picture of one with her signature on it, as well as a couple of other, Erich Musam and Josef Merl. She wrote the flyers, and she discussed strategy with the revolutionary leaders. She was one of the few women who was sent to Berlin as a delegate of the International Communists in December in 1918, so she will have heard that speech. In 1919, she was arrested in January, imprisoned in May, tried for high treason, which carried a death penalty, in July, but she was exiled from Bavaria in November. so quite a busy year for Hilde Kramer. She continued her fight for social justice in Moscow, and from 1937 onwards, she was in exile in Britain, where she contributed to drawing up the British National Health Service Act in 1946, which is currently being dismantled. She gained useful skills, as I say, her various paid positions in the party. She was secretary to various revolutionary figures like Rudolf Egelhofer, Karl Radek, and Michael Borodin. And she was also translator and interpreter. Notably, she co-authored the report of the Second International Conference in Moscow in 1920. As a Comintern employee, she moved between Moscow and Berlin, often via illegal routes under false papers. She accepted a contingent life of very little money, great instability, and poor health, with a threat of prison and worse. She was often forced to live separately from her husband and to leave her young child for months at a time. Her commitment to the cause is in no doubt. We know this through her writings as well as through her life. She dedicated her life to socialism at the age of 18. She wrote that she took the long view. She said she was sitting in prison for the generations to come. She was sacrificing her present for the future of others. In her poem published in Die Aktion, The Time Will Come, she showed her complete faith in the world revolution, and she embraced her own identity as a world revolutionary. There's also testimony by the KPDO, which is a communist splinter party that she joined once she was expelled from the main Communist Party in 1929. And they called her a comrade whose loyalty to the proletarian revolution is beyond any doubt, a founder member of the Spartacus League who always carried out her duty to the party conscientiously. So what does her case illustrate? She's a perfect example of Rosa Luxemburg's view that the growth of consciousness comes through direct action rather than dry theory. And as was quoted yesterday by the living political school, by the fight and in the fight. Kramer herself wrote she could never understand Marxist theory, especially the economics. Her revolutionary activism was motivated, she said, by feeling and not by knowledge. But it also illustrates women's exclusion from historical accounts. Kramer was important enough to be arrested, tried for a capital offence, and exiled. We know that she worked closely with revolutionaries such as Ernst Toller, but he never mentions her once in all his writing. This is a pattern in which men don't record even the presence of the handful of women who were in the room with them. And this alone should make us skeptical when using male eyewitness accounts as our only sources. Men have a very strange sight defect where they only see each other. Maybe it was her secretarial role that made her invisible. A secretary is so often seen just as the woman who writes down the ideas of the men, yet it's clear that Kramer contributed to policy, and her work in shaping the conference reports went well beyond mere transcription. In order to be trusted with sensitive material, secretaries had to be loyal, committed, and discreet. Kramer was chosen for her roles because she was known to be all those things and fully willing to give her life to the cause. Her account in her memoirs, only available in German, I'm afraid, illustrates some of the problems of the women on the left. Like Luxemburg herself, she was never a feminist in our sense. She didn't complain, she recorded. Despite a gender progressive party program and a strong women's presence, many socialist leaders held unexamined patriarchal views about politics as a masculine sphere. And among other things, Kramer faced a lack of facilities. As the only woman in many situations, there were no toilet facilities for her. And the men made such a fuss about finding them that she was constantly embarrassed. I mean, she was 20 in 1920 and having to tell all the men in the room that she needed to go to the toilet. She faced sexual harassment as well. Her role as secretary to Borodin included the expectation that she would sleep with him. And she writes how annoying this rumor was because he was telling people she was sleeping with him. It was widely believed by comrades whose opinion she valued. She wanted to be seen as a politician, as a revolutionary, and she was seen as Borodin's mistress. These and other incidents subtly signaled, or maybe not so subtly, that women were out of place, their needs were not taken into account, and that their usefulness was subordinated to their physical attractions. Like so many communists fighting for world revolution, she accepted her disrupted nomadic lifestyle, the physical discomfort, the unhygienic circumstances, the threat of typhoid, the constant hunger, and her separation from her family and her friends. But as a woman, she faced other difficulties too. She lost her German nationality when she married in 1924, and she wasn't able to gain British citizenship until 1937, leaving her stateless at a very dangerous time in German history, a dangerous and precarious life under the Nazis, while her husband and son, on their passports, were both able to live abroad. So, my conclusion, it's important to remember these women who are so often missed out of the account of the German Revolution. Firstly, for ethical reasons, many of these women, as I've outlined, made considerable sacrifices for their cause. Some were killed in the fighting or were, like Rosa Luxemburg, brutally executed for their activism. Others, like Karma, spent precarious lives running from persecution of one sort or another, and they deserve our notice. Secondly, for sound historiographical reasons, writing women's political activism back into history is not just an addendum to the story, it changes it fundamentally. And thirdly, for ourselves, to understand how we can bring about radical change. Without the women, we have a partial and distorted view of how revolutions happen. And this feeds into an incomplete theory of revolution. And it makes us make the same mistakes again and again. Rosa Luxemburg's exhortation to look at the base, to observe what actually happens during periods of revolutionary upheaval, rather than imposing theory on events, gives us a framework to make women and other marginalized agents of the revolution visible, which is a necessary step in our understanding of how radical change can happen. Grazie per la vostra attenzione.
Thank you very much for this amazing presentation. I really didn't know this woman, and you are right. We have to remember this woman, and your research and other research similar. I think they will help us to remember not only Rosa Luxemburg but also the woman, revolutionaries, women like Rosa Luxemburg. Now there is a very small change in the program because I just received a mail from one of our speakers because he doesn't feel very good for the health problem, and I am sending from here my solidarity for him. I hope he will get better very soon. Brett will be not here with us this morning, but we hope he will be get better for taking care of himself. And so now I will give the floor to Cecilia. Just a very quick presentation of Cecilia. Cecilia and Maria del Carmen San Martin from together they will make the presentation from University of the Republic Uruguay. I thank you so much. You are come such a long trip and you are now here with us. But Maria del Carmen San Martin will not be here with us. Instead of Maria del Carmen, Cecilia will present their paper. So their The title of their presentation is Rosa Luxemburg and the Critique of Reformism in the Socialist Movement. They are going to talk about Rosa Luxemburg critiques of reformism in social movements in relation to Uruguay social democracy in the 21st century. Maria Cecilia Cardenas, she had a master's degree in social service from the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro, doctor in social sciences with specialization in social work from the University of Republic. She is associate professor of the Department of Social Work of the Faculty of Social Sciences of the University of the Republic. Coordinator of the work studies group of the Department of the Social Work. The doctoral thesis was entitled Of Marxisms and Feminisms, the Diffusion of Marxism in Uruguay from the Approach to Humane Question. The most recent publication was Clara Zetkin's contribution to socialist and feminist frameworks. Just a brief information also for the Maria del Carmen San Martin. She had degree in social work from the Faculty of Social Science of the University of the Republic and the master degrees in social work from the same faculty. The master's thesis was entitled Debate on the Social Issue in the Socialist Movement, Analysis of the Reformist Perspective from the polemic between Bernstein and Rosa Luxemburg. She is associate professor of the Department of Social Work and co-coordinator of the work studies group of the Department of Social Work. So now I will give the floor to Cecilia, but you have presentation, no?
Okay. First of all, sorry for my English. Then many times. Okay. Many thanks to the organizer for allowing me to participate in this conference. For me, it is a precious opportunity to rediscover the life and work of Rosa Luxemburg. For today, with Maria, we set out to recover Rosa Luxemburg's criticism of reformism in the socialist movement because we understand that it is fully valid. We review some of the arguments that Luxemburg raised in her criticism of the reformist thought of Edward Bernstein. Then we expose the particularity of the socialist tradition in Uruguay. Finally, we came to the present to think about the limits of social reform under the governments of the left party in Uruguay. First, as we know, within the framework of the expansion of the monopoly capitalism in the end of the 19th century, the social movement of a revolutionary and internationalist sign changed orientation and adopt the reformist strategy proposing the establishment of socialism as an accumulation of gradual and progressive reforms within the framework of national states. Why? Why this ideological shift? In the first place, it must be considered the emergence of the labor aristocracy as a segment of the specialized workers whose interests were opposed to a revolutionary projection. Secondly, there was a growing process of democratization of politics and integration of social democratic parties in the parliamentary structures. Thirdly, the imperialist expansion of the central capitalist countries was carried out at the cost of deploying a conciliatory policy with the national working classes, and at the same time, an aggressive colonial policy with the working classes of their colony or semi-colonies. This corrosion of the material basis of the international worker solidarity marked the passage towards nationalist reformism as a general tendency of the socialist movement. The so-called revisionist tendency had different expressions and turning points. Its clearest expression was the publication of the German social democratic leader Edward Bernstein,
known as the premise of socialism and the task of social democracy in 1899. Bernstein maintained that capitalists showed a growing capacity for adaptation and attenuation of general crises. He stated that the formation of monopolies, contrary to demonstrating the concentration and centralization of capital, implied an increase in the number of capital owners and was advantageous compared to the anarchic competition. He also highlighted the permanence of the middle class and the improvement of the economic and political situation of the working class, contrary to the tendency toward the impoverishment of the working class described by Marx in his law of capital accumulation. He foresaw an evolution of the form of the state in a democratic sense, which would lose its class character, and therefore he was opposed to illegal political methods and the very idea of the dictatorship of the proletariat. For Bernstein, union struggles for better working conditions could reduce the profit of capital and achieve a less unequal distribution of the surplus product. He affirmed that the protective labor legislation could even nullify the consequences of the capitalist economic development. The role of the Socialist Party was to concentrate on obtaining the maximum reforms in collaboration with other parties and to organize the working class so that it spreads its influence over other social classes. The achievement of the socialist society would be the result of an evolutionary process through legal and parliamentary political struggle. According to Waldenberg, the attenuation of class conflicts that Bernstein foresaw not only reflects his optimism, but also his approach to an ethical socialism. Calling for return to Kant's philosophy, Bernstein argued that socialism should be affirmed as a political objective founded in moral grounds. He defined socialism as an organizing liberalism. Democracy is at the same time a means and an end. It is the means for the struggle for socialism, and it is the form of realization of socialism, Bernstein said. In the text Reform or Revolution, Rosa Luxemburg stated that the entire theory of Bernstein was reduced to advise to abandon the social revolution and to turn social reforms into an end of the class struggle instead of conceiving them as a means for the struggle. Luxemburg emphasized that it was not possible for capitalists to develop an adaptation capacity, as Bernstein affirmed, that would allow it to travel a path that was not its decadence and general crisis. She maintained that monopolies couldn't exercise any regulation of capitalist production, as Bernstein said. She revealed that Bernstein approached the capitalist relationship as a matter linked to legal property. She said, Bernstein transferred the question of socialism from the sphere of production to the sphere of patrimonial relations. That is, from the relation between capital and labor to the relation between rich and poor. By considering that the anarchy of the capitalist economy could be controlled by legal regulations, Bernstein fell into one of the fundamental errors of bourgeois economics. Luxemburg maintained to consider that the mode of production and the mode of distribution are independent of each other. She criticized the orientation suggested by revisionism to focus the socialist struggle on parliamentary democratic conquests, separate from the struggle for the conquest of political power. For her, the legal route could not eliminate the class antagonists whose roots were found in the social relation of production. Consider labor law as an instrument of social control and a piece of socialism within bourgeois society, as Bernstein considered, was a great mystification because far from being a threat to capital exploitation, it was simply a regulation of it. Nor could union be an instrument against the exploitation of labor. Its field of action is essentially limited for the fight for wage increase and the reduction of working hours, that is, to regulate capitalist exploitation according to the market conditions. Union action is impotent in front of the processes that determine that the accumulation of capital continually generates a contingent of unemployed and the relative impoverishment of the working class. It was not feasible either to weaken the contradiction between capital and labor that would lead to an improvement in the living condition of the entire working class in international perspective. By denying the development of the tendencies inherent in capital, Bernstein removes the material basis for the socialist program and places it on idealist basis. Luxemburg also criticized the Bernsteinian expectation of an uninterrupted evolution of democracy and argued that there is no necessary link between the advance of democracy and the development of capitalism. To show the downward trend of democracy, Luxemburg mentioned world politics with its propensity for growing militarism and the decline of liberal position of the bourgeoisie in front of the advance of the labor movement. For Luxemburg, it was not a question of choosing between reform and revolution because there was an inseparable link within them. The debates on revisionism and reformism that took place within the Second International had their echoes in the European socialist press since the beginning of the 20th century. I am interested in highlighting the influence of the reformism on European socialist movement. But first I must locate the economic and political situation of the country. Can you have the next? In the first half of the 20th century, the process of the capitalist modernization starting the country was consolidated with a democratic, liberal economic and political model laid by the national bourgeoisie under the governments of the leader of the Colorado Party, José Valle Ordóñez. The democratic politics of the Fascismo maintains its influence on the national political life until end of the 60s and was based on the use of tools by the state to redistribute income and ensure a high level of social consensus. Uruguay was the first country in Latin America that approved the 8-hour law. In 1913, divorce by the sole will of women was approved. In 1917, the separation of church and state was established. In 1930, it is one of the most industrialized countries in Latin America, and in 1950, is the Latin American country with the highest per capita income. This liberal reformism was developed within the framework of the oligarchy-dependent productive structures. The basis of the industrial growth depend on the cyclical increase in exports. The national economy has always remained under the economic domination and political pressures of the imperialist powers. During the fascista governments, some political measures act to the detriment of power pool, opened the way for other foreign capital, mainly North American. In this national framework, the Socialist Party was found in 1910. The party tended to position itself to the left of the spectrum of the Second International to which it was attached. The socialists and the fascistas united as progressive forces against the landed aristocracy represented by the National Party and against the Catholic Church. When the First World War broke out, and after the breakup of the International, the Socialist Party condemned the European parties that gave in to the workers' internationalism. The socialist press highlighted the figures of Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht, whose parliamentary speech against the war credits was transcribed. After the Russian Revolution, the Uruguayan socialists made explicit their opposition to anti-communist reformism and decided to join the Third International. In 1921, the split took place. The acceptance of the famous 21 conditions by the socialist majority led to founding the Communist Party. The minority remained with the program of the Socialist Party and adhered to the so-called 2.5 International. The revisionist heterodoxy penetrated deep into the thought of the leader of the Socialist Party, Emilio Frugoni. For him, revisionism was a rectification or abandonment of the dead branch of Marx's ideology. He integrated the parliament in successive legislatures between 1910 and 1922. He promoted the fight for women's civil and political rights hand in hand with the socialist feminist Paolina Luisi. Both Paolina Luisi and Emilio Frugoni emphasized the moral dimension of social relations and approached idealistic philosophical tendencies. Like Bernstein, they conceived the transition to socialism and evolution. The Socialist Party had to adopt the evolutionary tactic of gradual reforms. Labor laws and social reforms would be advances of socialist society, transitional measures to socialism. Today, it is possible to identify the presence of a broad set of conceptions of founding reformists as support for current political practice in our country, with programs that have democratic reforms within the capitalism and their central axis in order to achieve equality. This is the case of the progressive governments of the Latin America Southern Cone at the beginning of the 21st century, and in particular of the broad front governments in Uruguay between 2005 and 2019. As in the rest of Latin America, the process of industrial expansion had entered a crisis in the 1950s, when the favorable condition of trade changed and the industry lost its base of support. Under neoliberal prescription of the International Monetary Fund in the 1960s, the government implements a regressive redistribution of income and systematically suppressed the opposition. The Broad Front was founded in 1971 as a left-wing political front that brought together various tendencies: communists, socialists, liberals, Christian Democrats. The economic crisis ended up channeled toward the coopted 1973. Under the aegis of the United States, the military dictatorship was established in the region: Brazil, Chile, Argentina, Uruguay. In the 1970s, Uruguay will be a pioneer in the application of first-generation neoliberal reforms, those aimed at financial and commercial liberalization. The concentration of income during de facto government reduced the real wage 50% of what it was before. The democratic opening in 1985 introduced the old conciliatory policy, but now framed in a much more conservative order. The Colorado Party and the National Party form a parliamentary coalition, and quite coincident, more or less, in neoliberal politics, they governed together. At the beginning of the new millennium, the Southern Cone exposed a severe recession, brutal financial crisis, and poverty. In this context, the Broad-Fronted Party came to the government in 2005. A moderate reformist project acquires hegemony at the internal of the party. The highlights of the social policy of the period were progressive tax reform, health reform, increased public investment in education, money transfer and social assistance programs to the poorest social strata. During the presidency of Pepe Mujica, the guarantee of various civil rights was achieved, as the legalization of civil union and adoption for homosexual couples and the legalization of abortion. However, social inequality shows high levels. If we consider the source of income, the strong concentration of capital income stands out. The process of concentration and foreign appropriation of land are underway intensively. There is an increasing incorporation of finance capital in the agriculture business world. We think that it is essential to recover the founding debates on reformism, to warn the limits of social reform proposed by the Broad Front. It is necessary to combat the mystification that comes with a proposal that aims to achieve social equality through partial measures. As Rosa Luxemburg critique of Bernstein illuminates, democratic advances have no change of being irreversible, sustained in bourgeois society. The neoliberal offensive of the National Party government since 2020 clearly illustrates the fragility of democratic politics in the capitalist order, a fragility that is exacerbated in the case of peripheral economies. I forget this. I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah, that's okay.
Okay, thank you, Cecilia, for your presentation. I think we will have many things to discuss about revisionism and reformism, also related to today. And now I will give the floor Gianni Dal Panta from Scuola Normale Superiore. Gianni Dal Panta is a postdoc research fellow at the Scuola Normale Superiore in France. His main research interest focuses on political regimes, mobilization from below, and revolutions. He has published in journals such as Government and Opposition, Democratization, Contemporary Politics, and Middle East Critic. He is also the author of the Egitto tra rivoluzione e controrivoluzione di Piazza Tahrir al colpo di Stato di una borghesia in armi. In 2019, he published. He is currently working on the new book, tentatively titled Revolutions in North Africa, exploring revolutionary process in Tunisia, Egypt, and Algeria. Finally, he is one of the founders of Hegemonia, which is an independent theoretical magazine that gives an internationalist and socialist perspective. Last year, he co-organized a reading group on the first volume of Karl Marx, Capital in Florence, which attracted dozens of young activists. And also, I remember you did reading group on Rosa Luxemburg. No, some. And now he is going to talk about the mass strikes as a tool to change the world today. In his presentation, he tries to compare with 2010s witnessed the largest wave of mass movements, why they didn't lead a radical transformation of existing capitalist society. So I'm now giving the floor to Gianni. I'm really very glad to have you. And we will share the.
Yeah, thanks a lot. As you can distinctively see here, the old guard that I mean, Donatella Della Porta and Riccardo Bellofiore are still much better than me in producing PowerPoint presentation. Very sorry for this. But a few years ago, I discovered a small party in Switzerland that is the anti-PowerPoint party. I joined the party, not really, but I would like to. It's a fantastic party, I'm pretty sure. So, I mean, we are not forced to do PowerPoint presentation, but in this case, I really hope that it might be useful for the fact that there are some quotes from Rosa Luxemburg, and I don't want to read the entire quote. So if you want, you can have a look there. Otherwise, it doesn't matter. Many thanks to, should I speak closer to the micro? Okay, thanks. I'm not really used to speak in micro. Well, thanks a lot to the organizers. I don't want to be redundant exactly for the fact that Rosa Luxemburg, I'm pretty sure, was not redundant. But it's really great to be here, and my special thanks to Sevgi. She's a great person, a brilliant comrade, and I'm really happy that you co-organize with Giulia and possibly others. I don't know if it was just you or possibly someone else, but it doesn't matter. This fantastic conference. So basically, my main attempt today is to present the concept of the mass strike that we perfectly know was developed by Rosa Luxemburg in the wake of the 1905 Russian Revolution. And I don't want to use this concept merely as an analytical tool in order to understand some of the contemporary events, more specifically revolutions in North Africa, but I would like to use this kind of concept as one of those instruments that might be useful in order to contribute to change the world, although I know that this kind of sentences are always a bit strong. I'm really sad that there is no Brecht Desmet here, exactly because I would expect it to really build on his presentation, whilst now Brecht is not here, so he's not going to introduce the Egyptian revolution, why the mass strike was a key element of the Egyptian revolution, and so on and so forth. But in my perspective, if there is a current event which strongly resembles the mass strike, is actually the Egyptian uprising, the so-called 18 days of the Republic of Midan Tahrir, although evidently it was not merely the fact that a central square in Cairo was occupied for almost 3 weeks by the masses, but it was a much larger revolutionary process. Well, before starting my proper presentation, let me say that at least this is my feeling. In order to use Rosa Luxemburg concept not merely as analytical tools, but also as instruments to change the world, I believe that we really have to separate the dedicated revolutionary Marxist that Rosa Luxemburg was from many of the current attempts to consider Rosa Luxemburg as a libertarian reformist. To a large extent, I believe that the fate of Rosa Luxemburg is not unique. I believe that in this regard, there are many points of contact with Antonio Gramsci, and the strong use that is done today by Antonio Gramsci in order to promote reformist policy. And to a large extent, all these elements were already present. Should we move to the, yeah, in one of the opening passages in Vladimir Lenin's State and Revolution. So once revolutionaries are in life, they are tremendously feared by the bourgeoisie. But once they have been defeated, possibly killed by the counter-revolution, they are immediately turned into harmless icons. And to a large extent, I really feel that this is one of the great dangers with Rosa Luxemburg today. And partially these kind of conferences also contribute to the fact that we tend to turn Rosa Luxemburg into a harmless icon. Although evidently history and politics is full of contradictions, and we have to accept these kind of contradictions. But if we might have a look at all the squares, all the streets, and also the Stiftung. I'm very sorry to say this exactly because I received a book on Rosa Luxemburg for free from the Stiftung. But evidently, these kind of streets, squares, Stiftung are related to states or former states and parties that are all but revolutionary parties. So this is a form of contradiction that I believe that it's important to acknowledge. In my perspective, there are two main pillars on which the attempt to use Rosa Luxemburg in a reformist way rest on. And therefore, I want to challenge these two pillars and then try to say something on the mass strike and also on some limitations of the concept of mass strike. At least for me, this conference up to now has been excessively polite to some extent and possibly also not particularly critical of Rosa Luxemburg. We all know that Rosa Luxemburg is great, but I believe that it's also important to critically engage with her work. And so basically, the first pillar is an attempt to extrapolate some sentences of Rosa Luxemburg and use in a completely different meaning from what Rosa Luxemburg wanted to say. And I believe that the classic example here is on political freedom. If you just read this sentence, it seems that Rosa Luxemburg is talking about freedom for all, and you might conclude that, well, Rosa Luxemburg is actually a modern version of Voltaire. But this is not the case. If you read the pamphlet, that is the pamphlet dedicated to the 1917 Russian Revolution and its aftermath, and more specifically, that specific section dedicated to the problem of dictatorship, is quite clear that Rosa Luxemburg is not talking about political freedom for all, but actually is talking about political freedom for the working class, for revolutionary groups, for revolutionary organizations, for the proletariat, and so on and so forth. So it's not generic freedom, it's not bourgeois freedom. And this is a recurrent element that is constantly underlined about the fact that Rosa Luxemburg is the thinker of political freedom. Absolutely not, or absolutely not in the sense that liberal thinkers might think about political freedom. The second pillar, in my perspective, is an attempt to overstress the distance between a supposedly libertarian, anti-authoritarian Rosa Luxemburg on the one hand, and on the other hand, orthodox, authoritarian, Marxist of her generation, first and foremost, Lenin and Trotsky. In this perspective, hills are turning to mountains, and specific differences on single issues are turning to systemic differences. So there is an attempt to separate Rosa Luxemburg from her generation of revolutionary Marxists. Evidently, I'm not arguing that there were no differences between Rosa Luxemburg and other Marxist thinkers. There were differences, and to a large extent, this proves how this generation of Marxists was intellectually vibrant. But at the same time, I strongly reject the idea that Rosa Luxemburg might represent a different and standing alone system of ideas. And all those people who use the idea that, well, there is Luxemburgism. Well, Luxemburgism was a term coined by the Third International that was already in a phase of bureaucratization in the mid-20s and was strongly used by the Stalinist regime constantly to address critiques. So basically, in order to have a revolutionary Rosa Luxemburg, I believe that it's important to put Rosa Luxemburg in dialogue with the other great revolutionaries of her time. Now I'm more or less ready to start the presentation proper, and the presentation starts with an attempt to reverse the question of the sorry, once again. Yeah, with the question of the Congress. So rather than why is Rosa Luxemburg today, my question is, or why Rosa Luxemburg now, my question is, why the mass strike now? And I believe that the mass strike is an important analytical tool in order to understand this kind of trend here. So from the point of view of politics from below, the two most important futurist elements of the last decade have been, first and foremost, an extraordinary capacity of the masses to take to the street in many different countries, in many different continents, in many different world regions. That was a key element, the capacity of the masses to take to the street. And at the same time, evidently, not all these mass movements were revolutionary movements. Not all of these. But within these mass movements, there were also revolutionary movements. And North Africa, at least in my perspective, represents the best example of the emergence of revolutionary movements.
At the same time, these revolutionary movements fail to revolutionize societies. And here you have a strong similitude between 1905 failed Russian Revolution and 2011 failed Egyptian Revolution. Another element, thanks. Another element is the fact that in most of these countries in which revolutionary movements emerge, political and civil rights were lacking. And therefore, exactly because civil and political rights were lacking, there was this contradiction of a bourgeois regime, of a bourgeois system, because capitalism was definitely the main system of production, but there was also the lack of civil and political rights, and therefore these revolutionary movements were at the same time in favor of democratic freedom and against capitalist exploitation. And once again, here you have a point of contact with the 1905 Russian Revolution. So basically, let me say a few words on what the mass strike is and is not. Giulia has already introduced perfectly, very well, the concept yesterday. So I don't want to waste a lot of time in redoing the same that she did yesterday. I just want to underline two main elements that, at least in my perspective, are particularly relevant in the concept of the mass strike as Rosa Luxemburg developed the concept of mass strike. The first one, and these two elements are actually two breaks with the Second International. The first one is a break with the idea of the centrality of the party to call the mass strike. Now, if you can move on, and then I'm going to discuss why I believe that the attempt to say that Rosa Luxemburg is the theoretician of horizontalism, of spontaneity, and so on and so forth, are completely wrong. Rosa Luxemburg was not a spontaneous militant, was not in favor of horizontalism. She strongly praised organization and so on and so forth. But evidently, here there was a reaction against an increasingly bureaucratization within the SPD. And the key element here, at least for me, is the fact that this kind of definition of the mass strike are very similar to the definition of revolution that Lenin and Trotsky provide. According to Lenin, there are two key elements in the definition of revolution. The first one is the fact that the upper class can no longer live in the old way. Okay, good. But the other one, which is even more important, is the fact that the lower classes no longer want to live in the old way. So there is this element of activity of the masses from below. And this element is even more clear in the classic definition that Trotsky provided in the history of the Russian Revolution, in which the most indisputable element of any revolutionary situation is the eruption of the masses, the eruption of the masses. And if there is an eruption of the masses, evidently the masses cannot be called at will. Cannot be called at will. But this is quite clear why. Because if a social democratic party would be able to call the masses at will, either this party is already in power, or if it is not in power, has already developed a bureaucratic apparatus that evidently is against to call for revolutionary action, because a revolutionary action might jeopardize its own position. So it's quite clear that you need an element of organization from below of the working class. But this doesn't mean that Rosa Luxemburg was against organization. I'm going to touch on this element even better at a later stage in my presentation. Don't worry, I'm not going to speak until 11. The second element is the fact that Rosa Luxemburg provided a break with the idea that there is a hierarchical relationship between economic strikes and political struggles. the classic idea of the Second International was the fact that at the first there is an economic corporatist element in which the working class recognize itself, therefore you have economic strikes and so on and so forth. And only after that you have political struggle at a high level of class consciousness. But Rosa Luxemburg discovered in the 1905 revolution that this model is an hyper-deterministic, an hyper-mechanistic model, whilst in reality the economic and political struggle constantly fertilize one another up to the point in which the two wings of the protest movement merge together into a single moment of general insurrection. And this was definitely the 18 days of Midan Tahrir, definitely. So it was perfect the way in which Rosa Luxemburg described the 1905 revolution to understand also the Egyptian revolution. Now, if you want, I might conclude here by saying that, wow, fantastic, Rosa was great, everything was already there, and so on and so forth. But this is not my position. I believe that there were at least two main limitations in the concept of mass strike in the way in which Rosa Luxemburg described the concept. The first, and these two limitations are closely linked one another, although the first one is properly not a limitation, but more one of the limits in the way in which we tend to read the mass strike, especially if we don't put the pamphlet of the mass strike within the specific context in which Rosa Luxemburg developed this pamphlet. However, at least for me, the first limitation is a too rigid separation between a first phase in which you just need the eruption of the masses and the second phase in which the political organization has to lead the struggle. To a large extent, this kind of separation is not really part of the picture. Evidently, here Rosa Luxemburg was arguing against the position within the SPD and the fear of the independent action of the masses. That was quite clear in Bernstein, and it was latent in Kautsky. But all the SPD were basically against the action of the masses from below, if this action of the masses from below would not be led by the party. In this regard, Rosa Luxemburg was not spontaneous, and this is quite clear for the fact that she argued that so basically there is a form of organization of the proletariat. There is a form of organization. So the mass strike is not called by the party, but at the same time does not fall from heaven. It's the product of a form of organization, of independent organization of the working class. So the presence of collectives, the presence of this kind of aspects that are very important. At the same time, it was quite clear for Rosa Luxemburg that exactly because a social democratic party such as the SPD existed in Germany, there was an attempt by this party to win over the working class, to win over. So that was given. There were differences whether we might win socialism a step by another through parliamentarism, or we need a revolutionary break. That was one of the main issues. But the fact that the working class was the key element was not an element that was disputed. It was accepted by the entire party. This is no longer the position today. If you have a look at the parties that we tend to say that are social democratic parties, they are no longer social democratic parties in the sense that the SPD was. If you think about Podemos, if you think about La France Insoumise, if you think about Syriza, and so on and so forth, these parties are not parties that look in a specific way to the working class as the key element of a socialist transformation, either violent or not violent. Evidently, for all of them, not violent in the sense that not through a break. But the key element is the fact that they tend to have as a point of reference the people in a very generic way. And therefore, that was a very key, a very problematic element in the course of the Egyptian revolution, exactly because there was not an already organized party that penetrated the working class, that won over the most advanced elements of the working class. Once the mass strike broke out, there was a problem in the mechanism through which the mass strike could have led to a socialist revolution. Last point, and then I'm going to conclude. And here I believe that it's possibly the most problematic element in the concept of the mass strike that Rosa Luxemburg developed. So basically, the lack of a mechanism that might link the outbreak of the mass strike to a socialist revolution. Now, yesterday, I tried to raise a question to Peter, but then Peter was not there. There was the solution of Facebook that was not a particularly viable solution, at least for me. But my perspective, and I would have been super curious to know Peter's opinion, is the fact that whilst in general we tend to say that there were two different positions within the socialist movement at that time. The first one is the Menshevik position. The other one is the Bolshevik position. In my perspective, there were three different positions. The first one is the Menshevik position. So we are going to have a bourgeoisie revolution. We are going to have a revolution in Russia. The bourgeoisie is weak. The proletariat is going to play a decisive role, but the proletariat is not able to win to start a socialist revolution. So it has to play the role of the left wing within a liberal-oriented and bourgeois-dominated coalition. That was the first position. Okay, no problem here. The second position, at least for me, was the position supported by Leon Trotsky. And here the key concept is uneven combined development. Exactly because at the same time you have this kind of unevenness between Russia and the other most well-developed countries, but exactly because there is unevenness, there was also an attempt to catch up. Sorry, I'm going to really run because otherwise I'm not able to finish my presentation. There is this attempt to catch up. You tend to have an extraordinary concentration of the working class, of the industrial proletariat in a few industrial centers, in a few urban centers. And exactly for this kind of concentration, the industrial proletariat might win over the peasants and might determine that the socialist proletarian revolution could grow over the bourgeois liberal one. Then there was a third position in my perspective. That was the position supported by Lenin and Rosa Luxemburg. They were critical of the Menshevik position, but were not able to find a mechanism to link the two different positions. And this is quite clear, at least for me, in the position that the Bolshevik party supported for more than 10 years before the Russian Revolution. A democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry. And here, the two elements have the equal weight. According to Trotsky, that was an algebraic formula. Whilst in Trotsky's perspective, there was a key role of the industrial proletariat. And exactly because there was this key role, the industrial proletariat would have been able to move over the numerical problem. So this is my perspective. And the fact that Rosa Luxemburg was somewhere in between the Menshevik and the Trotsky's position meant that she was not able to recognize that one of the greatest political innovations of the 1905 Russian Revolution were the Soviets. There is no a single word on the Soviets in the pamphlet on the mass strike. This is quite incredible. Once, if you read the pamphlet dedicated to the 1917 Russian Revolution, Rosa Luxemburg immediately recognized that the key element of this revolution was the Soviets. And this is also the position that Lenin supported starting from April. The thesis of April, evidently, but even more the dual power, the famous newspaper article on Pravda. So basically, exactly because Rosa Luxemburg was not able to recognize that you need a mechanism to link the mass strike to the success of the socialist revolution. There was not in the mass strike the idea that in order to have a successful socialist revolution, you need the emergence of alternative centers of revolutionary and democratic power. This can be the Soviets, this can be other elements. Evidently, history does not repeat itself, So we are going to, possibly we are going to have Soviets in the future. Definitely, yes. Are we going to experience Soviets in the similar form that Soviets emerged in 1905 Russia? I don't think so. But evidently, you need to have the key elements that were there in the Soviets. That was not horizontalism. It was a radical experiment of proletarian democracy, direct election, the possibility to constantly recall the representatives, and so on and so forth. So at least this is my contribution here. Well, thanks a lot.
Thank you, Gianni, for this provocative presentation. I think we will have many questions, I hope, and we have still time for the discussion, at least 20 minutes. Then we will have coffee break. So I'm opening floor to audience for questions, comments. Yes, Giulia, can you give to Bellofiore?
Okay.
I have a question for the Uruguayan
Cecilia.
comrade. There was a slide with Bernstein on the left and Luxemburg on the right. The quote from Luxemburg was from social reform or revolution. It was quite interesting, that quote from me. I will go and look at that again. It said that there is a difference about the view of revolution, and she criticized it is called the patrimonial view. I don't know if the translation. I can speak louder. Let's see. Yeah, now it is there. The other is not a, I don't know if it is a question and observation. I like it very much, the last speech, the last talk. I have only two considerations. The first is that about freedom. You are quite right about what she writes really in the pamphlet on the Russian Revolution. But she is thinking that the revolution in the end must be
It's slightly more a comment than a question, but you can formulate your own question from it. One observation is that what was the name of your, Ingrid, the lovely first person you were speaking about? Martha Riedel. And so her work as a secretary led to her contribution to the movement being overlooked. That put me in mind of Mathilde Jacob and her work as a stenographer and as Rosa Luxemburg's scribe. And the fact that she was subsequently overlooked by the Nazis as a key figure in the social democratic movement, precisely because the Nazis considered her to be just the secretary. So both her
material role in being able to produce and disseminate the work. Her vital secretarial role was denigrated, but then that gave her a measure of political protection for a few years before she did, I think, eventually die in a concentration camp like everybody else. The other thing that brought to mind was a question really for all the panel, and possibly reaching back to yesterday's yesterday's panel on the mass strike and Julia's talk. So Luxemburg, you know, she was a great theorist of revolution, but when it came to it and the German uprising happened, if I got this right, then she wasn't allowed to address the social and workers' councils because they pointed out that she was neither a soldier nor a worker. A soldier and workers' council. They said, you're not a soldier, you're not a worker. So she wasn't allowed into their congress. So at that point, straight away, patriarchal structures had begun to arise, which excluded her participation, not just as a woman, but also as an intellectual. So how do we stop that? I mean, this is formulating revolutions, which I'm not sure we're actually in a ability to do, but I just wondered what the question next was from that.
Okay, to take another question. Yes.
Yes, thank you. A little question for Ingrid. Thank you, Ingrid, for your contribution. I appreciate it very much. I must say that I didn't know these revolutionary women, and so I would like to know better their attitude, their position towards the right to vote for women. Did they share the Luxembourg's attitude, the Luxembourg's position towards this problem of the rights of vote for women?
Maybe we will answer, then Antonio, I will give you floor. We will answer the questions, then the second round. Yes. And we answer the questions, then we will go to Antonio questions. Gianni, you want to begin? Or?
Yeah, so basically, going back to your question, Riccardo, I believe that there is a point of contact between Rosa Luxemburg and the other two, in the sense that and the other two in the sense of Lenin and Trotsky, in the sense that in the sense that all this group was completely aware of the fact that without a revolution in Western countries, the Russian Revolution was doomed to fail. Then history proved a particularly unexpected way in which the Russian Revolution failed. But this is simply for the fact that history cannot be predicted. Thanks God, I would add. Thanks God. I have to read the other writings on revolution by Rosa Luxemburg after 1905, for the fact that it's fantastic, the fact that we now have the completely works on revolution by Rosa Luxemburg published by Verso. To be honest, I will wait for the paperback for the fact that the hard one is a bit too expensive, but I mean, it's really great. And therefore I'm going to read all these aspects, but I went through the article that Peter published in Jacobin, and at least for me, what emerged from that article is the fact that there is this point of contact between among all the three, that is Rosa Luxemburg, Vladimir Lenin, Leon Trotsky, about the fact that we need a revolution in the West in order to save the Russian Revolution. That was also a key element in the pamphlet on the 1917 revolution by Rosa Luxemburg. The other question is about well, it's fantastic. I've never thought about the fact that there was this strong limitation for Rosa. Yeah, exactly. No, I mean, yeah, there were many limitations also for the Bolsheviks in the Soviets. Here, however, you have something more for the fact that Rosa evidently could have not been a soldier at that time. Frankly, I have to think about your question and.
Based on the spontaneity of the masses, how do we make the structures based on the spontaneity of the masses reflective of the full population and truly democratic? Because the examples we have, the only working examples that we have, are of those being subverted by the bourgeoisie, by the patriarchy, and by state capitalism. We don't have a working model for socialist and anarcho-technical revolution, and we theorize it.
Yeah, you're perfectly right. I believe that it remains completely untheorized. And even more, I believe that Marxism completely lacks a theory of power. In the sense that there is basically nothing on what happens once a revolutionary situation might be successful. That was the classic critique that Ralph Miliband raised against state and revolution by Vladimir Lenin. But evidently, I wouldn't say that Lenin was guilty for this, because he simply wrote this pamphlet in this super problematic situation with the need to address the fact that well, fucking hell, we are going to have a revolution. I don't want to have another Paris Commune after more or less half a century. I want to write a different history. And that was the impetus that pushed Lenin to write. Sorry.
What I can say is that we think that we have to study, I don't know other, but we have to study economy, politic economy, the critic of politic economy, because we think that there is a lot of reflection about politics and public politics, and the answer are not in that sphere, but it's more in the sphere of what is the political economical field. We are not economists, we are social workers, but we think we have studied that because we have to understand how the capital reproduces itself and how it's impossible to control capital. There's no legal possibility. Public politic doesn't have the possibility of control capital itself. And so it's not about expropriate the expropriators, because it's not finished there. And we have to understand more about the social production relations. And that's what we are doing.
Okay, thanks for the question, and also for the background. I was thinking also when I saw the film on Tuesday night of Matilda Jacob's role, that it was so much more than we often imagine when we think only a secretary. I mean, you know, she did so much more for the movement than that. The fact that she was overlooked by the Nazis is also something that we find. And in the trials of revolutionary women, they often use the the accepted tropes of the day, the expectations of women as apolitical, in order to save their lives in a very difficult situation. So we get women standing up at trial who've been on the barricades, who've been absolutely steeped in the movement, saying, I only wandered that way because I was curious. I heard the noise. I wanted to see what was going on. Or they say, well, I was politically naive. I don't understand what's going on. Sometimes I did it for love. I fell in love with a revolutionary man, and I didn't really understand, but I did it because I loved him. And we know, sometimes from personal experience, that the movement brings together men and women, or men and men, women and women, and they fall in love. It doesn't mean that suddenly the woman's conviction of socialism is any less. But these were excuses used in the courts. I was only a secretary. Was used by people supporting the National Socialist regime as well. Hitler's secretary was seen as apolitical. Nothing she could have done about it. She carried no guilt at all. But as historians or as interpreters of the past, we don't have to perpetuate these ideas. We don't have to take at face value. Hilda Kramer, at one stage, to save her life, said, I am very sorry, I will never be political again. And then she spent 50 years being as political as she possibly could be. So, we don't have to take these ideas at face value. And I was wanting really mostly to point out the dangers of looking only at male sources. And this may not be a problem in some of the contexts that you're working, but if you've ever worked with German academics, are there any here today? No, good. Okay, I can speak freely. Oh, this is being recorded. I've still got to be careful. But some, not all German academics, some German academics, they only use male sources. And if you point out to them that their sources are gendered, they get very upset because they don't think men have gender, only women have gender. So, basically, I don't think I'm fully answering the question here. But yes, you're right that women say all sorts of things when they're in tricky situations and to survive. In difficult situations like Matilda Jacobs. But I think if we look closely, instead of taking this layer of interpretation that was there at the time, the women may have been in the room, but they were as invisible as the waiters. They were only seen as auxiliary, ancillary, and unimportant. We don't have to do that. And that's why I think the work that I'm doing and others are doing too, to uncover that and look again at what were the women doing and what does that mean? And, I would have a question as well for Gianni. I'd like to hear more about Tahrir Square as a gendered space. What was it like for the women revolutionaries? I haven't made a study of this, but the report suggested that the female revolutionaries who were there for the same love of justice, for the same desire for freedom, they were groped, they were treated violently, they were sexualized, and their role was very, very quickly discounted. Your very good question is, how do we stop this happening again? Well, I'd like to quote Rosa Luxemburg there and say sometimes the most revolutionary act is just to proclaim loudly what's going on. So saying women are revolutionaries, even if they don't appear in the history books as revolutionaries, is a Rosa Luxemburgian revolutionary act. As to her exclusion from the Congress, only 2 women and 489 men were made it to that Congress, and one of them, I think it was Keita Loy addressed the audience and said, lady and gentleman, in a very pointed way, because there was only one other woman amongst all those men. So Luxembourg was not the only one who was excluded. And I referred to the difficulty of women being elected as members of workers and Soviet councils. But I didn't have time to go into that. I mean, partly demobilization processes that meant that a lot of women, even before the end of the war, were sacked. They no longer had a role in the factory, therefore they could not be elected to a workers' council. They were never soldiers, so they couldn't be elected there either. They had only been allowed to be political officially since 1908. So, and then the war had come in 1914. So they didn't have the longest history of political activism and leadership, certainly not outside the party. Well, the SPD was forbidden in 1890. It didn't stop it happening, but it was more or less forbidden. And women were subject to a law which said that they could not be present at any meeting at which political affairs would be discussed until 1908. Yes. Yes, but officially they could not join parties. They could not stand for election for parties. They didn't have the vote until the revolution. The revolution declared the vote. I have a whole chapter. It's 15,000 words. I'm not going to summarize that today, but it's available for free on suffrage, on the vote, from a socialist woman's point of view. And I would say that Hilde Kramer and Martha Riedel, they thought that if anyone should have the vote, everyone should have the vote. It was not something they necessarily campaigned for. It was not at the heart of what they thought was important, but they certainly supported it and never opposed it. And the three areas in which women, socialist women, and people from the bourgeois or the liberal progressive group would work together was during the revolution, anti-war work, particularly after the end of the First World War, and on suffrage, where socialist women and non-socialist women, or women who had newly come to socialism through the revolution, marched together until that declaration was made law.
Thank you. Last question, Antonio. Yeah, Antonio, back.
That'll be very brief. This is a question for Ingrid, mostly about have you worked with Rosie Wolfenstein, Paul Fröhlich's wife? Many of his work were written by her, and many of the economic writings of Rosa Luxemburg that have been published lately were written by her as well at the party school. So have you worked with some of her documents, text? This is one thing. The second question is about the right-wing feminism that existed in the SPD. For example, Lily Brown. Lily Brown was an important feminist from the right wing of the SPD. Was there any kind of reaction against her positions inside the SPD, a kind of left-wing feminism against the Lily Brown's right-wing feminism? I don't know if it's a very complex question.
Last question, Yalmar.
Hello. Yeah, I think it's for Ingrid as well, but maybe for all of us, and to some extent, this whether we perhaps need to queer the notion of the revolutionary as such, no? Because I think based on what you said, this disgusting patriarchal, not just gaze, but conception of what a revolutionary is was obviously deeply problematic, but I'm thinking of what Comrade Bellofiore said yesterday about the quote in the Luxemburg film, here lay to rest the last two men of social democracy, which in the Italian was mistranslated because it said le donne, no? So, and I think there is something significant about it, and I wonder whether Rosa herself was partially, certainly infected by a patriarchal version of the revolutionary, because apart from the fact that we could say, okay, this was just a provocative pun, I do think the fact that she said, we are, because it was a critique of the, bourgeoisification of the Social Democratic Party, and she using herself, and who was it, Louisa Kautsky, as the last two men of social democracy. I think there is something in that that at least allows us to ask the question whether, at least at the time and certainly today as well, there is the need for a radical queering of the notion of the revolutionary as such.
Floor to our speakers, but if you answer briefly, because we over the time.
I'm not very good at answering briefly, but I will do my very best. Rosi Wolfenstein, yes, I've come across her texts. I haven't engaged in much depth with her. We found 256 women revolutionaries who had names, and I haven't explored all of them. Hilde Kramer is more accessible to me, but I have Wolfenstein's text. On Lily Brown, I've not come across any backlash for her right-wing feminism, but her her pro-war position, her nationalism, was absolutely anathema to the anti-war women like Clara Titkin. So I've not come across writing specifically against Lily Brown, but I have a colleague who's working on Die Gleichheit, and I'll ask him to look out for that. But certainly they did not share the same position on the war, on women's role, on nationalism in any sense. And on the concept of querying the notion of the revolutionary, absolutely. And I referred obliquely to, for example, the work of Moritz Vollmer, who writes in English about the male roles in the revolution that become invisible. And I say that looking at what is a revolutionary makes women visible, but it makes a whole range of male roles visible as well, because our imaginary is very dominated by the idea, what is a revolutionary? And if I asked you to imagine yourself, okay, be a revolutionary, do revolution, most people will end up sort of, that's a revolutionary. You're standing, you're waving your fist. And in the film, we saw Rosa Luxemburg doing a lot of that, a lot of shouting, a lot of standing, very impressively as well. But this is not the only way that revolution can be done. And we need to move beyond that trope. And I think looking at women and asking what they were doing also opens up the scheme, the possibility to look at men and ask what they were doing too, and moving beyond this trope that you're only a revolutionary if you're standing on the top of a barricade and waving a gun around and shouting.
Okay. Do you want to react to questions or answer or?
Very briefly, with reference to Ingrid's question on the role of women in the Egyptian revolution. There is just a small event that I would like to point out, and it refers to the years that precede the outbreak of the revolutionary situation. So there was more or less 10 years in which there was this kind of reciprocal fertilization between economic strikes and political struggle. And one of the key turning points in industrial strikes was the industrial strike at Mahal al-Kubra. Mahal al-Kubra, it's a textile center in the Nile Delta, with this kind of gigantic mill in which at that time 24,000 workers worked there. And the strike started because about 3,000 women came out of the factory shouting, here are the women, where are the men? And in a very patriarchal society as the Egyptian one, that was a very powerful stroke against men workers in the factory. And I believe that this is an interesting mechanism through which gender and class aspects were related with reference to the pre-uprising phase. And then there is much more on the uprising, but I stop here, and possibly we might discuss after.
I just want to say share something about the relationship between feminism and socialism in Uruguay, because in the first decade of the 20th century, the feminist movement in Argentina, in Uruguay, was founded by socialist feminists. So I think that what Clara Zetkin, Rosa Luxemburg are living of and seeing, watching of the feminist movement of Germany, of England, it wasn't the feminist movement of Uruguay and Argentina, and I think that is why they had that point of view of a conservative movement, conservative feminist movement. But in Uruguay and Argentina, where really the founder, the leaders of the feminist movement were founding also the Socialist Party. I just want to share that difference.
Thank you. Thank you. I thank you to all our speakers. Now we are tired and we need coffee. For 10 minutes, 15 minutes, okay, we will be here. The coffee break downstairs, open area inside the Scuola Normale.
Okay, welcome back. We begin the new session now with Chiara Giorgi, who is Associate Professor in Contemporary History at the University of Rome, La Sapienza, in the Department of Philosophy. Since September 2019, she has been a researcher in history of political institutions, and since November 2020 in contemporary history at the University of Rome, La Sapienza. Her research topics are the history of the welfare state, of the health and social security systems, Italian colonialism in Africa and the colonial administration, the debate on the Italian constitution, the history of socialism, the work of Lelio Basso and his political biography, the history of women, and some themes of the history of Marxism. Some of her recent publications are, just to mention, Un socialista del Novecento, Uguaglianza, Libertà e diritti nel percorso di Lelio Basso, Carocci, 2015, Costituzione italiana, articolo 3, with Giuliani, Carocci, 2017, Storia dello Stato sociale in Italia with Pavan, Il Mulino, 2021. You may have read her very good article in the Manifesto, which was distributed about this conference. So she will speak today about Lelio Basso, interpreter of Rosa Luxemburg. Please.
Thank you very much, grazie moltissimo, mi scuso per l'italiano. Allora, grazie molto di questo convegno, grazie in particolare alla nostra Presidente, a Sevgi, grazie moltissimo. Allora, ricorderò un po' innanzitutto quale fu l'interpretazione che diede Lelio Basso di Rosa Luxemburg e insomma un po' di quindi dibattito laterale. Lelio Basso, lo ricordo perché forse è il caso di ricordarvi, è stato una figura eretica del socialismo italiano che tutte le volte che si nomina il socialismo italiano è sempre una cosa che mi mette un po' in imbarazzo perché come sapete ha avuto una pessima sorte grazie a Craxi e il suo gruppo dirigente negli anni '80, ma insomma comunque ha avuto anche una stagione molto più radicale ed eretica. È stato un antifascista, ha diretto anche la Resistenza a Milano, è stato dirigente del Partito Socialista di Unità Proletaria, è stato anche un interprete di Marx e oltre che l'ideatore del principio di uguaglianza sostanziale scritto nell'articolo 3 secondo comma della nostra Costituzione. Ecco, Basso già negli anni '70 rilanciò l'attualità di Rosa Luxemburg. Il suo progetto, scrisse, era di affrontare in maniera seria lo studio dell'opera di Luxemburg, la cui importanza non era sfuggita certamente ai suoi contemporanei, ma la cui messa a bando nel corso del Novecento ne rendevano necessaria un approfondimento teorico. Quindi l'intento di Basso era di portare alla luce gli elementi vitali del cosiddetto marxismo rivoluzionario di Luxemburg, che le teorie, come abbiamo visto in questi 2 giorni, riformiste e revisioniste, avevano ampiamente disperso. Basso è stato nel panorama della sinistra del secondo dopoguerra uno dei primi e anche dei pochissimi intellettuali a rifarsi a Rosa Luxemburg. Sappiamo, ce lo ricordava anche prima Riccardo Bellofiore, lo ha ricordato Rossana Rossanda, che la Luxemburg, scusate, riemerse fulmineamente nel corso della stagione delle lotte del '68, appunto Magri, Rossanda e pochi altri, e Basso fu anche il primo traduttore, questo va ricordato, italiano di Luxemburg. E è interessante che egli giunse a contatto con il pensiero di Luxemburg addirittura negli anni '20. Tramite cosa? Mentre era al confino, lesse Lukács, quindi trasse Rosa Luxemburg, bisogna precisarlo, quindi da Lukács, il che diciamo c'è già un'interpretazione al fondo, e riportava sempre la qualificazione di Lukács, che aveva definito Luxemburg la sola discepola di Marx che abbia prolungato realmente l'opera della sua vita di Marx. Ora è stato ricordato tutto il contesto, quindi non lo rifarò, in cui operò Rosa Luxemburg, il fatto che appartenesse alla socialdemocrazia tedesca già alla fine dell'Ottocento, quando le capacità organizzative della SPD ne facevano un modello senza precedenti, e questo è secondo me un punto importante, speranza del socialismo internazionale, e sappiamo che prima di altri rivoluzionari dello stesso Trotsky e di Lenin, Luxemburg seppe cogliere rapidamente anche l'opportunismo di alcuni leader socialdemocratici e cominciò lì anche le sue battaglie che, come sapete, non solo contro Bernstein, su cui poi tornerò, ma anche contro la svolta di Kautsky, che allora era considerata la massima autorità, peraltro, del pensiero marxista, e del centro di Kautsky, che Luxemburg definiva la palude, per l'appunto. E sappiamo che su questo poi si innestò tutta la sua critica poi anche alla debacle e soprattutto alla consegna, come lei stessa scriveva, della classe operaia di fatto alle scelte imperialiste e della socialdemocrazia, insomma. E quindi anche le sue parole su questo furono criticissime. Ma quali furono gli elementi più vitali che Basso interessava recuperare di Luxemburg? Uno, anzi forse il concetto chiave che Basso usò è quello della totalità, la categoria e il punto di vista della totalità. Io credo, per comprendere questo termine, anche un termine che può risultare oggi, come dire, un po' ambiguo, occorre però calarlo nel contesto dei primi anni del Novecento, e occorre anche calarlo nell'analisi di Luxemburg alla società capitalistica del tempo e agganciarlo a un fondamentale nesso che io reputo tutt'oggi forse la lezione più attuale o inattuale di Luxemburg, ossia il nesso tra riforme e rivoluzione, tra lotta quotidiana, su cui poi tornerò, e scopo finale. Un elemento molto forte che accomuna entrambi, e che anche naturalmente Lukács, che quindi campeggiò nella biografia dello stesso Basso, è il tema della coscienza di classe. cioè dei processi del farsi della classe, potremmo dire il making of the working class di E.P. Thompson, e quindi l'acquisizione di consapevolezza del ruolo storico della classe operaia in conflitto con l'altra classe, la sua costituzione in soggetto politico consapevole, capace quindi di agire ai fini di una radicale trasformazione, laddove dirimente era per entrambi, ovviamente anche per Marx, la dimensione della politica contro ogni, come dire, lettura sociologica o economicistica. Quella di Luxemburg e di Basso fu quindi un'interpretazione dialettico-materialistica, materialistico-dialettico del processo storico nella sua totalità, quale presupposto di una pratica politica che potesse individuare le forze future, le forze in movimento, le tendenze a venire e la stessa necessità, come scrivevano, storica oggettiva del socialismo. Nella lettura di Basso, quello di Luxemburg era il punto di vista quindi della totalità concreta, scusate, cioè dell'insieme dei rapporti che costituiscono la società capitalistica. E proprio questo punto di vista le aveva consentito di contrastare le posizioni moderate della socialdemocrazia tedesca e di recuperare la rivoluzione come fine, e qui c'è un dubbio, fine ultimo, punto di domanda, del socialismo. Ne parlavamo prima con Riccardo Bellofiori, con altri anche interpreti di Luxemburg. Cos'è il socialismo per Rosa Luxemburg? Noi sappiamo che anche Marx diede poche definizioni del socialismo, del comunismo, ma qualcuna ne diede, e forse quello non era ovviamente l'obiettivo principale, però Rosa Luxemburg fu forse ancora più parca in questo. Contro ogni riformismo e revisionismo, Luxemburg aveva inteso la rivoluzione come un fatto che si collocava all'interno dello sviluppo capitalistico stesso, nelle tensioni da esso generate. E io credo che si trattasse cioè della presenza di una logica contraddittoria iscritta nel capitale alla luce dell'individuazione del conflitto tra due opposte tendenze descritte benissimo da Marx. Una tesa a mettere in moto le spinte sempre più progressive, quindi la logica socializzante dello sviluppo delle forze produttive, e l'altra rispondente alla logica del profitto e quindi intenta a bloccare lo sviluppo delle spinte socializzanti. Quindi si trattava dell'antagonismo tra tendenze e controtendenze di socializzazione, della contraddizione crescente tra socializzazione della produzione e tendenza allo sfruttamento della classe operaia. In questo senso l'accento batteva sulla necessità di tenere insieme, che fu sempre la preoccupazione principale di Luxemburg, come è stato ampiamente ricordato anche ieri, le condizioni oggettive della rivoluzione, lo sviluppo quindi delle contraddizioni, delle antinomie in seno al modo di produzione capitalistico e l'organizzazione della classe operaia, come sappiamo la sola che potesse assumere il compito di emancipare l'intera società. È qui che la lotta politica e la lotta di classe, la politica organizzata, svolgevano un ruolo importantissimo per Luxemburg come per Marx, a partire dal protagonismo del movimento operaio, capace di inserirsi in questa logica antagonistica, utilizzando, commentava Basso, questa spinta oggettiva per realizzare le conquiste che a essa si agganciavano. E avrebbe scritto più tardi Basso, a un certo punto l'urto finale finalmente ci sarà, ma solo se avremo preparato questo processo, facendo maturare anche un'altra condizione, che scriveva lui è mancata all'Unione Sovietica, per costruire una nuova società, ossia la capacità della classe operaia di autogovernarsi. Tornerò su questo perché è l'elemento anche che riguarda i consigli. La stessa Luxemburg aveva scritto nella prefazione alla questione polacca, il movimento socialista, la tendenza del processo oggettivo non smussa l'attività, l'energia rivoluzionaria, ma anzi la risveglia e indicando le vie sicure, scriveva, per le quali possiamo efficacemente spingere la ruota del progresso sociale. Io credo che non si trattasse, è stato ribadito tante volte ieri pomeriggio, stamattina, né di determinismo né di spontaneismo, ma di rintracciare il nesso dialettico tra il momento oggettivo e soggettivo, che conteneva, scriveva Luxemburg, due elementi essenziali: analisi critica e volontà attiva della classe operaia come fattore rivoluzionario. Luxemburg ripeteva stesso un'espressione da Faust, in principio era l'azione, ma contro tutti i fatalismi, questo lo faceva contro tutti anche i fatalismi di una vittoria sicura del socialismo, ma al tempo stesso era l'analisi del capitalismo, delle sue antinomie, a fondare il presupposto di un suo rovesciamento, possibile solo tramite le battaglie, le lotte del proletariato internazionale sottolineato, cosciente dei propri scopi. La sua condanna, lo sappiamo, è stato ricordato prima alla svolta revisionista, poi nazionalista della SPD, di fronte alla Prima Guerra Mondiale fu nettissima, perché mentre il capitalismo si avviava alla guerra imperialista, la socialdemocrazia perdeva la visione complessiva dei rapporti sociali, diventava subalterna al capitalismo. E su questo, insomma, tanti sono i passi che potremmo citare, ma adesso, visto il tempo, insomma, taglio. E questo, proprio questa anche interpretazione sull'insieme dei rapporti, sul il criterio della totalità assunto come metodo, le aveva consentito di lottare efficacemente contro le affermazioni di Bernstein, cioè smascherare l'idea che si potesse conservare i lati buoni del capitalismo e correggere quelli cattivi, e di puntare alla, scriveva, commentava Basso, totale trasformazione della società. E su questo anche moltissime, come dire, moltissime sue citazioni potremmo fare su come i riformisti indugiassero nel logorarsi nella routine della piccola lotta quotidiana, addormentando uno spirito rivoluzionario dei lavoratori e conducendo a una frattura fra processo oggettivo di sviluppo della società e processo soggettivo di coscienza di classe. Ora, sempre in riferimento alla totalità, aveva guidato Luxemburg, secondo Basso, ad analizzare l'economia capitalistica, mostrandone quindi anche tutta l'analisi sull'imperialismo e l'avvento della guerra. L'accumulazione del capitale, aveva scritto Luxemburg, presa nel suo insieme come concreto processo storico, ha due diversi lati. Ieri è stato ricordato benissimo da Maria Turchetto tutto questo, insomma, quindi lo dico rapidamente. Il primo si compie nei luoghi della produzione di produzione del plusvalore e sul mercato, e ha come protagonisti il capitalista e il salariato. L'altro aspetto ha per arena, scriveva, la scena mondiale e per protagonisti capitale e forme di produzione non capitalistiche. Dominano qui come metodi la politica coloniale, la politica delle sfere di interesse, le guerre. Appaiono qui apertamente violenza, rapine, guerre, costa fatica identificare, scriveva, sotto questo groviglio di atti politici di forza e di violenza esplicita, le leggi ferree del processo economico. E commentava Basso che proprio in questo passo era contenuto un elemento essenziale del punto di vista di Luxemburg sull'imperialismo: studiare l'accumulazione capitalistica nel suo insieme come concreto processo storico e identificare le leggi ferree del processo economico, quelle leggi nascoste ma rigorose che spettava proprio al pensiero marxiano svelare. Luxemburg era quindi giunta ad afferrare il legame tra due dinamiche della accumulazione, tra il processo di sviluppo capitalistico nei paesi industrializzati e l'aggressione, come scriveva lei, ad ambienti non capitalistici, mondo coloniale, economia contadina, cogliendo il dinamismo del capitalismo e anche le cause della Prima Guerra Mondiale. Sappiamo che è stato ricordato in primis da Riccardo Bellofiore, ci furono errori di interpretazione sul crollo del capitalismo, sulla seconda, come ricordava Maria Turchetto ieri, sul secondo libro del Capitale, su quindi alcuni elementi importanti della lettura di Marx. Lo rilevarono già Lenin, Bukharin, Sweezy in tempi diversi, Joan Robinson, e appunto lo stesso Bellofiore ha scritto che uno degli errori stava sicuramente nel fatto di trasformare una tendenza sistematica alla crisi in crollo necessario. Tuttavia sappiamo anche, e su questo siamo credo tutti d'accordo, che gli studi e le intuizioni di Luxemburg sull'imperialismo rappresentarono uno spartiacque teorico, critico molto importante per comprenderne la fisionomia, per comprendere la fisionomia di un capitalismo che era in continua espansione, che è in continua espansione, che supera sempre i propri limiti, che allarga i propri confini non solo territoriali, fino a comprendere lo stesso militarismo come provincia, come traducono gli inglesi, come è tradotto in italiano, però più bello in inglese, campo di accumulazione, senza, e lo ricordava Turchetto, nessuna presenza di una visione lineare e teleologica e piuttosto cogliendo una simultaneità dei modi in cui agiva, interveniva il capitale. Ci sono molti passi di Rosa Luxemburg, li taglio, e proprio questo la portava a conclusioni precise sui compiti del movimento internazionale socialista. E ovviamente ben distante dall'orizzonte della socialdemocrazia, dallo sviluppo pacifico e democratico dello stesso capitalismo, e invece puntando a questa accentuazione dei stessi conflitti, contraddizioni del capitalismo. Ora l'ultimo punto che sempre riguarda, diciamo, lo si può illuminare tramite questo punto di vista della totalità concreta, è il nesso, secondo me il punto tra i punti, insieme a quello delle guerre, dell'imperialismo più attuali, tra lotta quotidiana e scopo finale, perché per Luxemburg le singole azioni, gli obiettivi parziali, le riforme sociali, noi siamo vissuti, questo scusate lo ricordo, io mi occupo in particolare di welfare, di sanità, in un periodo storico, viviamo in un periodo storico in cui per esempio dagli anni 90 molti ambiti del welfare sono stati investiti da una, come dire, da continue riforme. Le riforme sono state anche uno strumento del neoliberismo, quindi forse va ricordata questa cosa su riforma e rivoluzione, per questo per me è molto attuale. Ecco, diceva Luxemburg, anche le riforme avevano un senso, hanno un senso se non disgiunte da una visione generale della lotta, dalla prospettiva rivoluzionaria. E qui era una grande, diceva Luxemburg, la differenza non sta nel cosa ma sta nel come, ossia nel collegamento degli obiettivi immediati della lotta quotidiana allo scopo finale, per l'appunto. E quindi si trattava di cogliere per lei il valore più profondo rispetto alla possibilità di cambiare la realtà, di creare coscienza di classe. Io credo che questo sia stato anche un assunto di Marx nel capitolo sulla giornata lavorativa, perché anche per Marx non c'era un conflitto in termini di principio tra lotte quotidiane dei lavoratori, per esempio per regolamentare la giornata lavorativa, e le azioni politiche tese al superamento del capitalismo, ma piuttosto il punto di rimente era se quanto ottenuto tramite la lotta operaia sul piano delle riforme fosse corrispondente a una pratica di classe capace di intaccare i rapporti di produzione e quindi, come scriveva Luxemburg, di instaurare un nuovo ordinamento sociale, abolizione del sistema salariale. Qui taglio un po' e vado verso l'ultimo punto. Basso riprese tutto questo, lo espresse anche negli anni 70, eccetera, eccetera. E l'altro elemento a che questo si aggancia, che è stato affrontato stamattina, è il tema dello spontaneismo. Ecco, Basso fu uno di quelli che in Italia più si oppose a questa interpretazione di Luxemburg, precisando che l'accordo che Luxemburg assegnava alla spontaneità dell'azione delle masse non negava i compiti del partito, ma piuttosto un atteggiamento per il quale dei socialdemocratici bastava premere un bottone alla direzione del partito perché le masse si mettessero in movimento, se non sussistevano una serie di condizioni oggettive e soggettive. E quindi il partito non poteva essere concepito come una setta chiusa, come un organo burocratico depositario della verità, esteriore e sovrastante le masse, ma piuttosto come uno strumento di elaborazione permanente capace di trasformare la spontaneità in momento cosciente. Quindi il rapporto spontaneità-coscienza, partito, classe, dirigenti, base, doveva fondarsi su un processo di formazione ininterrotto, evitando distacchi e fratture. Era un circolo, nel corso delle lotte si forma la coscienza di classe, scusate, si delineano quindi gli obiettivi stessi del partito, che a sua volta imprime una direzione consapevole alle lotte, un indirizzo generale le asseconda. E quindi si dava un'osmosi tra l'elemento politico attivo e l'esperienza delle lotte quotidiane. Come ha scritto sempre Bellofiore, la politica non doveva essere separata dal sociale. E questo, in questo orizzonte, ma purtroppo non ho tempo di soffermarmi, però è essenziale, richiamato stamattina, il ruolo, come per Gramsci, dei consigli, istituzioni unitarie di autogoverno della classe, forme di democrazia permanente, momento essenziale per il rapporto tra partito ed esperienza delle lotte. Quindi dualismo di potere? Punto interrogativo. Concludo ricordando naturalmente, perché ieri è stato ampiamente fatto, è stato ricordato anche la dimensione del decentramento dell'umano da Federica Giardini, comunque la dimensione dell'umano, lo sviluppo libero delle capacità umane, la realizzazione dell'infinita potenzialità umana fu un tratto saliente, lo sappiamo bene, di Luxemburg, e non a caso questo fu anche molto recuperato da Rossana Rossanda di una militanza, quindi quella di Luxemburg, molto lontana dal tradizionale modello del grigio, anche burocrate militante dell'epoca, una militanza profondamente umana, di una sintonia con l'universo in tutte le sue manifestazioni vitali, di una donna in cui si diedero sempre dolore, speranza, intelligenza, sentimento, scrisse Rossanda, io e mondo, scusate, ricomposti. E quindi io credo che questa sua reciprocità, questa sua condivisione, questa sua relazionalità è sempre centrale nel suo pensiero e nella sua azione. E non ho tempo di leggere, forse una delle citazioni che più a me piacciono è quella in cui lei scriveva appunto morirò probabilmente come è stato in una battaglia di strada o in carcere, ma il mio profondo io appartiene più alle cince allegre che ai compagni. Allora io credo, questa secondo me è una delle frasi più belle, anche emozionanti, anche più tragiche, ovviamente. Io credo che quindi il pensiero di Luxemburg sia ancora attuale o inattuale, se forse riusciamo a come dire, riusciamo ancora a puntare a quell'obiettivo che per lei come per Basse ebbe un significato reale, concreto, cioè la liberazione, la realizzazione delle istanze di uguaglianza e libertà che contengono sempre una dimensione, come ha scritto Etienne Balibar, eccedente, comunque rivoluzionaria, e credo che anche di fronte, a proposito dell'interessantissimo dibattito finale di ieri, capitalismo assoluto sì e no, questo credo che sia uno dei punti oggi più importanti, io credo che ecco, se le politiche neoliberali, il capitalismo oggi continua a abolire i limiti della mercificazione che lo stesso socialismo, il welfare avevano in qualche modo istituito, ecco però queste politiche attuali del capitalismo devono ogni volta necessariamente fare ricorso a quelle stesse strutture e funzioni che cercano di delegittimare, e in questo credo che quindi sia molto importante in qualche modo tenere a mente questa contraddizione, cioè il capitalismo, le politiche neoliberali mercificano i servizi, in primis il welfare, si appropriano della vita in modi sempre nuovi e diversi, ma realizzano anche di avere necessità di impiegare qualcosa che proviene dal socialismo. E allora forse se il neoliberalismo è dominante, il socialismo ne rappresenta ancora un elemento latente, represso, qui è un po' beniaminiana la faccenda, ma di profonda contraddizione interna. Ecco, grazie.
Grazie. Passiamo ora al secondo contributo di oggi di questa sezione di Sevgi Doğan. Sevgi Doğan gained her doctorate degree from Scuola Normale Superiore di Pisa. She is currently postdoctoral researcher here at the Scuola Normale, where she also collaborates with the Scholars at Risk Network in Italy. Her doctoral thesis, Marx and Hegel, on the dialectic of the individual and the social, was published by Lexington Books in 2018. Her fields of research are modern and contemporary political philosophy, Italian Marxism, Hegelianism, German and Italian idealism, Rosa Luxemburg, authoritarian and totalitarianism, gender and feminist studies, the social and political modernization of Turkey, and academic freedom. She has translated Gramsci's Letters from Prison from Italian into Turkish and submitted it to Alpha Publishing House. Her most recent book, La Grande Malattia dell'Europa, about human rights violations in contemporary Turkey, and with texts by Gustav Herrling, will be published by Rubettino in 2023. She will speak today about Rosa Luxemburg and Antonio Gramsci, Hegelian dialectic of optimism and pessimism. Please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I will going to talk about Rosa Luxemburg and Antonio Gramsci. When I was thinking about what I can present at this conference, I thought that the concept of pessimism and optimism, which seem to be among the most dominant psychopolitical states of mind in the 21st century, can be a good starting point, in particular for people like me who come from an authoritarian country such as Turkey. Concretely, the ongoing ever-intensifying political and economic crisis in my country makes, to quote Rosa Luxemburg, depression and pessimistic frame of mind and overwhelmingly dominant, unquote, force among the people. Then again, both Rosa Luxemburg and Antonio Gramsci are known for what appeared to be their unwavering faith in revolution. Hence, I thought it would be worthwhile to find out what Luxemburg and Gramsci had to say about these two concepts, both in their personal lives and in their political philosophical writings. Interestingly enough, starting from childhood, Luxemburg and Gramsci have much in common. While Luxemburg faced a childhood illness that left her with a permanent disability, Gramsci suffered from a malformation of the spine that left him seriously hunchbacked. However, these two called disabilities never prevented them from attending schools, overcoming adversities due to this sex, nationality, region, and later becoming the Marxist revolutionaries that, in spite of their all too early violent deaths, continue to be the vital theoretical and practical inspiration until our times. In fact, I would argue that optimism was a dominant presence throughout their lives. And though we may not find many explicit reference to optimism in Luxemburg and Gramsci, and although one can argue that certain pessimistic and depressive attitudes can also be identified at different stages in their personal and political lives, their writings and how they lived their lives can nonetheless tell us much about how to engage in revolutionary struggle in both favorable and adverse political and personal circumstance. So what is pessimism? What is optimism? And how can we relate these concepts to the notion of revolution? In his 2015 book, Hope Without Optimism, Terry Eagleton finds optimism to be of a quasi-dangerous nature. For him, optimism is self-sustaining and, quote, more a matter of belief than of hope. It is based on an opinion that things tend to work out well, not on the strenuous commitment that hope involves, unquote. For Eagleton, hope is, quote, whatever can be salvaged, stripped of guarantees from a general dissolution, and a question of whatever managed to survive the general catastrophe, unquote. Instead of emphasizing the power of hope as a stimulative force, First Nation activist and artist Leanna Simpson, in a recent letter exchange with Robbie Maynard, mentions the beauty of absence of hope. She writes that, quote, our movement and mobilization do not have the privilege of resting upon such a fleeting emotion. The absence of hope is a beautiful catalyst, unquote. Instead of preferring or refusing one particular political motivator such as pessimism or optimism, she insists in their interchangeability. She writes, quote, tenacity, persistence, stubbornness, rage, resentment, pessimism, and despair are all motivators. So, are joy, love, attachment, care, truth, optimism, respect, and reciprocity. So is the delicious soup in which all those exist at once, unquote. What Simpson tries to say here is, paraphrasing John Holloway from his recent book, Hope in Hopeless Times, something in, against, and beyond optimism and pessimism. It seems to me that Luxemburg and Gramsci could be viewed as 20th century predecessors to both Simpson's and Holloway's dialectical conception of optimism, pessimism, and hope, at a theme that which I will come back further on. In general terms, Luxemburg's and Gramsci faith in revolution and dialectic is precisely what makes them optimists. They do not find revolution to be, as Luxemburg in 1908 writes, a magical instrument or sorcerer calling up spirit of revolution appearing in any moment in history, but as a result of historical and political maturity. Similarly, in 1919, Gramsci underlines that, quote, the revolution is not a magical act, but a dialectical process of historical development, unquote. Their faith in the necessary end of, as Marx says, the catastrophe of capitalist world is their optimism. But where does this optimism and pessimism come from? In my view, the answer has to be to do with their critique of capitalist mode of production, along with a critique of optimism of liberal capitalism. Their optimism also comes from their belief in the revolutionary subject, and in this regard, subjectivity is important for the revolutionary possibility which creates optimism and negates pessimism. For them, pessimism means to be able to distinguish reality from illusion and to adapt a critical thinking approach towards hopeless and disparate conditions. Optimism, in turn, means to be able to encourage actions without falling into illusion. In other words, in situations when you are too optimistic, dialectical pessimist, that is critical thinking can appear, and when you are too optimistic, an optimist strategy can bring with itself the type of critical thinking that will support one in knowing how to engage with it. This is why I find their approach to the dialectical and Hegelian. Based upon what Hegel once said, the negative is just as much positive, unquote. Or for our purpose, pessimism exists in optimism and vice versa. In my view, for the purpose of this brief presentation, the optimism of Rosa Luxemburg can be identified from at least 3 different angles. First, regarding historical necessity. Second, in terms of her love or hunger for life. Third, her belief in subject, and last but not least, her faith in struggle and her hope for revolution. Luxemburg in 1906 writes that, quote, those who grasp the course of revolution in their innermost being will by no means give into any pessimism, unquote. The understanding and knowledge of revolution as transformation, subversion, destruction, and or true of exploitation and alienation from her simply cannot allow people to be pessimists. Her optimism is based on her faith in historical necessity, quote, the unweighable consequences about the decline of capitalism, which, just like previous economic form, is not an eternal duration, but is simply a transnational phase of history, unquote. What lies at the heart of Luxemburg's idea of revolution is hence to snatch people from their captive bonds and support them to achieve their true freedom. From her writing, it's clear that for Rosa Luxemburg, the destruction of the existing exploitative society was not a possibility, but a necessity, an absolute necessity. This necessity is her optimism. Despite serious setbacks, especially in relation to the outbreak of First World War, Rosa Luxemburg never lost her belief in the necessity of the abolishment of capitalism, the realization of this duty by the working class as the subject of revolution, and the growth of proletarian self-consciousness in order to achieve the long overdue liberation of humankind. As just hinted upon, the realization of this historical necessity will be made possible by the main subject of the struggle. In this sense, one of the elements that make Rosa Luxemburg an optimist lies precisely in her belief in this subject as leaders of their own struggle. Rosa Luxemburg is hence not only an optimist for the necessary end of any sort of exploitation, but she is also an optimist for the formation of the working class own consciousness through their own struggle during the revolutionary process. In 1905, Rosa Luxemburg defines the subject as follows, quote, and the command was given just not by a brilliant leader, not by a new Napoleon, but only by the spirit of brotherhood and solidarity living in each worker. The very instinct of those pushed down by exploitation and class oppression was their infallible and all-powerful commander, unquote. Luxemburg differentiates her optimism from, quote, a cheap fatalistic optimism which only seeks to veil its impotence, unquote, the kind of outlook that is so hateful to her. In her letters, optimism comes out within through sometimes a deeply pessimist spirit of the state of mind. In a 1917 letter, she continues to be optimistic and speak hopefully, trying to encourage her depressed friend, although she herself does not feel particularly well. She is aware of pessimism of the situation and the condition and tries to stay upbeat and embrace life with this optimism. In fact, life itself is a crucial element that makes her optimist, because life, in spite of its complexity and suffering, can produce many possibilities towards changes. As laid bare by the above quote, this type of optimism could be distinguished from a fatalistic optimism that could be called Luxemburg's revolutionary optimism. As a matter of fact, Rosa Luxemburg seems to have hope even in the hopeless times, and that she tries to organize pessimism for political ends, anticipating what Walter Benjamin later called the organization of pessimism. In sum, Rosa Luxemburg believes in life's totality and unity in the sense of dialectical relationship between collective and individual life, or rather a combination of one's individual life with social and political life. Here it is worth mentioning our comrade Bellafiore's quoting of Rosanna Rosanda, who once wrote about Luxemburg as, quote, the unity of a person in the aching web of pain and hope, of intelligence and feelings, of the self and of the world, recomposed, unquote. In other words, all the optimism and pessimism seems to be two opposite elements in Luxemburg's writings. They often appear as elements that go beyond each other rather than being presented as opposites. That is to say, these concepts do not ignore each other, either in theory nor in the heat of the struggle. On the one hand, there were defeats resulting in pessimism and hopelessness. On the other hand, there were ongoing struggles leading an optimistic feeling regarding future struggles. As one was suppressed, the other appeared. Luxemburg pessimistically, or by way of pessimism of intellect, underlined the existence and appearance of problem while the old was dying, whereas her optimism of intellect highlighted the appearance of new forces created by this new problem and the lessons that could be learned from defeats. Gramsci's relationship with optimism and pessimism, as mostly associated with and at times reduced to the famous expression pessimism of intelligence, optimism of the will. For the purpose of today's presentation, I will try to interpret Gramsci's conception of pessimism and optimism through Hegel's concept of desire and negation. Hegel considered desire generally as destructive. For Hegel, the transition from consciousness to self-consciousness is made possible by the transformation of this abstract desire into a concrete one. And the realization of self-consciousness through desire is possible only through negativity. I think for Gramsci it is important not only to will but also to desire, to destruct all sort of oppression. Desire is my interpretation of Gramsci. Gramsci didn't directly mention desire in his writings, or yet I didn't encounter this concept in Gramsci, but Gramsci mentioned more the passions. In a prison notebook, Gramsci writes that, quote, destruction and negation cannot exist without an implicit construction and affirmation, unquote. In my view, Gramsci demonstrates that individual desire and will can coincide with collective desire and will. In fact, the concept of will is crucial for Gramsci's philosophy in order to overcome passivity. Why? because the concept of feels traditionally considered as a faculty or capacity of mind which helps to decide and choose. What is more, it is a rational desire, a rational appetite, neither vain nor arbitrary, that seeks to arrive at end. And the end for Gramsci is clear. The end of oppression and injustice resulted from the structure and superstructure of capitalism. In general, pessimism results from the dominant political and economic condition of the time. In his 1924 Against Pessimism, Gramsci describes the Italian atmosphere for the advent of the Mussolini's fascism as being dominated by, quote, the thick dark cloud of pessimism which is oppressing the most able and responsible militants and is in itself a great danger, unquote. Pessimism is considered by Gramsci to be a danger because it could lead to political passivity, intellectual slumber, skepticism about the future, unquote. Skepticism is acceptable for Gramsci only if it comes in form of pessimism of intelligence, not any sort of undialectical pessimism. In other words, pessimism as a concept is similar to fatalism and passivity and therefore opposite to the social political struggle that Gramsci dedicated all his life. Gramsci draws attention to another problem regarding any possibility of falling into illusion or false optimism while desiring to transform existing situation without considering the current social and political circumstance. In the 1920s, Gramsci was worried about what he called comfortable illusion. While northern Italy, in northern Italy, there were factory strikes and the factories were in the hands of the workers. His suggestion was to be skeptical and critical of the situation and to analyze the strikes according to the then historical political condition in order to avoid creating an illusion. In other early writing, he doesn't only drive attention to illusion as a result of easy victories, but also to demoralization resulting from defeats or temporary and partial setbacks. Oh my God. A third point that we can find in Gramsci regarding pessimism and optimism is the conception of passivity and fatalism. Optimism for him is nothing more than a way of defending one's laziness, one's own responsibility, the will to do nothing. This is a form of fatalism and mechanism. Gramsci finds this approach problematic because it means that one depends on the factors extraneous to one's own will and industriousness. Against this passivity and fatalism, Gramsci proposes a form of enthusiasm which accompanies intelligent will, intelligent industriousness, inventive wealth in concrete initiatives that motivate existing reality. In other words, Gramsci calls for a type of enthusiasm which is, in itself embodies hope. He calls for self-experience, self-praxis, self-organization, self-strength, and self-education within and beyond collective togetherness. For Gramsci, in the face of intellectual and moral disorder, quote, it is necessary to create sober, patient people who do not despair in the face of the worst horrors and who do not become exuberant with every illusions, pessimism of intelligence, optimism of the will. Gramsci's optimism, like Luxemburg's, originates from his unwavering faith in the capacity of the revolutionary subject to transform existing oppressive society. In this regard, Gramsci's analysis of culture and society is one of the indicators of his optimism about the capacity of human beings to realize revolutionary change. According to Gramsci, culture and individual are not separated and abstract from each other. Culture is more than a social web of values and relations. Quote, culture is organization, discipline of one's inner self, a coming to terms with one's own personality, unquote. For Gramsci, every subject has its capacity of philosophizing and attaining a level of capacity to transform the existing evil. Both for Gramsci and Luxemburg, optimism is based on their trust in the revolutionary subject and its role in shaping historical progress. In one of the pre-prison writing, Gramsci writes about the transformation of the subject from a disciplinized industrial object into a responsible subject. The workers quote, have to create for themselves a collective personality, a collective soil, a collective will, unquote, to realize a classless society. They will organize themselves externally with others, and they will organize internally within their thought and will towards a collective will and desire. Collective will as an instrument of liberation, a transitory necessity, is an answer to passivity resulting from pessimism and optimism. Conclusion. In All About Love, New Vision, Bell Hooks writes that, quote, psychologically, we were in despair even as economic bombs open up jobs for women and men from previously disenfranchised groups. Instead of looking for justice in the public world, the individuals turn to their private lives, seeking a place of solace and escape. Initially, lots of folks turned inward to family and relationships to find again in a sense of connection and stability. Coming face to face with rampant lovelessness in the home created an overwhelming sense of cultural broken-heartedness. Not only did individuals despair about their capacity to change the world, they begin to feel enormous despair about their ability to make basic positive changes in the emotional fabric of their daily lives, unquote. For me, what Hooks describes, we might call the pessimism of our century a sort of pessimism on an ontological or an existential level, in line with Frederick Jameson's dictum about imagining the end of the world, which I believe to be different from the one that Luxemburg and Gramsci describe and criticize. As I have tried to argue, Luxemburg and Gramsci refer to a type of pessimism that exists within the struggle rather than an ontological pessimism. Today, ontological pessimism emerges when individuals are left alone in their struggles with life and when they, in Marxian sense, are alienated from each other, from society, nature, their labor. The capitalist system's understanding of individuality forms the basis of the ontological pessimism. As we can see from Luxemburg's letters to Louis Kautsky and Gramsci's letter to his brother Carlo, both of them try to avoid falling into this existential pessimism by trying to transcend it. In their sense, pessimism is considered a strategy for reasoning and understanding what is happening in current society, and optimism is the desire to transform it. Pessimism is negated, at the same time reserved in Hegelian sense, and as optimism rises with critical reasoning. This dialectical relationship might be a type of Hegelian pes-optimism, a term I'm borrowing from the 1974 book title of the Palestinian novelist, The Sacred Life of Sid, the Pes-optimist. Pes-optimism, quote, refers to the inseparability of hope and despair, of desire and knowledge under untenable historical conditions, unquote. This untenable situation is the pessimism of eternal freedom fighters like Rosa Luxemburg, Gramsci, and Simone Weil, who, quote, was only pessimistic about the world she saw around her and whose optimism was grounded in solidarity and a passion for freedom, unquote. In conclusion, Rosa Luxemburg and Gramsci hold a pessimistic view of the future of capitalism, while at the same time offering a Hegelian dialectic vision of the revolutionary political subjects for the past as well as our times. For them, optimism and pessimism could feed each other through their synthesis as to the intellect and the will, each them cancelling out its vulgar, banal opposite in a kind of noble perfection, a certainty of vision, and iron coherence. And it is this certainty of vision and iron coherence that will forge the collective will and desire for the long over the transformation of barbarism and evil. I'm optimistic we will get there eventually. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jacopo Chiaravalli, who received his master's degree in philosophy at the University of Pisa with a thesis focused on Jacob Klein's philosophical historiography and of the birth of modern algebra. In the same year, he received his degree from the Scuola Normale Superiore. In 2019, he defended his PhD dissertation at the University of Padua on Descartes' geometry and his philosophy of mathematics. Part of the dissertation is now published under the title L'oggetto puro, matematica e scienza in Descartes. It came out in 2020. Chiaravalli then received fellowships and grants at the Istituto Italiano per gli Studi Filosofici in Naples, the German DAAD program, the Istituto Italiano di Studi Germanici in Rome, and again at the University of Pisa. Currently, he is a postdoctoral fellow at the Istituto Italiano per gli Studi Germanici. In the last years, he published articles on Descartes, Hegel, Leo Strauss, Bertolt Brecht, and Walter Benjamin. Today, he will speak to us. The title slightly changed, so the electric shock, the contingency of history in Luxembourg, Lenin, and Gramsci. Please.
Thanks. Thanks. So before starting, I want to wish my gratitude to the organizer for running the risk of inviting me here. And then, so let's start. The central point of my talk is a short and limited confrontation between Luxembourg and Gramsci on the relation between class and political organization. As far as I know, the only passages where Gramsci develops an argument on Luxembourg are in Prison Notebook number 7, where he shortly comments her crucial text, The Mass Strike, the Party, and the Trade Unions. Gramsci's judgment is ambivalent. On one side, he seems to repeat the Soviet propaganda, according to which Luxembourg overlooked the organizational element and the role of the party. But on the other side, Gramsci claims that her essay, and I quote, constitutes the most significant theory of the war of maneuver applied to the study of history, end of quote. How was such a controversial interpretation possible? In order to better understand this tricky question, we have briefly to reread the terms of Luxembourg's theory of the so-called spontaneity of the masses, and in particular, her discussion with Lenin. In 1904, Luxembourg published on the Neue Zeit and on the Iskra her famous organizational questions of the Russian social democracy, where she brutally criticizes Lenin's conception of the centralism in the party. The main point in her destructive critique is a knowledge reduction of the proletarian class to a puppet in the hands of the Central Committee. According to her interpretation, in one step forward, two steps back, Lenin is sustaining an ultra-centralism where the party plays the crucial role of imposing discipline and leading the action of the masses. Her conclusion is destructive, and I quote, knocked to the ground, almost reduced to dusty by Russian absolutism, the ego takes revenge by turning to revolutionary activity in the shape of a committee of conspirators in the name of a non-existent will of the people. It seats itself on a kind of throne and proclaims it is all-powerful, end of quote. If we now turn to Lenin's answer, we can expect a harsh and violent response, with the new exposition of the relation of the party with the spontaneity of the masses following the main argument of the second chapter of What Has to Be Done. Surprisingly, this is not the case. Of course, Lenin is rude and ironic, and he repeatedly underlines that Luxembourg did not get his point and did not know exactly the Russian situation, but that's all. So I have the strong impression that the misunderstanding is mutual. Actually, Luxembourg had clearly raised the question about the attitude of the party toward the revolutionary class. On the contrary, Lenin spends all his short answer ensuring that the Mensheviks are well represented in the leading organs of the Russian social democracy. In other words, Lenin shifts ground of the discussion. His point seems to be not the relation of the party with what is outside it, but its internal democracy. The impression is that what for Luxemburg is a problem, it is not in Lenin's eyes. The question is now to understand why something that is so problematic for Luxemburg is not questioned by Lenin. In my opinion, this is not a matter of chance. Their mutual misunderstanding is grounded in the difference of their perspectives. More clearly, what I mean is that even when Luxemburg and Lenin face directly the problem of the relation between class and party, they are not speaking of the same problem. Better said, this is a situation where the historical differences of the organizations create a separation in the understanding of a theoretical matter. If we carefully confront Luxemburg's fundamental essay, The Mass Strike, the Party and the Trade Unions, with Lenin's What Has to Be Done, we can see that the frameworks of the arguments are basically divergent. Lenin's theoretical move in favor of a leading role of the party is built upon the precondition of a situation of instability and social conflict in the country. Protests, strikes, and riots were frequent in Russia at the end of 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century, and represent a presupposition of Lenin's claims. What I mean is that Luxemburg's mass strike as phenomenon of revolutionary activity of the masses was the actual situation in Russia even before the 1905 revolution, as Luxemburg knew well. So Lenin's problems is the following. Given a situation of spreading protest and conflict, what kind of organization can deal with it at best? That is why Lenin's first preoccupation is organization, its internal structure, and its capacity to furnish leading support to an already protesting class. On the other side, Luxemburg's problem seems to be basically different. Actually, she is perfectly aware of the necessity of revolutionary vanguard, and that is why, in my opinion, Lenin does not remark a mutual distance on this point in his reply. In contrast, if Lenin took for granted in his What Has to Be Done the situation of mass strike, in the mass strike, the party and the trade unions, Luxemburg takes for granted the necessity of the organizational function of the political group. She focuses her attention on the nature of the social phenomena which these organizations must presuppose in order to realize its revolutionary goals. In this sense, her problem is the very origin and roots of the social and political uprising. Put in this way, her problem would sound: is an organization able to autonomously give rise to revolutionary action according to a plan? And as we all know, the answer is negative. Actually, according to Luxemburg, the activity of the organization should always be a reaction starting from the movements of the proletarian groups, following their moves and organizing their own activities. The fundamental principle of her argument is that we cannot deal with the revolution as if we were dealing with a problem in mathematics, that is, elaborating a method of solution and calculating the outcomes. The factors are too many in order to be precisely calculated and predicted. In this sense, the organization is a light in obscurity, and its capacity to know and act is limited by the contingency of a logic that is far from being fully understood. Unlike the level of the economic production, the actions of the masses are unforeseen. From the point of view of the party, the individual causes of a strike, its capacity to enlarge its dimension from a factory to a district and then to the entire country is completely irrational. Better said, it follows its own rules, which are other than the strategies of the party. Luxemburg's main preoccupation is to recognize all the energy present in these phenomena, preventing the counter-revolutionary and conservative aspect of the stable form of the organization. Organizations are always the products of a struggle. They are the forms which the revolutionary class gives to itself in a determinate moment of its fight for liberation. After the end of that particular fight, the organizational form remains. We could say that organization is a stable historical legacy of the struggle. However, problems can rise when a new fight begins. In this case, we are not sure that the organizational form derived from the past fight is still the most adequate. Luxemburg's main preoccupation is what we could call an anachronism between the old form of fighting and the new one. the fixed old form of the organization runs the risk of remaining separated from the flux of the new social struggle. Since the organizational form is not able to foresee the behavior of the social components, its only possibility is to be flexible and ready to change its strategies. Far from being determinist, Luxemburg underlines the necessity to reshape the ego of the political organization as a form of rationality open to the contingency of social history. The deep political side of the problem of spontaneity is that of the capacity of an organization to keep in touch with the hidden and unpredictable side of history. In a famous passage, Luxemburg compares the spontaneous action of the masses in the general strike with the organization using the metaphor of consciousness and unconsciousness. The already mentioned difficult relation between the flux of history and the political form is understood in terms of the capacity of the organization of enlightening the instinctual and unaware element in the mobilization of the masses. In this sense, the party is an instrument which the revolutionary class makes use of in order to clarify to itself its own strategies and goals. The members of the vanguard are a direct expression of the subalterns. If we now turn to Gramsci's prison notebooks, we can easily recognize that he has a similar way to understand the relation between the political organization and the working class. Better said, even in his case, the party is an instrument thanks to which the revolutionary subject imposes its own hegemony over society. Its role is that of an instrument of mediation. Thus, in both Luxemburg and Gramsci, the true revolutionary subject is not the political organization, but the subaltern class. In addition, if we look at the prison notebooks using Luxemburg's conceptuality, we can see that Gramsci is raising the same question Luxemburg was trying to answer, that is, how a revolutionary situation rises. In this sense, they are both facing the problem that Lenin left unsolved, questioning more radically the condition of the roots of a mass uprising able to fully reshape society. If this is true, what is interesting is that their answer radically diverges. Actually, using Luxemburg's words, we could say that Gramsci's effort to show the multiple elements which guarantee the hegemony of a class is an attempt to clarify the unconsciousness of society. His analysis of the relation between structure and superstructure has its center in recognizing that the time and forms of politics and supremacy are not immediately derivable from the mode of production. Consequently, the forms of the fight of the subaltern classes are not directly derived from their position in the sphere of production. If this is even Luxemburg's point, in her account, the movements of the subaltern classes and their ways of behavior cannot be the object of prediction and analysis. If the structure of the organization and the process of accumulation of the capitalist mode of production can be made clear thanks to revolutionary theory, so the critique of political economy, the behaviors of the subalterns are obscure and unconscious. On the contrary, Gramsci's attempt is that to elaborate an analysis of the elements which build the self-consciousness of the subaltern groups, and consequently to understand their position in the social and political struggle. This is evident in two crucial points. The first one is the relation among the different subaltern groups, which is one of the central problems bounded with the idea of hegemony. Analyzing the 1905 Russian Revolution, Luxemburg praises the capacity of Russian social democracies of educating the proletarian groups, and she repeatedly emphasizes that without that work of the organization, those kinds of mass protests would not have been possible. However, as she points out in the mass strike, the party and the trade unions, the necessary alliance among different subaltern groups is a product of the active fight, and I quote, "Only in the period of revolution, when the social foundations and the walls of the class society are shaken and subjected to a constant process of disarrangement, any political class action of the proletariat can arouse from their passive condition in a few hours whole sections of the working class who have hitherto remained unaffected, and this is immediately and naturally expressed in a stormy economic struggle." The connection among subaltern groups which were previously isolated, is a product of a direct action in demobilization. That means that for Luxemburg, the creation of a mass is a matter of solidarity originated in the fight. In this sense, the struggle is the place of the rise of a kind of subjectivity completely different from the isolated groups and the political organization. The class as a revolutionary subject goes beyond the limits of every single part of its components. If we look at this from Gramsci's perspective, we see that the problem Luxemburg is facing here is that of the creation of the so-called historical bloc, which originates spontaneously from the struggle. In Gramsci, that would be impossible. The historical bloc is the product of the hegemony of a class over others that can be ensured only by the work of the intellectuals. Solidarity is the product of a conscious and strategic activity of the modern prince. It is only thanks to the effort of the political organization that a connection among subaltern groups can be created. So Gramsci can show the crucial role of the party, not just in the actual struggle, but in its preparation. Better said, in his eyes, the configurations of history depend on the very capacity of the political organization to reshape the historical situation in favor of the proletarian class. And this brings us to the second point. We saw that for Luxemburg, the revolutionary action is the fruit of a complex dialectics between the contingency of the mass mobilization and the flexibility of the political vanguard. That means that the very outcomes of the historical developments are a matter of contingency in front of which the political organization must, and I quote a passage from an article on the Russian Revolution of the Russian 1905 revolution, the political organization must summon up its strength and step out onto the social stage. End of quote. This contingency has its own consistency and exists as a revolutionary occasion independently from the party. On the contrary, according to Gramsci, the revolutionary potentiality of a situation is determined by the strength and dimension of the political organizations of the classes involved. How revolutionary an event is, it is determined by the work and effort of the collective intellectual, which is the political organization. Consequently, according to Gramsci, the very goal of a political organization is to transform the contingency of history into probability. He repeatedly underlines that when two historical blocks are similar by force and power, it is absolutely impossible to predict the outcomes of the struggle. As he says, this is a matter of military action, so a matter of violence. However, this presupposes that the historical bloc of the subalterns has the force and the power comparable to that of the dominant groups. That means that the opening of the field of possibility is the product of the patient and hidden work of mediation of the political organization. In turn, this implies that possibility here is not understood as contingency, but as a rising or decreasing probability of victory in the struggle. So, in the end, I would say that the common problem between Luxemburg and Gramsci is how to deal what we cannot fully control in history, and that their very divergence lies in the difference between contingency and probability. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Jacopo. So we now turn to, sorry, okay. We now turn to our last speaker. Sergio Nacinovic was born in the US in 1974 and grew up in Pisa, studying at Liceo Classico and graduating from the University of Pisa with a thesis on Alfred Tarski in philosophy. After graduation, he received a master's degree.
Okay, this intervention deals with one of Rosa Luxemburg's best-known texts, which is Reform or Revolution. The aim, not a scholar of Rosa Luxemburg, the aim is to try to use it to read it through a comparison with other texts, to use it in a comparison with other texts that are very different in origin and style. Plato's Politeia Republic, in particular Book 8, and Costantino Mortati's The Constitution in Material Sense, La teoria del potere costituente, The theory of constituent power. The reason behind this choice is the desire to explore a very relevant and large theme, which is how political and social change can take place. From this, how is it possible to think about social renewal? And the question is if it is possible to identify in very different theoretical approaches, recurring categories and problematic nodes, political philosophers have been confronting with. Okay, Rosa Luxemburg published the Reform Revolution in 1899 and 1908 second revised edition is to intervene in the ongoing political debate between maximalists and reformists and revisionists within the German Social Democratic Party. The main polemical target is the thesis of Edward Bernstein, and so the problem is the aims and strategies that SPD has to take to face. In Republic, Plato, everybody know, but anyway, a bit didactic. Anyway, Plato starts with the question of what it means to be just and why being just is preferable to being unjust. This topic is carried out by analyzing what justice is in a city and then proposing an ideal model of a just city. In Book 8, after completing the theoretical design of the just city, Plato describes fundamental alternatives, models, and how these types of cities can be constituted. Plato is the first philosopher to put on a theoretical level the problem of how social and political changes occur, and is therefore a fundamental point of reference for this theme. The dialogue is placed in the second phase of Plato's. Anyway, it condensed the reflections and analysis of Plato in on the crisis experienced by Athens and Greek polis in 5th and 4th centuries before Christ. Costantino Mortati is a constitutionalist and legal theorist who, after the Second World War, was a member of the Constituent Assembly elected in the list of Christian Democrats, and in the Constituent Assembly, also a member of the Commission of 75, charged with preparing the draft of the Italian Constitution. In 1940, he published La Costituzione in senso materiale, and in 1945, La teoria del potere costituente. The text I have considered. These works were addressed to a public that was not only academic, especially the second one, but in any case selected. In these works, there is a need to understand what happened in Italy with the establishment of the fascist dictatorship and to reflect on the country's prospects. But the argumentation remains on a strictly theoretical level without explicit historical references. Mortati approaches the problem of social and political change from a different political and disciplinary perspective, which makes the comparison interesting. Returning to reform or revolution, what Luxemburg intends to oppose in a polemic against Bernstein's thesis is not reformist practice. She states, between social reforms and revolution, there exists for the social democracy and an indissoluble tie. The struggle for reform is its means, the social revolution its aim. Therefore, she doesn't think that the implementation of reforms can compromise revolution possibilities. She makes what she fear of the Bernstein's theory are other sides, what she wants to contrast. The Bernstein's theory leads to renounce the social transformation, the final goal of social democracy, and inversely to make of social reforms the means of the class struggle, its aim. The alternative evoked by the title Reform or Revolution, therefore, is on the level of objectives in this case. Revolution understood as a substantial transformation, reforms understood as moderate change. Can the party of the workers' movement set as its aim improvement rather than transformation? Should practical subjects get rid of general theories and revolutionary aspiration and pursue possible improvements? Is the fundamental proposal of revisionism acceptable? In the following, Luxemburg states that Bernstein believes that social democracy should not direct its daily activity toward the conquest of political power, but toward the betterment of the condition of the working class within the existing order. These are quotations, obviously. It must not expect to institute socialism as a result of a political and social crisis, but should build socialism by means of the progressive extension of social control and the gradual application of the principle of cooperation. Here, in this case, the opposition evoked by the title is in the method. Is the goal of substantial transformation only achievable through a rupture of the existing order, i.e., through political discontinuity and the seizure of power by new forces, revolution, or can it be achieved by means of a progressive and gradual path through continuous improvement? That is revolution understood as a substantial change in society possible without a revolution understood as a change in the political system? Can social transformation take place within the framework of institutional and political continuity? Is the reformist strategy credible? The first issue, namely to renounce the social transformation, the final goal of democracy, is read by Luxemburg as an invitation to renounce theory. And for this reason, she considered Bernstein's work the first attempt to give a theoretical basis to the opportunist currents common in the social democracy. She also adds that this is natural because the opportunists are looking for the possibilities to intervene in the scene and to get free from the limitations that theory put, render their practice easier. The consequence of this choice are for Luxemburg to take the path of the petit bourgeois reformer. We can understand this point of view also comparing with the other authors. Mortati do not speak of bourgeoisie in similar terms. He programmatically keeps his discourse within the limits of law, not entering the field of sociology and even less economics. It is a qualifying element of his theory, however, to affirm the need to distinguish between the content of positive legal norms and their presuppositions. The presuppositions are the primordial legal source which determines the emergence of the legal system and confers on it a broader unity than that which cannot be given by the system of norms. It is the organizing principle. They are the organizing principle that establishes the purpose of the state and generates the written norms. This position allow him, this is a quotation I don't read, but you can look to explain this position, this way of to distinguish the basis from the written norms. This position allows him to distinguish between reforms and substantial transformations, understanding these as changes in the state. In Mortati's terms, to accept the proposal of revisionism, giving up questioning the general aims of the state and the relations of power in society. From this point of view, he is very clear in the Constitution in material sense in stating it follows from what has been said that it is necessary to distinguish politics as a critical activity tending to change the informing ideology of the regime and the establishment of a new one from politics, which is instead the search of the means necessary to realize the finality proper to the constitution in force. We can say that tertium non datur, a state does not exist except on the basis of general purposes, so a political subject either acts contrary to these purposes or consistent with these purposes. As far as Plato is concerned, having a clear theoretical horizon built through training and research is the fundamental condition that allows decisions to be made correctly and the degeneration of politics to be prevented or corrected. Plato explains this clearly when, in the 6th book, he shows why the philosophers have so far failed to prove themselves in Athenian politics. Our philosopher follows the same analogy like a plant which, having proper nurture, must necessarily grow and mature into all virtue, but if sown and planted in an alien soil, becomes the most nauseous of all weeds, unless he be preserved by some divine power. The meaning is that a philosopher, one with the possibility to be a philosopher, to lead the town, the polis in the right direction, if is grown up in the city, in the corrupted city, become one which lead the city in the direction of the corruption that taking it to the extreme consequences. In Book 8, Plato goes further, describing how oligarchy arises from democracy, democracy from oligarchy, and finally tyranny from democracy. To make the passages clear, he proposes ideal stories illustrating how an oligarchic son is born to a democratic father, and so on. For oligarchy in particular, the purpose recognized as fundamental is wealth. But it is this purpose that determines its dissolution, the insatiable desire of wealth and the neglect of all other things for the sake of money-getting were also the ruin of oligarchy, writes Plato. The democratic man arises from the oligarchic when the distinction between necessary and unnecessary pleasures, a distinction that the oligarchic maintained, is removed. Necessary pleasures are defined as those pleasures that we cannot avoid and that are useful to us. It is education that makes it possible to keep this distinction, but the oligarchist does not give importance to education and does not offer values that allow one to critically distinguish between pleasures. So if the son finds nudges in the environment pushing him in the wrong direction, will easily give in to unnecessary pleasures. To act effectively in politics becomes possible, in Plato's view, only if in the framework of a general theory and only by rejecting the general aims and values on which wrong constitutions are based. The conclusion is also consistent with Plato's biography, which he tells in 7th letter. The conclusions of the authors in these first questions, the authors consider seems to share some features. The socio-political reality is seen as a system, and this system is recognized as having an educational formative dimension, or at least the capacity to guide the actions of subjects. In Mortati and Luxemburg's opinion, this dimension of power leads to conservation of the system. In Plato's opinion, to degeneration as well. One can only defend himself against these effects of the system if is able to recognize and criticize it as a system. One can defend himself only through a powerful theoretical approach, which seems irreconcilable with the revisionist position. The revisionist proposal to abandon theory tends to emerge easily in politics because, as Luxemburg points out, it is easier to find agreements and opportunities by breaking free from any theoretical framework. This is precisely why the presence of theoretical reflection in a party or public discussion is important. Turning to the second question, Bernstein's thesis is social democracy must not but should build socialism by means of the progressive extension. The thesis is supported by Bernstein in two ways in Luxemburg's text, criticizing the main thesis of scientific socialism and attaching great value to democracy. Considering the second of these elements, Bernstein says, why represent socialism as the consequence of economic compulsion? He complains. Why degrade man's understanding, his feeling for justice, his will? According to Luxemburg's quotation, to Bernstein, democracy is an inevitable stage of the development of society. To him, as to the bourgeois theoreticians of liberalism, democracy is the great fundamental law of historic development, the realization of which is served by all the forces of political life. Democracy is a fundamental goal of historical development and is the framework that makes the realization of justice on the basis of the will of the citizens possible. The distinctions between reforms and substantive transformation, revolution, would therefore lose its meaning in a democracy, since democracy places no limits in principle on the possibility of reforms. In a democracy, a country governs itself and realizes the values it believes in. In the common consciousness, this is rendered with the maxim that the political class is the mirror of the country, which recalls the Hegelian thesis that every people has the constitution that is appropriate and convenient to it, limiting its value to the case of democratic regimes. Luxemburg countered this thesis by emphasizing its irreconcilability with Marxist theories and showing how the changes that would testify to increase the social control and cooperation in reality did not affect the principle of private property. A reflection on this theme, before coming back to Luxemburg, can be found in Mortati, in particular in the theory of constituent power. The affirmation of the principle of popular sovereignty can lead to the claim that constituent power, it has the power to form a new state, the power to implement substantial transformation, is continuously in the hands of the people. This position, according to Mortati, is not tenable because the people, generically understood as an undifferentiated whole, is incapable of acting politically. It becomes the holder of constituent power only after a group, an organization, has carried out what is referred to in the text as constituent initiative, establishing the modalities and limits of the power that is attributed through the instrument of the vote to the people. Once then the constitution is formed, the people appear only as part of the ordered set up, a constituted body itself, and therefore, even when it is given a function of ultimate decision, empowered to act only in the prescribed forms, that is, in explication, I jumped, in the prescribed, according to the notion illustrated above, with the limitation of power within the fundamental principle of organization proper to the particular state, form of state. One can object, I try to jump some things, even in our constitution, Article 1 is spoken of the way sovereignty is limited and organized. Anyway, if we believe that a majority principle, we have a constitution which recognizes majority principle as absolute, one could think that the limits are known. But Mortati writes, one would be inclined to say that the original constitution is translated into the positive, written constitution, and thus the latter becomes the reference. The written constitution can, however, be the result of compromise between opposing forces and therefore be reticent on certain qualifying points. This can lead to a disagreement between positive legal norms and their premises, but we should say between a written constitution and a legal constitution, because the unwritten constitution, being in force, is the only one endowed with legal character, the one that counts, that makes the difference. So, written constitution never perfectly coincides with the unwritten constitution that constitutes its foundation. To have to keep this faith in democracy, one should go under an analysis of the relations of power in the society to argue which model of society are really compatible with this power relations in society. And so this rhetoric of the democratic system can be dangerous. I mean, is not a proper photograph of the situation according to reflection, not only from the Marxist point of view, but even from the Murtatist point of view that suggests, anyway, we cannot take a look at the powers in the setup of power in a society only by the description we can argue from the written constitution, but understand the process that has built this constitution. I jump on Plato because there's no... Okay, let's stop. Plato, this part about the absolutization of freedom is okay. Plato proposed a dialectic of the value, which is on the ground of democracy. The value is freedom, and Plato says these make democracy appear like the most beautiful, handsome situation. But if we take only this value, democracy become anarchism, become a situation. Never forget that democracy in this picture comes from oligarchy. So it's a society with big differences in richness, a very splitted society. So one can use the value and the differences in income, in richness, in power in the society to transform democracy in tyranny. This was about Plato stuff. Okay.
I'm afraid we are rather late. And so I'd say we allow, we open the floor to questions for around 10 minutes. Is it okay?
Well, Sevgi, I really enjoyed your talk, and talk on optimism and hope and pessimism is very appropriate, given that we live in a world that is on fire with the recent Italian election results and America as well. It's a criticism, and it's one that was leveled at my book about Rosa Luxemburg, is that you mentioned disability of both Gramsci and Luxemburg. And then you mentioned that in conjunction with hope and optimism, which sort of feeds into a traditional view, an ableist view of disability as something that people overcome with their intrinsic goodness. And I think if we use a social model of disability, which is that disability is something that people are disabled by an ableist society, then we arrive at a different understanding of disability, not as something that somebody overcomes, but as something that is done to a person by a discriminatory society. And I just thought it was important to mention that. And also to say that while Luxemburg was dealing with congenital hip dysplasia, which was a physical disability and would very much have impacted her view of herself as a woman, Gramsci was also dealing with chronic illness as a result of his tuberculosis, which was degenerative. And chronic illness is a double aspect of disability because it very much affects your ability to interact with the world in a productive manner. I just wanted to make the mention of the social model because I felt it needed to be said.
I would have 3 questions to 3 speakers, but I do only one because we are really too late. But this I'm forced to do because of my studies, because I studied law, actually. My first exam was on Mortati, 2 volumes. And in that same year, I followed the course on filosofia del diritto. I don't know how to translate it, with Norberto Bobbio, that I knew very, very much. So I'm very intrigued on that part and many of the wonderful quotes that you have from Mortati. If I understood well, there is a different intention between the written constitution and the original constitution. Now, Bobbio, on one side, he was, I think, a juridical positivist. That is, the written constitution is the foundation. This is what I remember. But you say that in Mortati, this famous and actually controversial early text, Mortati says that there is a tension between the written constitution, which can be thought to be the base, but since it maybe have silences on many points, it is actually the original constitution, which should be the main reference. And I think that in Bobbio there is a strange movement according to which, for him, liberalism is going towards some kind of socialism. So I don't like very much the English term neoliberalism. And in Bobbio, there is, in this movement, it is actually juridical because it extends progressively the meaning of the rights. So it is a story, in a sense of freedom, more freedom, going towards economic and social freedom, and so on. I understand that it is very confused, but I would like to know if there is some meaning in my confusion or not.
E questo domanda, sorry. The question is about mortality, but I don't know. Okay. The question. No, I agree, but what I try to demonstrate in my presentation to some extent in Rosa Luxemburg and Gramsci, of course, in their writings and letters and their writings, we can see this optimism, pessimism. You can feel in the writings, particularly in Rosa Luxemburg. But Rosa Luxemburg, these abilities always have to say to try to avoid it or try to not take a very important consideration for her struggle. It is not the first things that she can consider about it. And for this reason, I related his approach to these abilities also that she has, and he put the struggle on the even on have to say to herself. I don't know how to interpret it, but no. Yeah, in Turkish will be very, very nice. Yes, I'm passing the question.
Okay, I try with the English. I don't know if I'm able. Anyway. Allora, non so, la mia risposta è molto naif perché non sono un approfondito conoscitore, insomma, di questo, diciamo, l'idea che mi sono fatto, che da un punto di vista di Bobbio, alla prova a tradurla in, diciamo, abbiamo la Costituzione come un insieme di norme che costruiscono possono costruire modelli diversi di società, ma la tendenza, alcune norme più forti tendono a orientare la scelta verso certi modelli. La differenza con Mortati, che in questo testo appunto controversial, diciamo, secondo alcuni legittima il fascismo, oppure però cerca di spiegare forse, no? Io lo prendo in questo senso, Allora, Mortati intanto si oppone alla visione hegeliana, come dire, cioè un popolo produce una Costituzione, perché dice il popolo di suo disorganizzato può produrre delle abitudini, ma insomma non ha questa coesione. Quello che produce una Costituzione, in questo momento lui pensa è un partito come espressione di forze, no? Però il partito è lo strumento che porta a livello di esplicitazione quelli che sono gli obiettivi fondamentali che motivano, diciamo, il dare un'organizzazione allo Stato. Ora, in questa direzione, quando una Costituzione nasce in realtà da un accordo, da un confronto tra forze diverse, allora lo iato che ci può essere comunque, anche se è un solo partito che fa la Costituzione, tra i fini esplicitati all'interno del partito e le conseguenze, le cose coerenti, può diventare più forte, no? Per cui all'interno del partito ci sono degli obiettivi che non vengono materialmente scritti, ma che poi guidano diciamo, la implementazione, brutto termine, delle norme. Ora, questo secondo me può essere anche uno strumento teorico per riflettere sulla storia della Costituzione italiana, perché sappiamo che ci sono parti largamente, no, non applicate, non portate avanti. C'è stato uno spazio negli anni 70 in cui ha ripreso vita una parte della Costituzione sulla base di rapporti di forza che erano un po' mutati, no? Quindi può essere uno strumento teorico di indagine interessante, anche una ricerca, diciamo, in questa direzione per arrivare a una maggior condivisione, discussione e esplicitazione di quali sono i nuclei di obiettivi o di regole non pienamente esplicitati che poi determinano la Costituzione materiale, che Mortati dice è quella vigente, perché è quella che poi viene applicata, anche se non è leggibile, non è scritta.
Io in un'altra vita ho studiato questo, quindi io forse però adesso è tardi e io stessa devo partire. Su questo volevo dire due cose. La prima è che è interessante che Mortati era stato appunto un giurista importante durante gli anni del fascismo, come d'altra parte tutti i giuristi di quella stagione poi transitati nell'Italia repubblicana. Secondo me le due cose interessanti sono la riflessione che poi è diventato insomma, è entrato nella democrazia cristiana, eccetera, eccetera, come Crisafulli, che era un altro giurista degli anni 30, anche lui che non si capisce quando prende una posizione contraria al regime, anche perché questi scrivevano in un linguaggio, come dire, quasi da seduta spiritica, cioè cercando di nascondere gli elementi contro il fascismo, quindi è molto complicato, però casomai secondo me uno dei punti forti è che poi dalla riflessione di Mortati c'è quella di Crisafulli che dà un'interpretazione della Costituzione in senso programmatico, cioè dice questa Costituzione ha delle norme programmatiche che quindi adesso non vengono applicate, visto che poi la Corte Costituzionale è entrata in funzione tardissimo nel 56, ma che orientano verso un futuro di fatto alternativo, socialista poi, perché poi insomma Crisafulli appartenne al Partito Comunista, poi socialista, ma ha avuto varie traversie. Però secondo me, come dicevi giustamente tu, lì la Costituzione in senso materiale è perché è fondata sulle forze politiche e sul partito, che poi diventano i partiti nel secondo dopoguerra, però assumendo che il partito era la forma, diciamo, di organizzazione della società più moderna, diciamo che nasce poco prima del fascismo, poi il fascismo ulteriormente, come dire, in qualche modo la forma partito fascista è quella più moderna, tra virgolette, e poi appunto diventano i partiti, però in quella forma lì, cioè di una, anche come è scritto nella Costituzione, all'articolo 49, di uno strumento che riesca a appunto collegare le masse, tra virgolette, e le istituzioni poi di fatto. Quindi questo, cioè, sarebbe piaciuto chiederti anche se avevi letto Crisafulli e come lo collocavi, che essendo quello un po' più, diciamo, socialista e con una visione anche più progressiva e aperta al futuro di Costituzione. No, figurati, no, perché appunto siccome questo è un dibattito un po' a ladere, per cui risulterà credo noioso per tutti, anche a volte un po' pesante, però insomma, visto che Riccardo aveva giustamente...
Io a Sapulli ci sono arrivato che questa polemica interpretativa con Mortati, perché
certo.
è scritto qualcosa.
Any more? I think we should close this session, and thank you very much to everybody, to the public and to the speakers.
May we start? Yes. So, welcome back. I am not Simona Forti, but she's unfortunately sick. And so I will try to replace her. And I'm very happy because this panel seems on paper very, very stimulating. The title of this fifth and actually last panel of these two amazing days is Solidarity for Thinking and Acting Together Through Art, Literature, and Revolution. And the quote from one of the letters that will guide us is, "To be a human being is the main thing above all else. To be a human being means to joyfully toss your entire life in the giant scale of fate, if it must be so, and at the same time to rejoice in the brightness of every day and the beauty of every cloud." So again, a very cheerful quote from Rosa Luxemburg, but I will stop here and start to leave the floor to our panelists. First of all, Natasha Mattucci, that will present on experience and participation, the political connections between Hannah Arendt and Rosa Luxemburg. And Natasha Mattucci is a full professor of political philosophy at the University of Macerata, where she is also pro-rector of gender and equality. And she teaches political philosophy, philosophy of human rights, political language and communication. And her current research interests focus on political language in the digital age, very relevant, feminism and anti-feminism in political communication, the metamorphosis of domination and violence in contemporary world. And the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much to the organizer for... No? Now? Better? Okay. Thanks to the organizer for this amazing, incredible conference. My speech today is about the possible connection between Hannah Arendt and Rosa Luxemburg. There are several points of contact in the existences and political reflection of Hannah Arendt and Rosa Luxemburg, no? No, I don't know why. Very close? Ah, okay. Restart. Okay, there are several points of contact in the existences and political reflection on Arendt and Rosa Luxemburg. Some of Arendt's writings clearly refer to this political connection. In 1966, Oxford University Press published a two-volume biography on Luxemburg. The author was the historian Peter John Nettle. This biography is an important contribution to our understanding of Rosa Luxemburg's life and theory, as well as the historical context in which she operated. Nettle's book is a monumental work that does full justice to the legacy of this revolutionary thinker. In 1966, Arendt wrote a long review of the text, which was later included in Men in Dark Times. In her valuable biography devoted to Arendt, the title is For the Love of the World, Elizabeth Young Bruel points out that historical figures like Arendt, such as Luxemburg or Rachel Varnhagen, were outsiders, not in the sense of being rejects, but of being unassimilated.
I would like to underline three connections between the two thinkers, starting with the portrait contained in Many Dark Times. The first one is dissidence. Here I make only a brief mention of the dissidents that characterize Arendt and Luxemburg as political thinkers. Social nonconformity was for Arendt the sine qua non of all intellectual achievement, but also, young Bruel adds, of human dignity. Arendt's attention to Luxemburg biography and reflection, clarified through Nettel's biography, emerged from her words. I quote, "History is here not treated as the inevitable background of a famous person's lifespan. It is rather through the colorless light of historical time were forced through and refracted by the prism of a great character, so that in the resulting spectrum of a complete unit of life and world is achieved." End of quote. End of the quote. According to Arendt, Nettel had a stroke of genius in choosing Luxemburg, who was an improbable candidate for a genre biography suited to the life of a great statesman. Generally, success in the world is a prerequisite for success in this genre. This recognition was denied even after her death to Luxemburg. According to Arendt, Nettel's book helps illuminate a crucial period in European socialism that goes from the last decades of the 19th century to murders of Luxemburg and Liebknecht. In political perspective, these murders represented a turning point moment in Germany, and initiated a series of murders by the extreme right. The, I quote, "death dance in post-war Germany," end of quote. Arendt bitterly observes that these were the mores of the Weimar Republic. She admits that the biography of Luxemburg deserves credit for breaking away from the stereotypes and propaganda that enveloped her figure and returning her to history by recognizing her theoretical importance. The stereotypes that Arendt mentioned involve Luxemburg mistakes, which were emphasized above all on the left, but also her later image as a sentimental woman who loved nature, which was linked to the publication of her letters. The image cannot exhaust the complexity of her political and intellectual profile, as well as her complex identities, nor can it fix her into a romantic stereotype. Certainly, the letters help to enrich this intellectual figure and restore her passion for the world. This is evident in one of the Luxembourg letters from the prison to her friend Sonia Liebknecht, in which she writes that in the darkness of the prison, yesterday was recalled these letters, in the darkness of the prison, in dark times, she believes that the secret is none other than life itself. Luxemburg finds light in the darkness and pays attention to the small song of the life that emanates from the soldier's strident footsteps. Her inner joy is accompanied by compassion for the painful suffering of an unjustly beaten animal, the beaten buffalo. Oh, my poor buffalo, my poor beloved brother, we are one in pain, in weakness. The cliché of attacking unrealistic and unscientific women contributed to the minimization of Luxemburg work, and the enthusiasm of any new left-wing movement towards their figure was destined to die out as soon as the new left became old. Arendt sees Luxemburg as one of the few women who experienced the dark times of history and who illuminated them with their examples and reflections. With individuals like Luxemburg, history is reflected in life. This is why, for Arendt, she is a thinker with whom to dialogue at distance, with whom to think. Arendt underlines her being an outsider as a Polish Jew, a woman, a militant, despite the fact that she was not attracted to the women's movement. Probably Arendt speaks about herself through interposed persons, such as some of the women she discusses. In Luxemburg's case, Arendt's focus mixes with her intention to distance herself from legends, stereotypes, and attacks similar to those suffered by the social intellectual. Not coincidentally, at the time, Arendt was suffering due to the controversy provoked by the publication of her reportage of the Jerusalem trial of Adolf Eichmann. In summary, Arendt attempts to understand Luxembourg by revising the stereotypes that paint a crystallized image in life and death. In Italy, I recall that Lelio Basso, who contributed to our understanding of her reflection, wrote in the introduction to a collection of Luxembourg political writing in the late 1960s that her theory had been forgotten during the long years when dogmatism and opportunism had ripped Marxism apart. The second point of connection is national question. Arendt recognized Nettel's attentive care for the Jewish Polish peer group that represented Luxembourg family environment when growing up. This environment was characterized by a moral sense and mutual solidarity that allowed a certain self-confidence to develop. It was also shaped by German culture and was attentive to the Russian political situation. It was this milieu rather than the party which remained Luxembourg true home, a home that could not be relocated and remain primarily Jewish, a home that could also not coincide with any fatherland. The Jewish socialists of the East believed that their home was Europe. A European socialism was the home of the movement. This question is addressed in two distinct moments. The first one with the reference to Judaism and self-deception of polyglot Jewish intellectuals that they belonged to a European people. The second one with the reference to the fact that the workers' homeland had to be the socialist movement. Instead, Arendt writes that a homeland is, after all, always a land. While an organization cannot be one, even metaphorically. The times to come, which have seen the return of the eternal national question and the extreme nationalism detonating in the European public space, have disproved this position. However, a closer and more attentive reading of some of Luxemburg's reflection reveals that she was aware of the siren call of the national question. This issue is addressed in several of her writing and intervention. In Junius' brochure, writing in which she contests the Great War, the national question returns as a part of an analysis in which war and militarism represent the international products of an imperialistic policy, the products not of one or more states, but of a certain degree of maturity of world capital. Imperialism is more expression of the accumulation of capital in its competitive struggle for the possession of the residue of non-capitalist world. She writes in her Accumulation of Capital. Capitalism is not a single strategy of expropriation that characterizes the bourgeoisie. Capitalism has an intrinsically predatory and imperialistic character that flourishes on external factors. It colonizes, cannibalizes labor forces, territories, and pre-capitalistic society until the entire globe is consumed. This is accumulation of capital. To achieve this is employ militarism. Capitalism as a propagating force tends to expand throughout the world, expelling all others. Given this assumption, we can appreciate the peculiar analysis of Luxemburg provides of nationalist phraseology, which is considered an ideological insignia, a mask for imperialistic aspirations. Nationalism is a powerful ideological weapon that is converted into slogans such as national defense, unity, and independence. With this slogan, the masses can be enlisted as cannon fodder. To understand war and its connection to imperialism and capitalist spirit, a historical intelligence of totality is required. Historical intelligence of totality, which only becomes intelligible in the entirety of its connection and totality. Two crucial words for Luxemburg. War never runs out of flammable material thanks to the incessant exploitation of the earth. Through the absolute domination of militarism, Luxembourg foresees a future world, the Second World War. This war also represents the decimation and destruction of the European proletariat. The core of the working class is cut and its roots. It is murder on a grand scale and the suicide of the working classes. It constitutes a real attack on future civilization. In Luxembourg writing, anti-nationalism, anti-militarism come together. The third point of connection is not similarity, is point of touch. Revolution and political action. This is more evident. One of the most visible connections between Arendt's political theory and Luxemburg's political teaching concerns the sphere of political freedom. This is an issue that Arendt discusses in Human Condition, developing on revolution and other writings. These works demonstrate the influence of some Luxemburg theses. In her portrait of Luxembourg, Arendt recalls the debate initiated by Bernstein's revisionism to pursue the path of reformism. Those who continue to believe in revolution were the refugees from the East, like Luxembourg. They did this not because they considered revolution a theoretical necessity, but because they saw societies as unacceptable and profoundly unjust. It was only after the experience of the Russian Revolution that Luxembourg realized that the Social Democratic Party did not really want to get involved with war. And that his main concern was with itself, without constant friction with society. The revolutionary spirit was destined to disappear, and she did not want to live in a sect. For Arendt, Luxembourg's belief in revolution was a moral fact that implied engagement and militancy in world affairs and civic life. For Luxembourg, reformism and revolution represented different moments, not in duration, but in essence. In the case of revolution, the use of political power was intended to produce a radical historical transformation, a new social order. In her plan for the Spartacus League, which was drafted in prison, Luxembourg spoke of a republican program and the importance accorded to public freedom. She was completely isolated in this position. From her contact with the revolution, disdained by German socialists, she recognized the true nature of political action. Only action, not education, organization, or discipline, led to revolution. In this sense, revolution is learned from the bottom up. by doing it, as one learns to swim in the water. In this sense, Luxembourg followed the early stages of the Russian Revolution with interest and apprehension, that is, without neglecting the shadows that emerged from it. The image of revolution as the living fluid of popular opinion that envelops the representative bodies and directs them, a flame that creates the vibrant political atmosphere that acts like a wave on the heavy mechanism of democratic institution, is particularly interesting given the fascination it exerted on Arendt, especially in the last chapter of On Revolution, the famous book of Hannah Arendt. The active, free, and energetic political life of the masses is the source of democracy. The masses must participate in politics in an active, free, and flourishing form in order to imagine 1,000 new forms. If, in contrast, the political freedom is suppressed, as happened at the end of the Russian Revolution, political life will go into lethargy and will be reduced to a few rulers and a barbaric public life. Without general election, without unrestricted freedom of the press, without free exchange of opinions, life dies in every public institution. When this happens, life becomes merely apparent and only institutions remain. I quote more or less, just as against infection and their germs, the most effective means of purification is the free action of the sun's rays. So the revolution itself and its renewing principle, the spiritual life produced by it, the activity and self-responsibility of the masses, and consequently the wider political freedom which constitute its form are the only purifying sign. This is, I quote, end of quote, Russian, this is a quote of the Russian Revolution. Beneath the superficial veneer of bourgeois democracy, with its formal equality and freedom, socialism has discovered the hard cove of inequality and slavery. The working class must not destroy democracy, but fill it with a new social content, the socialist democracy. In a recent 2 minutes. In a recent essay on Arendt, Richard Bernstein, famous thinker, writes that her ability to point out the symptom of the modern political crisis also consists in having shown alternative ways in terms of a refined analysis of participatory politics in which discussion, debate, freedom, and public happiness are held together. This is a politics open to revolutionary spirit and capable of starting something new and instituting freedom, a politics that can renew initiatory political experience through spaces of freedom that do not separate knowing from doing, as recommended by Luxemburg, who is quoted at the end of On Revolution in chapter on revolutionary tradition and its lost treasure. Arendt's dialogue with Luxemburg is certainly more complex than the points raised in the Man in Dark Times. It emerged in the genesis of some of texts as well as the explicit and implicit references to her philosophy and theory in some of Arendt's best-known contributions. This happened also thanks to Arendt's second husband, who was close to Spartacus League. Arendt tried to liberate the figure of Luxemburg from the burden of stereotype without adhering to the myth of infallibility or dismissing errors of judgment. By doing so, she gives us back an analyst and a passionate expert who was prepared with tools of economics, philosophy, and history to analyze the world, this totality. Arendt's portrayal of Luxembourg show us a scholar and an activist who needs a proper place in the training of political scientists. Thanks.
So thank you so much, Natasha, for this fascinating dialogue between Arendt and Luxembourg, on which I would add the similarity that both were brought on screen by von Trotta, not by chance, I think. But let's move forward to Antonio Mottafillo, that will present on Rosa Luxemburg and literature as an instrument of critique of political economy. Antonio holds a PhD in economic development from the State University of Campinas and carried out part of his studies at the École des Études en Sciences Sociales in Paris under the supervision of Michael Levy. In his doctoral thesis, he studied Rosa Luxemburg's formulation of the question of nationalities, and since then has worked with the analysis of her work. He is one of the members of the editorial committee of Rosa Luxemburg's complete works in English that we will present just after. And beside his academic involvement, he also works in the political formation of Brazilian social movement. So thank you, Antonio, and the floor is yours. I don't know if I just.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure for me to be here. I think everyone who has walked in this fantastic conference, it's a pleasure to talk to you and be at this panel with such important, interesting people who have also been walking about Rosa Luxemburg. First of all, I'd like to mention why, being an economist, I decided to write about literature. It's not evident. C'est pas évident. But well, there is a letter of Rosa Luxemburg to Leo Jorges from 1898, where she mentions her PhD thesis. She says, and I quote, "This thesis I hated so much that just to think about it, I break in tears." So at the end of my PhD, I kind of recognized myself at this quotation of Rosa Luxemburg, and I decided to do something else, not continue exactly with economics and political economy and data and national question, and perhaps go to other things. And I thought literature. But as Annelies Laschitzer told once we start studying Rosa Luxemburg, we never stop studying Rosa Luxemburg. Then literature brought me back to Rosa Luxemburg. So that's why I decided to talk to you about literature and Rosa Luxemburg. I'll explain why I picked this picture here. So, but the first point is, how could we understand the relationship of Rosa Luxemburg and literature? One first step is this quotation that I took from Halma's book, a very beautiful book with lots of letters which were exchanged and written during the pandemic. And I picked one which is written by a German student. She wrote it to a Vietnamese student too. And then she talks about her master's dissertation. So she talks about Rosa Luxemburg, and she says her fascination, compassion for every creature on earth, from ant, great tit, butterfly, bumblebee, robin, dung beetle to toad and caterpillar. On the other, her radical declaration of struggle against the class of oppressors, against capitalism, and her utopian belief in the imminent revolution. These apparent contradictions prompted poets and thinkers, writers and playwrights like Heiner Müller, Alfred Döblin, and Erwin Kisch to include Luxemburg as protagonists in their works. But this is one point of view. So we could see Rosa Luxemburg as being an object of analysis of poets and writers. But if Rosa Luxemburg was so important for those people, perhaps literature was also important for her. So that's my point. Luxemburg studied literature quite a lot. And it's a point which has not been analyzed, has not been studied. And so it's quite marginal in the analysis of Rosa Luxemburg's works. and it can help us to understand points of her work and her life that are usually forgotten. For example, this point. I go back to it. This point. The fact that Rosa Luxemburg was Polish. Can you see Poland in this map? Poland didn't exist. So it was occupied. It is represented here. If you take a look between Russia, Austria, and Germany, you'll find a little puppet. That's Poland, and how it was represented there. So that was something which was very important to understand Rosa Luxemburg. We tend to forget that she was born in 1871, and she just went to Germany in 1898 when she was 27 years old. Lots of things happened in her life before it, but we tend to analyze just her works from the moment she arrives in Germany. But lots of things happened before. She had a real life before. She created a party before it. So we tend to forget this very important thing. So perhaps by analyzing her relationship with literature, we can also understand this point which is forgotten in her life. And one point I go back to something which was said and mentioned lots of times during this conference. It's this very famous quotation by History and Class Conscience by Lukács. The primacy of the category is the barrier of the principle of revolution size, or of the totality category. I forgot to write it. Sorry. And Rosa Luxemburg was the person who embodied this category, totality. So she was a critical economist, she was a philosopher, but she was also, and I dare to say it, a literary critic. And this is, and she embodied this totality principle, not just as a toolbox, an instrument, a tool in a toolbox from the historical materialism. She chose the totality and she embodied it because for her that was the only possible for living, the only possible way of living. Only a real life is the total life is worth living. That's beautiful. That is also her limit. In this system, in this mode of production, human beings, workers, nature, they cannot live a fulfilling life. So the life of Rosa Luxemburg was threatening for the system. So we can also understand from this point of view why she was murdered. Silencing her was important for the system, for silencing this perspective of creating a different life, which could be total. So it's an interesting case of selective affinity. I already mentioned. Rosa Luxemburg is very famous. We are here to talk about it. So she's very famous. But part of her work is famous, and part of her life is famous. And above Rosa Luxemburg, we can also see the weight of years of orthodox Marxism, Leninism, who imposed silence on some of her texts, who imposed the idea of created this term of Luxemburgism to depict someone who was mistaken when she disagreed with Lenin. The official Marxism said that Rosa Luxemburg was wrong. Disagreeing doesn't mean being wrong. So we can also see that above Rosa Luxemburg, there is this quite clear sexist aspect. So it's famous, very important, but part of her life is famous, part of her life is remembered. So as I mentioned, perhaps through literature, we can understand parts of her life. Since the beginning of her writings, she wrote about literature. Just one example is this person, is the Polish poet Adam Mickiewicz, who was very important in the beginning of the 19th century, who represented the last hope of recreating an independent country called Poland. He was the major representative of the Romanticism in Poland. So he was quite connected with the nationalism in Poland. She published a paper about it in 1898 to analyze the connection of this person who was important for Poland and why, even if he was a great writer, his ideas of independent Poland became anachronistic. So which was a hypothesis she has developed during her PhD thesis. So again, we have one example from literature, her analysis of this major work with Pantadeus. Lots of people make comparisons of Goethe, for example, and how this aspect of Poland was completely forgotten. But I'm not going to concentrate on Pantadeus or Adam Mickiewicz. I'm going to focus on another point. I'm going to focus on her relationship with Tolstoy. I quoted here a part of a letter from Rosa Luxemburg to one of lovers, Kostya Zetskin, and why I picked the letters, and this is the methodological basis of my work. I just crossed, so there's nothing new, nothing, zero new in what I'm doing. I just crossed the letters with her texts, and I got the idea of how she developed her texts. In her letters, mostly to Kostya Zetskin, she explained, I'm reading this text. I just got this book from Tolstoy. I got this idea. So I'm going to mention a chronology of it later. So in her letters to Kostya Zetskin, we can see how Tolstoy became someone increasingly important in her formulations. Tolstoy was a major writer, but also a major political activist, militant, very particular militant in the Russian Empire. I'm going to, lots of revolutionary wrote about him. I'm going to mention it later. So it was someone who was very important for the political ideas in Russia. And it was also important for Rosa Luxemburg, if we think especially because she was born in the Polish region, which was occupied by the Russian Empire. So as she said, quite simply, in the evenings, usually I read Tolstoy. So it gave birth, we can say, to lots of texts she wrote, and we can also see that she just didn't read the most famous texts of Tolstoy, War and Peace, Anna Karenina, and other texts. She wrote texts which are not very famous, and shows how important unknown formulations of Tolstoy were important for Rosa Luxemburg. So I have some a chronology here. Letters from she wrote to Kostya Zetskin, for example, in 1909. She mentions the death of Ivan Illich. That tale he wrote in the beginning of the 20th century. Landowner's Morning, The Cossacks, There's No Storm, Sevastopol Sketches, Anna Karenina, which she mentioned lots of times during her prison time. And two texts, which are very important for Rosa Luxemburg and are not known at all. We have an edition of it in English, What is Art? It's a treatise written by Tolstoy where he analyzes in depth art and the history of art, beginning from Christianity and Middle Age and how it evolved. And he analyzes aesthetical aspects. So it's a very important work, but it's not famous at all. And Rosa Luxemburg wrote it. Rosa Luxemburg read it. So she mentions, I read this book of Tolstoy, What is Art? And she mentions a second book, which I didn't find, which is About Art. So two treatises, theoretical treatises that Tolstoy wrote, which she also read it. She mentioned that it wasn't just fun for her. It was, she really intended to understand how this person thought. And a very important, the last major novel written by Tolstoy, which is The Resurrection. He wrote this book after those treaties. So it was another moment. His way of writing changes after this major reflection on the theory of art, after his major reflection on the history of art. His writing changes too. And Rosa Luxemburg mentions it lots of times. The Resurrection, which is almost autobiographical novel by Tolstoy. So we can see she read lots of things by him. It was very important for her. One first article she wrote is, I analyze mostly this article, some quotations.
it has never been translated into English. So that's why I put the German title. I think you all know, but the gesammelte Werke is available online now. So you can read it and you can take a look at this text, you can translate it, you can use it. All the 10 volumes of the gesammelte Werke are available now. So this is the volume 3, an article she wrote in 1908, Tolstoy as a social thinker. And she mentions that the most brilliant novelist of our time lived from the beginning beside this tireless artist, a tireless social thinker. So through literature, we can see the social dynamic of a society. That's the major thing she mentions. The fundamental questions of human life, people's relations with each other, social conditions have always occupied Tolstoy in the most essence and depth. In his whole long life and creation were at the same time a tireless meditation of the truth in the human life. So he was someone who was completely implied in the political situation of the Russian Empire, but in his historical context. He was someone who saw the birth of the terrorist movement in the Russian Empire through the Narodnaya Volya movement, a movement which Rosa Luxemburg recognized its political importance, but she also mentioned that this is not the tactics that social democracy uses. Social democracy uses scientific socialism. We don't use terrorism. So, but this was the historical context from Tolstoy's life. He saw the Narodnaya movement, and he, in the beginning of his life, at the end of his life, he saw the development of the proletariat movement. He saw the first Russian revolution from 1905. So he was someone who lived for 80 years, I think. And he saw lots of political changes. He could follow the evolution of the social movements in Russia. And what is important about Tolstoy, she mentions, it's his criticism of the Russian structures. There is not a single sacred institution for prevailing social order that has not ruthlessly dissected, revealing its falsity, perversity, and malignity. And I quoted just one example from this last book, The Resurrection, a dialogue between two characters. As if justice were the aim of the law, said Nekhludoff. What else? The upholding of class interests. I think the law is only an instrument for the upholding of the existing order of things beneficial to our class. So it shows how open he was to criticize the institutions of this absolutism that existed in the Russian Empire. And that was very important for Rosa Luxemburg, as she was a militant from this very same Russian Empire. If we go to his theoretical text about art, that was also very important for Rosa Luxemburg because she saw art as being part of this totality, the social totality of revolution. Art is not against all aesthetic and philosophical scholastic opinions, a luxurious means of arousing beautiful souls, the feelings of beauty, joy, or the like, but rather a historical form as important as the language of people's social relationship with each other. Talking about social relationships of people, we're talking about historical materialism. So in his way, in his context, Tolstoy was a true historical materialism. That's what Rosa Luxemburg said it. Art in this society as being a production is a false art. The workers, they cannot enjoy from this art because this art is produced in a capitalist way. So it excludes workers. It's not just a question of education. It's not just a question for educate the workers, studying more that they will understand it. No, it's a production relationship. Cultural artists, they are workers, they are exploited. Art in this mode of production is not made for workers, even if it's made by workers. The point of education was very important for Rosa Luxemburg. I can come back to it later. I won't have much time now. But she recognized lots of positive aspects in his writing, but she also had lots of criticism. For example, he was the guru of an ethical individualistic trend, the Narodnaya movement. So we had some petits bourgeois students, young students who went to the countryside of Russia to talk to the peasants who were the hope of recreating a different society in the Russian Empire. He was someone who, his ideas influenced those people. So Rosa Luxemburg disagreed with it. He was also someone who was very connected with religion, and Rosa Luxemburg saw it as being a reactionary aspect. This is something which I find quite interesting, because in another text from 1905, she makes a very interesting analysis of the churches, socialism, the churches, where she mentions that the primitive communism was completely connected with Christianity. The way they preach, the way they organize the ceremonies, that was a kind of communism. The Holy Bible in some way represents an aspiration of communism. So here there's a change. And by being connected with religion, Tolstoy saw capitalism as just a phase, which was imposed by the dominant classes through violence. Once this violence is taken, it would create a paradise. So, of course, for someone who studied Karl Marx, as Rosa Luxemburg did, in such a creative way, she could not agree with it. There is also an aspect of it. Tolstoy, he didn't read Karl Marx. Tolstoy, he read an important American economist, Henry George, who was also written by Bernard Shaw, for example, who influenced his first ideas on the economics. British gained the Nobel Literature Prize. For Tolstoy, the peasants were the revolutionary subject, or the subject that could change society. Rosa Luxemburg had a very, very, very negative point of view about the peasants. I won't have time to develop here, but in different texts which you can find in volume 4 of the Rosa Luxemburg complete works, you'll find, especially in her speeches of the fourth Congress of the Russian Social Democracy Party, she makes very rough criticism against peasants. They're brutal. They're not cultivated. They cannot be revolutionary. They are reactionary. And one major point of disagreement between them was violence. Tolstoy was against violence. Rosa Luxemburg was against terrorism, but she saw very well that revolution was also a violent movement against the dominant classes, a very particular kind of violence. It's not terrorism, it's not dying everyone, but there is some kind of violence involved in it. It didn't stop her of enjoying and mentioning that was an important artist, even for the future working classes, but she had some criticism towards Tolstoy. Just to finish is my last two slides. She wrote other texts about him. She gave a conference at the school party. I saw it in a letter from also to Kostya Zetskin after Tolstoy's death. 9 days after, she gave a conference at the party school, which was published at the Gleichheit, the newspaper, the equality, which was coordinated by Clara Zetskin. And also about literature and Tolstoy. She talks about Tolstoy, a very interesting piece called The Life of Korolenko she wrote in prison. I won't have time to analyze it. So at the end of it, I'd just like to mention, to share with you hunches, ideas from where I am now and how I think I could develop this work, and I'm completely open to suggestions, comments. First of all, how did our revolutionaries perceive Tolstoy? I know that Lenin wrote text about Tolstoy. Another revolutionary, which was very important, was a close friend of Rosa Luxemburg, who studied with her in Zurich, was Anatoly Lunacharsky, the first education ministry of the Soviet Union. What was her relationship with him? How did he see Tolstoy? One point. The role of women in Tolstoy's work. She mentioned openly how sex workers were important in Tolstoy works. especially in the resurrection. Peter Udis. Hello, Peter. So perhaps you could see a feminist approach to Rosa Luxemburg and how we could see sex workers as a revolutionary subject as well. Perhaps we could also see a link with cultural materialism and the cultural studies in general. I'm thinking of the British Marxism, Raymond Williams, Terry Eagleton. And of course, when we talk about culture, we talk about Lenin. We talk about Gramsci. I'm sorry. We talk about Gramsci. A German researcher, Wolfgang Haug, he mentioned there is a link, a red link between Rosa Luxemburg and Antonio Gramsci. So perhaps there we could see a perspective in common, how they both analyze literature, for example. Just to finish, so this all show us that in the totality, culture and literature was very important for Rosa Luxemburg. Riccardo Haug, a very interesting researcher, wrote a book called The Art of Politics. So maybe with this reflection, we could also write and develop a collective program of research of the politics of art in Rosa Luxemburg. Thank you very much.
So thank you so much for this really amazing. I think we should replace it.
Just need the
okay, just one sec. Sorry. Okay, I think they are in here. No, we minimized the.
Yeah.
But where are they? Here.
Oh yeah.
Think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
It is.
I think so. Let's see.
So let's just move to our third presentation, and I'm sorry for my pronunciation of your names. Sorry, Halmar Jorge Hofre Highcorn, I think. We shall live, nonetheless, shall live through great experiences. Rosa Luxemburg and the Art of Dissonant, the Shattering, and is a German-Bolivian theater of the oppressed practitioner and occasional writer-editor, and recent publication included the edited volumes Lenin 150, Samizdat, and Post-Rosa that we saw just outside here, Letters Against Barbarism. He's currently finalizing an edited volume about left loneliness, wow, and another one about Russian revolutionary Yuli Martov to be published just in few months. So thank you so much. And do you want to?
No, I'm good. I just need to see whether the music works because we're moving from literature to music. So let me just see if it works. It doesn't. I'm sorry. We had prepared it. Okay, so yeah, sorry for that. First of all, of course, thank you to Sevgi and Giulia, because really it's been 6-7 months of preparing this, and I was kind of part at the beginning, and it's amazing to see this come to fruition finally, despite all, really despite all, because it has been rather intense last 6-7 months. So really, really, really proud of us here together, of course, but especially of the two of you. Thank you. And of course, everyone else. No, also preparing this room, cleaners, technicians, etc., because it's a wonderful atmosphere. So let's start with the quote. Depression is the shadow side of entrepreneurial culture. What happens when magical voluntarism confronts limited opportunities? We need to reverse the privatization of stress and recognize that mental health is a political issue. Mark Fisher. Quote number 2, I learned then that illness is sometimes the only medicine. Quote number 3, good music is like the breath of life for me. Rosa Luxemburg. Red Rosa also seems has gone. She is dead, and where she now lies is quite unknown. She told the poor the truth with such persistence. The rich removed her from this existence. Rest in peace. Rest in peace. Bert Brecht's Grabrede in 1919, epitaph to Rosa Luxemburg, here in the 1981 London Sinfonietta version composed by Kurt Weill, vocals by Robin Archer. I also highly recommend the 1986 German version by Dagmar Krause. Rest in peace, yes, rest in peace, Red Rosa, rest in peace, but rest in power as well, because really, your legacy, your life, and works are what continues to empower so many of us to keep fighting the good fight, despite all, trotz alledem, as you used to say. Despite all, even when this excludes humanity as such. Beethoven's 1798 piano sonata number 8, the Sonata Pathétique, second movement, sometimes played for Rosa Luxemburg by Hans Kautsky, the brother of Karl, here in the 2006 Berlin version played by Daniel Barenboim. Quote, while I was listening to Beethoven's piano concerto, I once again began to feel cold hatred for the rebel, the mentioned pack I'm forced to live among. Rosa Luxemburg in a letter to Kostya Tsetkin 5 months into World War I. Despite all, Afghanistan, Syria, Iraq, Yemen, Palestine, Mali, the Congo, Ukraine, and so many other places across our sinking planet. But at least the military-industrial complex is happy. Profit over people never tasted so good, right? Despite all, yes, despite all. Though one must remain solid in one's hatred, as Kyrgyz queer communist Georgy Mamedov writes in an upcoming book about left loneliness. Hatred comes from the heart, doesn't it? And there was plenty of heart in Rosa Luxemburg, especially in her letters, but not only. Heartfelt words, heartfelt greetings, heartfelt kisses, heartfelt thanks, heartfelt pain, and heartfelt enchantment. Quote, do you not see how beautiful the world is? Do you not have eyes as I do, and a heart like I do, to rejoice in it all? Letter to Kautsky, Louise, from Bronca Prison, April 1917. Rejoice comes from joy. Let's do some joy, shall we?
Detta Rosa Luxemburg, per tutti Rosina, amica di baci francesi ed altri piaceri meravigliosi. Rosina rende gli amanti golosi. L'hanno arrestata questa mattina, accusa di amore sovversivo, perché quando ama canta rivoluzione e ti culla con Brancaleone. Le parole servono tanto ma il cuore fa di più. Le parole servono tanto ma il cuore fa di più. Il bar è pieno, tutti per Rosina, si discute, ci si guarda in tasca. Costa troppo la legge, che ingiustizia, anche se uccidi l'avarizia. Ma per niente frenati nell'ardore, per difendere la nostra regina. Chiediamo a Gerundio, al professore, l'unico che sa parlare d'amore. Le parole servono tanto ma il cuore fa di più. Le parole servono tanto ma il cuore fa di più.
Okay. Florence-based band Banda Bardot and their 2011 song Rosa Luxemburg with the memorable refrain Le parole servono tanto, ma il cuore fa di più. Words mean a lot, but the heart means more. Anyone begs to differ? Didn't Luxemburg herself say that talking is our privilege? And if we have a problem that we can't solve by talking, then it's all senseless? Oh dear. Looking at the state of the world in early 2023, there sure is a lot of senseless shit happening around us. To billions, but not all of us, day in, day out. Too much talking, too little action? Words, schmerz? Or perhaps it's the type of much of our talking, way too often built on sand, disembodied, exclusively interpretive of the world, when the point continues to be to change it. Le parole servono tanto, ma il cuore fa di più. or as we say in Spanish, senti pensar. This wonderful neologism made famous by the great Orlando Falsborda and Eduardo Galeano, but originally conceived and embodied by the indigenous coastal people of the San Jorge River in northern Colombia. Senti pensar, to feel, think, in one word, or rather verb, because feel thinking must be an action. No doubt that Rosa Luxemburg was a great field thinker, una sentipensadora, who would have felt at home, at home, struggling together for ontological justice and liberation with the communities along the Fiume San Jorge. Then again, given that Luxemburg was no stranger to singing, ask the Titmice in Ronca prison, who heard her sing Porgi Amor from Mozart's Le Nozze di Figaro. Perhaps if we tried solving our problems by singing what is, we would fare a little better in changing the world.
Desde arriba se escuchan los gritos de los brutos.
Pero mirá la vieja. Esa vieja puta está nadando ahora.
The most revolutionary act is and always will be to say the truth out loud, or to say what is in the original German. From the 2019 Rosa Luxemburg opera, directed and performed by Alejandra Aristegui and sung by Nati Iñón, music by Gonzalo Bras and Martín Laurnagaray, all of them from Argentina, as far as I know. Well, on a personal political level, the truth is that I've been pretty shattered lately. Lately, meaning the past 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years, a fucking long time. I tell you, let's be clear, left mental illness is not a secondary contradiction. We're talking about what Hannah Proctor and Larne Gogarty call, quote, the potentially damaging implications of political struggles. Marginalized emotional histories too often dismissed as negligible or considered as phenomena outside the realm of political struggle proper. We're talking, quote, suffocating from depression, Luxemburg to Zetkin in 1908. We're talking the soul getting dark and dreary from all sorts of garbage in life, Luxemburg to Henriette Roland-Holz in December 1904. We're talking, of course, I understand the need to act, but depression is killing me, Luxemburg to Jogichis in February 1913. We're talking, us doth the billow lift up and swallow so that we drown, to cite the lyrics of yet another of Luxemburg's favorite compositions, Schubert's musical version of Goethe's aptly titled poem, Grenzen der Menschheit, Limits of Humanity. Finally, we're talking about what Luxemburg called opting out of humanity. Quote, by the end, I was so tired and had such a hangover mood of depression that thoughts of suicide came to me. You know that state of mind from your own experience. Luxemburg to Zetkin, Clara in June 1907. In short, we're talking temporary heart breakdown. No, left mental illness is not a secondary contradiction. For some of us, it may be the overture to a long life of political struggle, with all its high dialectical ups and downs. For others, it might be the finale, when a sense of not being able to do it anymore, despair and impotence take over, and then, in any case, it's what emerges from the cognitive affective dissonance of Proctor and Gogarty again, quote, the tension between inadequacy and commitment. Everything can feel so overwhelming. Any individual attempt at political action can feel so meager or trivial. End of quote. In comes Doris Lessing and her at times breathtaking 1962, The Golden Notebook. Quote, in fact, I'm sure any heart we're ever likely to meet is so cracked and jarred and split, it's just a mess of scar tissue. Full stop. Or rather, our hearts, minds, and bodies are the rank and file of everything we do, and we dismiss them at our own peril. It simply ain't fun being struck with the hammer blow of counter-revolution by an uprising of headaches. Your insides setting up burning barricades for hours on end, and or General Secretary Hart aching and breaking you until you drip from head to foot, from every pore with the blood and dirt of your mutilated dreams and shattered self-images, condemned to carry on living with what is. Gloomy, isn't it? Anyway, no self-pity here, just a thoroughly debilitating process of self-destructing primitive accumulation born in struggle and a renewed search for comradeship, that supreme cure of souls. Paraphrasing Jody Dean, sometimes just knowing that we have comrades who share our commitments, our joys, and our pains makes political work possible again. Says Rosa Luxemburg, one must always take everything with calm and gentle smile. We shall live nonetheless, shall live through great experiences.
Innerlich fühle ich mich im Feld, unter Hummeln und Gras, viel mehr in meiner Heimat. Sie gehören auch zu all diesen Vögeln und Kreaturen, um die ich innerlich vibriere. Man muss es immer mit allem nehmen und alles schön und gut finden, ruhig, großzügig und mit einem milden Lächeln. So möchte ich ständig um sie sein, sie zerstreuen, mit ihnen plaudern oder schweigen. Vergessen Sie bloß nie, um sich zu blicken, dann werden Sie immer wieder gut sein. Man muss es immer mit allem nehmen und alles schön und gut finden, ruhig, großzügig und mit einem milden Lächeln. Ich möchte sie noch in allen Rausch des Lebens Glücks tauchen, Geduld und Mut. Wir werden noch leben und Großes erleben.
Heavenly, isn't it? German Liedermacher Johannes Oellinger, 2019, mit einem milden Lächeln, with a gentle smile. A composition assembled of various of Luxembourg letters from prison to Sophie Liebknecht. In conclusion, Peter Weiss, writing about Hölderlin's madness, was right. Our illnesses are mostly political illnesses. Mine is called this fucked up, capitalist, colonial, racist, and heteropatriarchal world we live in. I hate it, and I never want to not hate it. But this hatred, coupled with the love for what is needed and possible, is also a constant shattering experience. Sarah Ahmed affirms that we shatter because of what we come up against, and that if we are shattered, we need places to go. Well, for me, and I believe for maybe a few of us here in the room and out there in this great and terrible and complicated world, as Comrade Gramsci called it, Rosa Luxemburg was, is, and will be one such place, arguably one of our most cherished places, a dynamizing catharsis where we go when we need to recompose and reattune to ourselves. One may also call this process of liberation from those discordant tones in our heads and hearts that keep us from continuing to resist and, yes, finally fucking shatter the frankly disgusting status quo as a series of individual
and collective acts of de-shattering. That is, gathering what was scattered. Shattered comes from scattered. Putting back together what was broken, literally regroup and praise hope again, just like the sick person in another of Luxemburg's preferred heavenly works. Der Genesene an die Hoffnung, the convalescent praises hope, composed by one of her absolute favorites, Hugo Wolf, based on a poem by Eduard Mörike, here in the 1957 Berlin recording, with Gerald Moore at the piano and Müller-Dieskau blessing us with his baritone. Day dawned deathly gray, yet my head lay, how sweetly, O hope, hidden in your lap, till victory was reckoned won, till victory was reckoned won. In this sense, hasta la victoria siempre, the revolution is marvelous, everything else is still bilge. Thank you.
So thank you very, very much for this inspiring moment, for the music, but I would say mostly for something really unforeseen. So listen to Banda Bardot in Salasterni. So just our last panelist, well, wait a minute, I just... PowerPoint. Yeah, just one second.
What if it's not there?
I think it's there. I hope.
Little moment of tension.
Yeah, one moment of tension for the last PowerPoint. I think it should be this. No, maybe this one. This was yours.
Oh, that's it.
Is it?
Da, da, da.
Da, da. Great, perfect. So, again, sorry, after this brief moment of tension, again, Kate Evans. If only I had nothing to do but paint Dr. Luxemburg as artist and the art of Dr. Luxemburg. So I think that Kate Evans does not need an introduction now, but she's an artist, cartoonist, writer, and mother, and she's the author of Red Rosa, on the life of Rosa Luxemburg, that will be out in Italy in
next month.
Next month,
Apparently, same title, Red Rosa.
That's great, so we can remember.
Montefiore, I got that wrong.
Anyway, 1 month we have to wait, and then we can read it in Italian, but also threads from the refugees crisis, graphic reportage from Calais refugee camps. And she lives in Somerset, UK. And I leave the floor to her. No, not destroying everything, maybe. But I have to wait 1 second just to
Maximize that.
Reshare. Sorry. Okay, and then let's do this.
Hi, I just want to thank Halma for a really beautiful moment of shared connection there with music, and to thank him because I have to follow that with a PowerPoint. But it's okay because I have the power of comics. So I'm taking as my inspiration this image of Luxemburg. She has a canvas in her hand and she is absorbed in the act of painting. And she's wearing black velvet. She looks pretty damn good. And the quote is, "If only I had 2 years to do nothing but paint, it would absorb me completely. I wouldn't go to any painter for lessons or instructions, nor would I ask anyone about anything, but just learn on my own by painting. But those are crazy dreams. There isn't even a dog that needs my wretched paintings. However, people do need the articles I write." And I identify with this quote, much as Antonio took a quote that spoke to him at the point when he's finished his one stage of his academic journey and is embarking on the next. Artistically, I've written an incredibly successful graphic biography of Rosa Luxemburg. It has 18 foreign editions, including the Italian. And so this comment spoke to me because I realized that the world does need my artwork, but perhaps not a dog needs my wretched theoretical analysis, as this car crash of a presentation will demonstrate. So what I wanted to talk about was the fact that Luxemburg was incredibly multi-talented. She had this ability to absorb herself into a myriad of creative venues, and one of those was representational art. So here are pictures by Luxemburg. She's good, you know. She could have had a career as a cartoonist. I thought I would delve into Luxemburg and her art and what these, you know, do an academic analysis of this. And so I did a quick Google and I realized the curse of the modern academic, somebody else, this Wilma Ruth Albrecht, has done an academic analysis on precisely that subject. Damn it. So I'm not going to go through everything Wilma Albrecht says, because that would be cheating. But the main takeaway that Albrecht came up with was that Rosa Luxemburg was a salon socialist whose understanding of art proved to be narrowed with an unwillingness to deal with new artistic views of reality. Whoa. Okay, let me explain it with pictures. So Luxemburg is drawing like this in about 1905. And at the same time, the Fauvists, the Cubists, the Die Brücke, German Expressionists were doing this. Like, this art was radical and revolutionary in that it broke with conventional forms of representation. And so it represented a whole new way of seeing the world. And Luxemburg wasn't particularly on board with this. In particular, she had scorn for the political artworks of German expressionist Max Sleocht, both aesthetically and because he was a close friend of her political rival, Edward Fuchs. So this is Max Sleocht's cover for Vorwärts magazine in 1903, and Luxemburg directly described his work as decadent daubings. I mean, what do we make of this? I mean, I'll just gloss over the factionalism because, to be honest, it's really annoying when you read 19th century socialists getting obsessed on the narcissism of small differences and threatening to, what was it, give these people a kick in the place they sit on and break off all relations with them. I'm just like, could you just not gang together, have world revolution, and then just save us from the horrors of the 20th century? I'm just going to go back to the question, was Rosa Luxemburg a salon socialist? And I think it's a reasonable accusation, and one that I demonstrate in my book, that Luxemburg placed herself very firmly in the bourgeois intelligentsia. She had servants. She wrote letters saying things like, "I'm appalled by this servant. I have my eye on something else for a replacement." She referred to her servant as a thing. And I've given in my cartoon here, which is having a look at Marxist Hegelian dialectics, I show that the idea that everything contains its opposite, and I illustrate it with the idea that one cannot have light without dark. There cannot be a bourgeoisie without a proletariat to break its back. And you can clearly see that Luxemburg occupies the position of bourgeoisie. However, when you take a more intersectional look at Luxemburg's position as a woman as a disabled woman, as an intellectual, and as a refugee, it becomes more interesting the way in which Luxemburg, I mean, okay, there's nothing wrong with liking opera and literature and representational art. However, there was also an aspect in which Luxemburg had to cultivate and advertise her academic and intellectual and bourgeois credentials. So this is my take on from the book Red Rosa on Luxemburg's basic position when she attained adulthood. She exists in order to be the possession of a man. Women are commodities, and to trade well on the marriage market, Rosa must have a fine dowry, or failing that, go down a social class, graceful deportment, feminine charm, submissiveness, and eagerness to please. Or, as a last resort, strength, stamina for menial manual labour, and good childbearing hips. A prodigious intellect, Rosa's main asset, doesn't enter into the balance sheet when calculating female worth. So Luxemburg was economically dependent on men. She was first on Leo Jogesti's and then later on Hans Diefenbach. It's not that she was unable to work, it's that she was prevented from doing so by a sexist society. Although she would have been paid for her contribution to the 70s socialist German newspapers that were in publication, at the point when she was appointed the editorship of a newspaper, which would have been a decently paid position, she was unable to do the job because the men in her command refused to work under a woman. The same way when she graduated from university, her work was judged to have been worthy of the highest honours. But they dropped that down to with great honours, because you wouldn't want to give the highest honours to a woman. A fact which Luxemburg clearly got over, because then Paul had to mention it at her funeral. So clearly didn't get over it. Anyway, we can see this tension of Luxemburg's a position as a vulnerable woman having to be respectable. When we read her letters back to Jogesi's about trying to find an apartment building, this is what I had to choose from. There was a room for 25 marks, but in Charlottenburg, in a section of the apartment building to the rear of the courtyard, with a guest house underneath and the courtyard having a large entranceway. Well, if you think it through, the issue there is she's physically vulnerable. People could walk through the large entranceway. That's how vulnerable she was to sexual assault. She had to have somewhere that was protected, where men couldn't walk past. Another room, in the evening, the stairs are swarming with couples, a man in the king's uniform with a lady on his arms. So again, it's casual lodgings, but there's prostitution. She can't live there. The third choice was in the west as well, for 30 marks, but on the ground floor, dark, without any sun, in a house owned by Philistines who would surely have fainted if the police had asked about me. They've never seen a Frau Doctor before, and with a doorman at the entrance, which is closed all day, to whom all visitors must tell who they are coming to see. So this is an apartment where Luxemburg would be physically safe, but in this sense, she's constrained. And that's not suitable for a revolutionary socialist who's going to be in trouble with the police. She can't be imprisoned by her accommodation. And so she goes up a class. In this district, for such a room and with a balcony besides, the price is fabulously cheap. So she finds this more upper class area, and she has the freedom of being an intellectual. And that is afforded to her because of her bourgeois status. She says in her letters, I see, nota bene, that everybody takes me for a rich person. The devil knows why. And I've made a fictionalized take on the reaction to Luxemburg's aberrant status as a female intellectual. A lady doctor? Well, I never. Oh, I never heard of such a thing. Is she married? I didn't see a ring. I don't suppose lady doctors can marry. I expect it's like nuns. So in this context, Luxemburg's love of opera, representative petit bourgeois art, high literature is a safety mechanism. It's a pass key to a social milieu where she'll be afforded intellectual freedom and a measure of safety from sexual exploitation. And you can do a really interesting comparison with Emma Goldman. because Emma Goldman works as a glove maker. She is part of the proletariat. When Goldman writes about the masses, she is writing about us. When Luxemburg writes about the masses, it is usually as them. But then they were both refugees from Russian Empire, but Goldman immigrated to America, where the social structures were a lot less ossified for white people than they are in Europe. So anyway, back to the significance of Luxemburg's love of conventionally representative artwork. Albrecht notes that Luxemburg stayed with the Russian painter Katarina Sergeyevna Zarodnaya Kavos in Finland, who did the central picture here. And that's when she was drafting her pamphlet on the mass strike. And then Albrecht further speculates that Luxemburg may have been acquainted with the painter Ilya Repin. So culturally and artistically, all three were proponents of realism. And of course, discussion of Russian realist painters then leads on consideration of the subsequent evolution of Soviet social realism, which is a combined artistic and political statement. So this is Isaac Brodsky. He was big in early Russia. He was directly influenced by Ilya Repin. And then you see this very representative art style seamlessly segueing into socialist, realist, Soviet state propaganda. And I just thought that this was an interesting metaphor, really, because it invites a comparison between Luxemburg's artwork and her faith in centralized state control after the workers' rise up in glorious revolution. So, on the one hand, Luxemburg was a prophetic critic of the very first manifestations of Lenin's anti-democratic tendencies. And thanks for reading that particularly appropriate quote about the degradation of party structures. I felt that there's also this, obviously the most famous quote: "Why did the Bolsheviks outlaw freedom of the press and freedom of assembly? All this is instructive, wholesome, and purifying in politics. Depends upon this. Freedom can never be a special privilege." Gianni was saying earlier that this quote is often taken out of context to talk about Luxemburg as being as a proponent of all kinds of political freedom. But you can see here that her freedom for the supporters of one party is only one freedom of all. Is talking about that within politics. Freedom is always and exclusively freedom for those who think differently. And also, I despise killing. The proletarian revolution requires no terror for its aims. So Luxemburg's vision of democratic socialist revolution was one without terrorism and with political freedom. She's absolutely dedicated to the genuinely manifested will of the proletariat. We can only come to power with the clear and explicit will of the great majority of the proletarian masses. Who knows how long that will take? And what does that matter, as long as our lives are long enough to bring it about? Which is a lovely quote, when the planet isn't on fire. But anyway, so I don't really go into this in my graphic novel, though. Luxemburg was also a fierce exponent for the collectivization of peasant land holdings. She advocated for centralized state childcare, which in my opinion is madness. So I didn't draw a picture of any of those bits because I only get to put the bits of Dr. Luxemburg that I like into my graphic biography. But it is interesting to theorize about where is the clear water between Luxemburg's idea of what happens after glorious revolution and the subsequent fate of the Russian Soviet project and the descent into state capitalism. Anyway, I'm going to do a digression from the whole thing is a digression, but here's a digression on a digression, because I want to just stop talking about the art of Rosa Luxemburg and start talking about the art of Rosa Luxemburg. So this is my, favorite photo of Rosa Luxemburg, and then here is my picture of Rosa Luxemburg, and then here is my Redbubble shop where you can buy iconographic images of Rosa Luxemburg. See me later for some beautiful stickers. Who are we to critique the clunky propaganda pictures of Soviet state capitalism when our own culture Turns out consumerist iconography of socialist martyrs. Who here has a Che Guevara poster on their wall? Please see me afterwards for a very reasonably priced range of Rosa Luxemburg items. And the power of Rosa Luxemburg's story is not just in the power of her intellect, it's also about her tragic martyrdom. That's what feeds into the story. She has become a saint. I would not flee even if I were threatened by the gallows. Sacrifices are a part of a socialist's work. They're simply a matter of course. Her famous epitaph rings hollow because the revolution didn't rise up again, clashing its trumpets. It wasn't, it isn't, it hasn't yet become. But here on the left, it's so much easier to celebrate our failures than it ever is to unite around a possible success. Because we always look for the difference. We always look for how somebody else is wrong in their view. In a way, it's so much easier just to look back on somebody who cannot argue back. Long live the struggle. But anyway, back to the discussion on Luxemburg's political beliefs and artistic powers. It's a little bit unfair to theorize about what Luxemburgism would have looked like after a successful German Revolution, given that the German Revolution wasn't ultimately successful. So revolution remains the end point, the goal of Luxemburgian philosophy. The revolution is everything, all else is quark, which is soft cheese. And with that in mind, maybe the dichotomy posed by Albrecht between radical art forms embodying radical politics and realist paintings being petit bourgeois is a false dichotomy. After all, those expressionist artworks have become the ultimate capitalist commodity. Here are the third and fourth most expensive paintings ever sold, together with the billionaires who own them. And I've just used Wikipedia as a source, so you'll have to escort me from the university now. Circling back to artistic realism, here's a founding painting from the movement of the realists. This is Gustave Courbet's 1849 picture, The Stonebreakers. And the subject of the painting is the workers who make all other work possible. Luxemburg's focus was on the reality of our world, of nature, and of our place within it, and with uncovering the hidden economic and political structures of oppression that govern capitalist human relations. And so to finish, I want to invoke Luxemburg's true genius, the art not of her paintings, but of her words. I want to affect people like a clap of thunder, to inflame their minds with the breadth of my vision, the strength of my conviction, and the power of my expression. Force is the only solution available to capitalism. The accumulation of capital employs force as a permanent weapon. Shamed, dishonored, wading in blood and dripping with filth, thus capitalist society stands. Not as we usually see it, playing the roles of righteousness, of order, of ethics, but as a roaring beast, as an orgy of anarchy, as a pestilential breath, devastating culture and humanity. So it appears in all its hideous nakedness. This is my picture to attempt to illustrate the Julia's pamphlet, which is actually something that you can't illustrate because her words are too damn good. The swallows began their every evening's flight in full company strength, and with their sharp pointy wings snipped the blue silk of space into little bits, shot back and forth, overtaking one another with shrill cries, and disappeared into the dizzying heights. Oh, please pay attention to this marvelous day. This day will never ever come again. This day is a gift to you, like a rose in full bloom lying at your feet, waiting for you to pick it up and press it to your lips. Thank you.
Yeah. So thank you so much, Kate, for this wonderful journey into the art of Rosa Luxemburg. And so we are a bit running late, but we have some time for question and comment. I think I'm looking at Giulia and Sevgi. Few questions and very short answers.
Yes, no questions. Yeah.
So I can see anyone, but there is one question, one very short question.
Okay, thank you. Really, it's amazing all presentation. I enjoy really a lot. I don't know if it's a question or a comment. Let's see. I will for Antonio because when you talk about Tolstoy in Rosa Luxemburg, I immediately talk about Gramsci as you also ask some comment or suggestion. When I was reading letters, particularly that Gramsci talk about the Tolstoy and Gramsci also, I think also in the prison notebooks, Gramsci when refers to Tolstoy, he thinks about intellectual, the problem of the relationship between intellectual and people. So for Gramsci, also Tolstoy, the real intellectual who really understand the people. So here, my question is if Rosa Luxemburg has that kind of let's say preoccupation or question about this kind of relationship between intellectual and the people. So Gramsci compare with Alessandro Manzini, the Italian author, intellectual, and compare with Tolstoy. And Tolstoy for Gramsci, a real intellectual who connect, who understand what people want.
Thank you very much for the suggestion. I didn't know that Gramsci wrote about Tolstoy. About the intellectuals, there are texts of Rosa Luxemburg where she talks about the education, the party school, and the role it should play, and how it should be organized. And there she mentions the role of the intellect that intellectuals could play inside the party. But what I think is about education in Rosa Luxemburg and how proletariat in action could be, proletariats could become themselves intellectuals by acting. They could educate themselves, understand reality. So you have both things, an official education that could be made by intellectuals at the party school, and an autonomous education that the proletariat by acting could become themselves cultivated.
Okay, one more.
Thank you for all this amazing panel, which was very brilliant, and the first time that I see a panel this really inspiring. So thank you. So I will not. I will remain on my kind of field. So I will ask a question about Arendt. So of course, but mine is not like really a question. It's like a curiosity. Studying Arendt, Luxemburg is a figure that you cannot miss. And not only because she was inspired by her husband, but also by her mother. There is an amazing part of the speak louder. I will speak there.
Here.
It's easier like this. So I was saying there is an amazing part of the For the Love of the World when Elizabeth Young-Bruce talks about Paul Arendt and Martha Arendt and says that Martha Arendt brought basically Arendt in the public places in Königsberg during the mass strike in Berlin.
When she was child.
Yeah, and she said, "Look here, this is an historical moment."
Yes.
So basically, Arendt had this kind of imprinting of Luxemburg and a kind of political action from the childhood, and that is very inspiring. But my question was, not you have talk a lot about a relation with Luxembourg in connection with her work about revolution and political action. But I do believe, I don't know, this is what I'm asking you, there is also a connection in her work about totalitarianism and in her work about imperialism. And I say this as someone that doesn't know very much about Rosa Luxemburg. Everything that I know, I learned in these 2 days. And what inspires me especially is this the conception of Luxembourg idea of how capitalism works. And to me, there is a kind of affinity how the expansion of totalitarianism work in Arendt's idea. There is a kind of affinity, and it's not the same, but it's an affinity, and that it can be found especially in a text that is usually not really read. There is a brief part of the second edition of the origin of totalitarianism that is called the Hungarian Revolution and the Totalitarian Imperialism, which it's from 1958, so the same year of the publication of The Human Condition. And in that part, she directly quote Rosa Luxemburg and said, talking about the Hungarian Revolution, which was for Arendt the expression of the rebellion of the Russian totalitarianism, was if there ever was something like the spontaneous revolution of Rosa Luxemburg, is 1956 in Hungary. So what do you believe? What do you think about it? Is there kind of relation with this kind of thought with Rosa Luxemburg kind of imperialism and capitalism with Arendt totalitarianism and her analysis of Russian totalitarianism? So it's a big question.
Okay.
And you have like 3 minutes.
Yes, 1 minute. Thank you very much for your question. It's not a question, it's a reflection, a really detailed reflection. And yes, there are many other points to explain this connection in origin of totalitarianism, the part of imperialism. In my idea, there is another part, the 9th chapter of the national state and human rights crisis, the Hungarian Revolution, and I can add another. A possible relationship between the use of literature, because Arendt too use literature. Many authors, and not Tolstoy but other. And this use of literature is another interesting point. For the Hungarian Revolution, is not the last, but another possible is your question. The possible connection between the idea of council in democracy. But I think this is a big question, too big for 2 minutes. There are many books, many chapters of books on this point, and I think it's really important, crucial, but I think it's too big for is another speech, another talk, and really crucial, really important. I know the Soviet, the Council, the first moment of revolution, and is really important for Arendt in another perspective, as I think you know, the case of the relationship between these type of friendship, political friendship in this council and the federal idea of politics. But I think in this case, for Arendt, the American experience, the American case is, I think, really important. I know if it's okay. Okay.
So thank you, everyone. I think we have 5 minutes break. No? No, maybe not. They're looking me very bad. 5 minutes?
Bene, ricominciamo. Prima di cominciare a passare all'inglese, permettetemi una piccola parentesi, non proprio una parentesi in italiano. Abbiamo già ringraziato tutte le istituzioni, il comitato scientifico e tutti i soggetti che hanno partecipato all'organizzazione di questa giornata, ma io ora, visto che siamo all'ultima parte, all'ultimo panel, vorrei fare un ringraziamento speciale per le 2 persone che hanno veramente pensato, immaginato, creato e reso possibile queste 2 giornate, Sevgi Doğan e Giulia Longoni. Quindi veramente un ringraziamento speciale per loro. Grazie. Okay. We are here to introduce the complete works of Rosa Luxemburg, Volume 4, Political Writings on Revolution. And we have the chance to have here one of the editors, Sandra Rein. Sandra Rein is Associate Professor of Political Studies at the Augustana Faculty of the University of Alberta, teaching primarily in the area of international relations and social theory. Her research includes a focus on the works of Raya Donetskaya, Emma Goldman, and Rosa Luxemburg, and she is the editor of the journal Socialist Studies. Thank you very much, and please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
That's, I caught the introduction, and are you inviting me to speak? I'm sorry.
Yes, please.
Wonderful. I apologize if there's some background noise here. I have asked a colleague to bring me some headphones, so when they arrive, hopefully that will make it clearer. But is it coming through okay?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. So good morning, because for me in Santiago de Cuba, it is morning. And I want to thank the organizers for making it possible for us to join remotely today. And I will just say at the outset, while I can, that the internet access here can be quite precarious. So should I disappear, please know that it was not because of something that was said. I'm very much looking forward to hearing the discussion. But Cuba is in a moment of crisis, like so many places, but with the added burden of history's longest standing embargo, which makes all of this precarious. Hopes were certainly raised here by Obama. Trump has crushed them. And now we're all looking to President Biden to do what is at least right and humane. As I was preparing for today, I considered what Rosa Luxemburg would have thought of Cuba. And I'm sure that she would have found Santiago unbearably hot, as this Northern Canadian does. But I think she would have held everyone's feet to the fire, so to speak. The United States, for sure, and its imperialist practices, but also the Cuban leadership and party. And no doubt her sympathies would have rested with the Cuban people. So for now, Cuba is providing a connection that seems strong. And I am delighted to be here as one of the editors of Volume 4 and as a member of the editorial board for the collected works in English that we're launching here, but is available to everyone at this time. My greatest disappointment is that I couldn't participate in other panels and I didn't have a chance to meet everyone in person. I did catch a bit of the last session, and it just seems like an amazing conversation has been happening in Pisa. So hopefully we can find other ways to continue. Before I proceed into some comments about the fourth volume, I also must acknowledge the Indigenous territory from which I did most of the work on this volume. In Canada, as part of a Truth and Reconciliation commitment, it is the practice of many scholars to do this act of recognition. And note that colonial displacement is not a fact of the past, but is an ongoing act of exclusion, erasure, and cultural genocide. So my work on this volume and all my labors take place on Treaty 6 territory, a land that has been home to many Indigenous people, including Cree, Blackfoot, and the Métis settlements and Métis Nation. As a settler, I recognize the real and ongoing impacts of colonial practices, laws, and institutions on Canada, my province of Alberta, and the university itself. And today, I am joining you from Santiago, also once home to several Indigenous peoples. And as we are now learning, their story is not one of total genocide, but it is now a story of discovery and recovery. And in her writings about colonialism, which was mentioned earlier, Luxemburg clearly links expropriation, dispossession, and militarism to the drive for capitalist expansion, while she always acknowledged and documented the suffering and the real attempts to destroy the very humanity of those who reside in what she called non-capitalist lands. Turning directly to Volume 4, I'd like to briefly outline the contents of the volume, not in detail, but an overview, and highlight some of the key ideas I hope readers take away when working with this new material. As is clear, this is the fourth volume in a series that we anticipate will span at least 17 volumes, so it is a really significant undertaking. At the outset of this project, it was estimated that perhaps 80% of Luxemburg's writings had never been translated into English. As we proceed through the project, more unknown and untranslated works have been discovered, literally thousands of pages in German and several thousand written in her native language, Polish. The volumes in the series have been identified thematically rather than as a strict chronology. And as you can imagine, the ongoing discovery of new works would make a strict chronology absolutely impossible. That said, within the themes, we have attempted to stick to certain periods of time. So Volume 4 is specifically looking at political writings on revolution between 1906 and 1909. But even then, after publication of Volume 3, we discovered two important essays from 1902, and we have included those in this volume as well. So we anticipate that these types of editions will happen in future volumes, given the volume of the work. And so even if you think you have all of Rosa Luxemburg's economic writings in Volume 1, you still have to check out the new volumes and see what else we have. It would be impossible to undertake this type of expansive project without the assistance of the translators, and it's their dedication and understanding the language and the voice of Rosa Luxemburg that makes working with these texts in English even possible. And more importantly and meaningfully, engage translators, as they are also very committed to ensuring that her voice is heard. I just want to recognize Jacob Blumenfeld, Nicholas Gray, Henry Holland, Zachary King, Manuela Koch, and Joseph Muller, who worked on this volume. We are also supported by the Rosa Luxemburg Foundation, which is wonderful, and through donations to the Toledo Fund. I would be remiss as a member of the board not to say that one of the most significant difficulties the project faces is financial. There's much goodwill and many great scholars, but it is complicated work and expensive. So we are very grateful for people who have supported this work. And we also want to acknowledge at this launch that Verso has been an excellent publisher and supportive, and we want to acknowledge with thanks Sebastian Budgen and Jacob Stevens' work on this project. When we start with a volume, the identification of materials to include always starts from the German collected works, but it could hardly stop there. Work by historians who have specialized in Luxembourg are instrumental in creating the content list for each volume. I again want to acknowledge the commitment of 3 people we have lost over the years, but who have been so important: Annalise Lashitsa, Naruhiko Ito, and Felix Tig. Many of you will know them. And we are ongoing and always indebted to the work of Ottokar Luban, who continues to work with us and help us out, and to the Polish writings translated by Holger Pollitt into German. We have a remarkable editorial board, some of whom you have heard in other sessions at the conference. And I have to finally say, none of this could happen without the amazing and boundless energy of Peter Hudis. I think you had a chance to hear him speak about the 3 Dumas essays in this volume. Peter is an amazing leader on this project and was an incredible co-editor to work with. And I really appreciated the opportunity to be part of the project under his guidance. Within these thematic political writings on revolution, we have identified various themes and time periods and anticipate that when complete, there will be a total of 9 volumes in this section. The works covered directly address actual revolutions, though Luxembourg may not have always been a participant. For example, in this volume, it's the first time anyone will have had access to her notes on the English Revolution of the 1640s. And it's very interesting to see how she starts to weave together these historical moments. With the exception of the mass strike, the political party, the trade unions, and the speeches of the 1907 Congress of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, almost all of the writing in this volume appear in English for the first time. So for many of us, it is the very first time we have had access. As we sifted through these materials, assembled it became clear that there was a really red thread that tied these works together. And that thread was Luxembourg's unshakable commitment to revolutionary transformation from below. We were also struck by how strongly Luxembourg embraced the notion that failure is productive. Probably a good thing given the outcome of the 1905 revolution. What is very evident was that Luxembourg wrote to different audiences, indicated both by the language in which she wrote and the topics that she addressed. The works in this volume are nearly equally written in German or Polish, and several others for a specifically Russian audience. In German, we see Luxembourg urging the German Social Democratic Party, the SPD, which was the largest socialist party in Europe at the time, to pay attention to the Russian Revolution, to take seriously the mass strike as it was organized in the Russian context. And I think we have to be honest, she was telling them to let go of some of their chauvinism within the party that viewed Russia as particularly backward. The mass strike is, of course, the most famous and well-known writing in this volume, but again, here we have a fresh translation by Nicholas Gray. The key measurement of success of the mass strike or similar action was raising the consciousness of the working classes. The end of the strike, even if it failed to meet its objectives, gives way to learning. While Luxembourg was well known within the SPD and called upon often to speak at rallies, and recognized as a theoretician and an annoying agitator by the leadership, she held no official role in the party. So these are writings that are calling on the party and its membership to see possibilities unfolding in front of them and to support these efforts. So when we encounter Luxembourg in Polish, we find the voice of a key leader in the party. Here, Luxembourg is the authority. And interestingly, she uses this voice to work against the inclusion of other Polish socialist parties in social democracy. In these writings, we find that Luxembourg clearly outlines her opposition to the self-determination for Poland and has a strident refusal to work with other parties. And I quote from her, "The strength of the Socialist Party does not lie in a plurality of members cobbled together, nor in rich coffers or an abundance of party waste paper, but in the stability and clarity of its view, in the compatibility and spiritual uniformity of the ranks, in the consequences of word and deed. These writings, originally in Polish, stand in stark contrast to the way the secondary literature has largely characterized Luxemburg as opposed to centralism and hierarchical forms of organization. In many ways, the way she writes and the polemics she chooses to focus on in regard to these audiences, sometimes she's discussing parliamentarianism or the role of violence, always demonstrates why it is so important that we have a fuller context for assessing her work. She is always within a context and in a time that she is addressing very specifically. Her final audience in this volume includes writings that are also addressing the Russian social democratic movement. The 1905 revolution in Russia was one that Luxemburg was most directly engaged in her lifetime. And here we can see her as both a theorist, but also more importantly as a participant. For Luxemburg, and I think a really important lesson for the current moment, the 1905 revolution was marked by mass uprisings and seems spontaneous, and the responses seem spontaneous to the oppressive state headed by the Tsar. But Luxemburg reminds us that the Tsarist state had been faced with strikes of various types for years. When this reached a boiling point or a tipping point in 1905, Luxemburg's writing examines the new forms of democratically organized grassroots committees, councils, and unions, all formed to advance the revolution. And as we know, this is crucial for what happens in 1917. Within her journalistic and longer pieces, like the better-known mass strike, Luxemburg complicates our easy understanding of organization and spontaneity, showing that these are not opposites, but in fact, organization of thought must precede spontaneous acts, and that spontaneous acts are revelatory of new forms of organization. A moment ago, I suggested that there are important lessons that we can derive from Luxemburg's participation in and observations drawn from the 1905 revolution. And it is here that I wish to focus a few comments, both because I think that they are timely and worthy of discussion, but also with the hope to demonstrate the overall significance of the project and why you might want to dip into volume 4. So I will focus here, I'm drawing only on writings in Polish, just post 1905's failure. And I'm going to look at how she is talking about the counter-revolution and how it is that social democracy, not only as a party, but as an idea, should take up its lessons and continue its peacetime tactics. Often in her reflections on 1905 and her own participation as demonstrative of this, Luxemburg writes with an energy and enthusiasm that translates into a sense of how inspiring those moments of struggle were for her. At the end of one of the articles, she writes, quote, "Revolution is like a magical force that brings hidden things out into the light." We certainly live in a time that needs to bring hidden things out into the light. But what was Luxemburg telling her Polish comrades, the proletariat, about what seemed to be already a failed revolution and an extremely successful counter-revolution? I would highlight this distinction Luxemburg draws between active revolution and the apparent periods that she both refers to as peace and silence. So she writes that revolutions have active periods, times when the masses, the party, peasantry, and even some of the bourgeoisie unite against conditions so oppressive that laws are no longer relevant, that force and violence come into play. However, there are also periods, she says, such as the counter-revolutionary periods or periods of peace, when it appears that nothing tactical or significant is happening, or that the very victories of the revolutionary period are lost. Not so, says Luxemburg. She writes in 1906, quote, "Absent a general strike, Absent the clash of weapons, a different revolution, not less important, in fact of utmost importance, is taking place in the very heart of society. In Poland, for Luxemburg, it was contending with national democracy and building a party from the lessons of the revolution. In Germany, where social democracy was already a significant political force, and where no such active revolution had occurred, the struggle took forms within the constraints of bourgeois law. But this did not mean it was without contestation, and that further raising of consciousness could occur in Germany. As she writes, quote, "The result of struggles in times of peace mainly consist in accumulation of consciousness and organizing the proletariat. Struggle in peacetime can only very seldom attain positive results on the order of new gains and political rights. Times of revolution rend the cage of legality open like pent-up steam, splitting its kettle, letting class struggle break out into the open, naked and unencumbered." Even in the face of defeat, as it were, key demands about freedom, freedom for the press, freedom from censorship, freedom of assembly must be pursued, she argues, as these are recognized as core rights if one is to realize the dictatorship of the proletariat. In other words, this is the democratic core of Luxemburg's thinking. And the dictatorship of the proletariat, that is the seizing of power in society and government, an idea that is actually much more complicated than what we usually think and worthy of much more discussion. And as an aside, I'm happy to say that this is starting through a new translation of the Critique of the Gotha program with a new introduction by Peter Hudis. But to the point here, Luxemburg extols revolutionary, and I'm quoting, "revolutionary times are not restricted to moments in which bloody battles against the military are fought in the street. They also include every moment and every seemingly peaceful day in the current revolutionary period." This leaves us with some key questions, and I think Luxemburg posed these as I read her works in a contemporary way. What is the period we are in? Is it a moment of successful counter-revolution? Is it a time of seemingly peace? Or are we, perhaps, at the beginning of a revolutionary period with all its contradictions, violence, and even an existential threat to life itself? Can we look to Luxemburg to make hidden things apparent? And what will be our tactics? I'll say just one more thing. In the introduction to Volume 4, Peter and I quote from the famous Nettle biography, to which Peter's contributed a new introduction and to a new edition. But Nettle asserts that Luxemburg's contributions, her ideas and actions, which Volume 4 takes so seriously, that her ideas and actions to the events of the moment, that is the Russian Revolution of 1905, quote, "were important enough. However," he adds, and I quote, "unlike Lenin, she made no original contributions to the tactics of methods of revolution." He goes on to highlight Trotsky's contribution of permanent revolution, and then concludes, quote, "Luxemburg, however much she may have systemized both her party's program and tactics, did not produce anything that could be adopted for use." Now, I suspect once you start to read Volume 4 and return to some of the new translations, you will find it very difficult to agree with Nettle, as wonderful as his biography was, that she did not produce anything that could be adopted for use. And I think you will find, as I do, that she reads in a very contemporary way, and hers is a voice that I think we need utmost at this time. Thank you very much. I'm going to also mute and put on my headphones.
Thank you very much for this overview on Volume 4. Now, Professor Bellofiore.
C'è il PowerPoint.
Sì, 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 perfetto.
When I have no one in front of me, I stop. Or okay. Today there has been a discussion about PowerPoint, and also yesterday. I am of the party of being against PowerPoint. Or put in another way, I am for being in and against PowerPoint. For students, I am definitely to be against, because students are accustomed to study on PowerPoint. But in some cases, I have to use them. Now, in this presentation, you will have the worst of the two worlds, because it is a work in progress, so part of it will be without a PowerPoint at the beginning and at the end, and in the middle will be with PowerPoint. First, I want to say something about the complete works of Rosa Luxemburg. Sandra Rain told us something about the volume 4. I have to do that for many reasons, but one of the reasons is also that yesterday I said something which was deeply wrong, and I will explain it in a minute when I will arrive to that. These complete works, which are planned now in 17 volumes, are arranged thematically, more or less. There could be a preference or advantage of doing these things chronologically, because you may assess better what the author thinks or says in a certain moment. But there are also advantages to do that in a thematical way. And rightly, the editors decided to begin with economic writings. And from what I said yesterday, you also know that I agree with this. The first volume is on the introduction to political economy. The introduction to political economy it is edited by Peter Udis, with a wonderful introduction on the multidimensionality of Rosa Luxemburg. This volume, before the introduction to political economy, has also the dissertation on the industrial development of Poland, but then the introduction to political economy, which was not translated in English before this volume 2015, except for the first chapter. This is important. This book was already, of course, already known in German, but it was translated in Italian and French in the late 60s, and this was very significant. There are other materials on value theory, on the wage fund, but very important because related to things in the introduction to political economy, and also the arguments of Maria Turchetto yesterday. There are long papers on slavery, economic form of slavery and before capitalism, etc. So this is a really important volume, as it is the second volume edited by Paul Blanc, and this is where I made an error yesterday, because, and I knew that, but I was taken by my history. The second volume has together, as it should be, the accumulation of capital and the anti-critique. You remember that yesterday I very much criticized those English and Anglo-Saxon people who separated the two books, and this was true, because the accumulation of capital was translated in 1951 with an introduction by John Robinson for Routledge, and the anti-critique was published by the Monthly Review Press together with the criticism, with, you say, oh, this is what the lady says, and this is what the right male answers. The criticism of Nikolai Bukharin, which is, I think, profoundly wrong. The volume 2 of the economic writings corrected this thing, and there you find together the part of the Franz Mehring book on second and third volume of Capital, Mering asked Rosa Luxemburg to write, or Ruja Luxemburg as it should be pronounced actually, to write the chapters on Marx second and third volume of Capital. At the time when these first two volumes appeared, the collected works were at the beginning. With Massimiliano Tomba, we tried to have something taken from these collected writings in Italian. We tried to collect some funds writing to all the important names and institutions. The thing failed completely. Everybody is Luxembourgian, but when you come to doing things practically, the things looks to be very, very different. Then you have the third and fourth volume, which are actually one volume because it is writings on revolution. So actually the fourth volume is going out now, but before, a few months before, the third volume has been printed. I thought it could be a service. At first I thought for the people in the English literature to give an idea of the Italian debate on Rosa Luxemburg, on Revolution Party and the organization in the late 60s, because they should know, because most of this material is already in English, some not, but I think it is important, and somehow it's mixed with the four volume. Most views are confirmed, others we may discuss. I realized that actually also in Italy, the memory, not of all, but of most of these writings have disappeared. I will be very, very quick. So again, you don't need to follow the slides, but try to follow me. I begin with Basso, Lelio Basso, on Luxembourg. Here I may be actually very quick because already this morning there has been Chiara Giorgi. So I don't go into this Lukács reference to the method of concrete totality. The partial moments must be seen as moments of the whole. This is very much related to the issue of reforms and revolution. She's not against reforms as long as they are structural reforms. She's against the split between reforms and revolution. And again, the method of concrete totality is in action when she writes against the separation of economic struggle and political struggle. According to the these are points that Basso was writing actually in the introduction to the Scritti Politici, and it is 1967. Chiara said the 70s, I think, because the second edition most diffuse now, it is of 70. In that introduction, the stress is on the fact that there is an historical necessity of capitalist tendencies, but it is not determinist. Without conscious revolutionary activity, this may end in self-destructive processes. Actually, the point that very much Basso stress is that only through struggle, experience, mistakes, and self-criticism, it is this idea of self-education, which is everywhere in the fourth and third volume. Without this struggle, only within struggle, and also mistakes and self-criticism, this is important, the proletariat becomes aware of the processes and historical laws. I think that very important is this quote from Basso. Actually, it is a quote of Luxemburg that you find in Basso, in another writings of a few years later after the introduction, according to which, it is the second quote, it was generally supposed, says Luxemburg, that the beginning of the end would be marked by a huge economic crisis. And look, this is not anymore so, she says. It may now, the hour of the revolution, the hour of the death knell of capitalism, be sounded by a vast global political crisis, not the economic collapse. This book is translated in German, but it is also available in English, and you find it for free in an archive web. You can read it. You cannot download, but you can read it. Then there is Lucio Magri. Lucio Magri was of the group Il Manifesto. Before the group of Manifesto, in 1966, wrote an important article on the theory of the party and organization. He is very critical of Luxembourg. He uses Lenin against Luxembourg. Luxembourg is a spontaneist. There is a paradox here because she stresses the great creative acts of the spontaneous class struggle, but exactly in the period of the Russian Revolution, the one of the volume 4, she was the most rigorous theorist of the immaturity of the proletarian revolution, also because of opportunism and evolutionism of the right of social democracy. Magri says the contradiction is resolved by the fact that there is the collapse theory of Luxembourg, the final crisis, and then the idea that this creates a rapid and spontaneous awakening to attack the system in its entirety. This is the interpretation they attacked yesterday quite violently. But it is interesting that in that article, Magri interprets Lenin's, as in the last quote, the passage from capitalism to socialism, according to the Lenin of Magri, was never an inevitable process. The idea of Lenin would be that in their spontaneous development, these objective forces would merely lead to a crisis of civilization, to a new dark age. Norman Geras, in his wonderful book on Luxembourg, comments, this is not Lenin, this is Rosa Luxemburg. Let's go to another founder of the group Il Manifesto, Rossanda. This is 1969, in a glorious article introducing an interview with Sartre, and it is also translated in Socialist Register. The title in Italian probably was Da Marx a Marx. She says that Marx's idea is that the consciousness of man, so it is translated, it is the consciousness of man that determines their being. But it's actually the contrary. It's not so. For Marx, it is the social being that determines the consciousness. It is Lenin who deduces consciousness from consciousness. But according to Rossanda, this is the risk of falling back into Hegelianism. Luxembourg is the one who goes back to Marx. For her, the theory of class struggle cannot come into being independently of that struggle itself. As I said yesterday, the masses need an organized vanguard because there is the need of a strategic unification. In the struggles, there is also the moment of objective fragmentation of the struggles. So there is the need to overcome this. And Luxembourg, according to Rossanda, has the idea that the link between spontaneity and organization cannot be assimilated to the immediate consciousness of the mass. And actually, this is a quote that she takes from Luxembourg, because the mass always harbors within itself every latent possibility. It is always quick to become something entirely different from what it appears to be. There is no spontaneism, no linearity in this. So the idea is that if you have, as in Luxembourg, the subject inside the class, you have the party as a simple instrument. In Lenin, if you have an external political vanguard, the principle of legitimacy and self-regulation is quite another. It's the opposite. The class has to submit to the party. This idea of the party as an instrument has been taken up again by an interesting Italian philosopher in the 70s, Raffaele Sbardella. It is intriguing that in 70, Magri, when the article on the party was translated in English in the New Left Review, added the article of 1966. In the 70s, when it was published in the New Left Review, he added a postscript. This postscript is exactly on the line of Rossana Rossanda. It is a self-criticism. He says, my essay of 1966 wanted to be against the Jacobin limitation of the Leninist theory of organization. But in fact, in that article, I completely recuperated all the organizational principles of the Bolshevik party. There is a problem in that article, exactly in the relationship between spontaneity and consciousness. I, Magri, counterposed a mass incurably bemused by trade unionism or anarchism to what? To a vanguard illuminated by the light of the theory. This, he says, like Rossana Rossanda, is an idealist conception of the revolution, a mystical conception of the party. In my essay, the party remained an institutional summit of revolutionary consciousness, superimposed on the pulverized spontaneity of the masses. This schema of mine, and of course of the tradition of Bolshevism, etc., is an obstacle to revolution in the West. How can you overcome that? Putting in between the mass and the party a third term. The third term are the councils, which emerge right across society, not only in factories, but also in offices, schools, etc. The idea of Rossanda and Magri was that you could go from Marx to Marx only then, in the 60s, because in practice, there was the beginning of a new era of the councils. I don't go too much into Rossanda and Gramsci. I just say that for her, the Gramsci of the councils is very much a Luxemburgist. The Gramsci of the notes on Machiavelli is not anymore. The accent there is on the prince. And the important thing about Gramsci is itinerary. However, because of this Luxembourg, sorry, when I go into Luxembourg, I hate that. This Luxembourgist or origin of Gramsci's thought made him suspect of heresy. I can't go into these wonderful quotes of Masi, Edoardo Masi on Luxembourg. I just say that this is taken from the book in Italian by Ubu Libri, where you find the script of Margareta von Trotta. In that book, there is an essay of Rossana Rossanda on Rosa Luxemburg, woman, Jewish, communist. I don't remember the exact title. And there is this essay by Masi. I leave you to that. Claudio Sabattini. Claudio Sabattini, I told you something yesterday, so also here I will be quick. See in this period, which is treated in volume 4, a change, an important change in Rosa Luxemburg's thinking. And I suspect that he is right. Not only he says, like Basso, like Rossanda, that Luxemburg was not spontaneist, but had an alternative theory of organization against the Lenin's Blanquist one. She's not arguing against what is to be done. She's arguing against the pamphlet that Lenin wrote, stealing a title from Bruce Springsteen, 1 step forward, 2 steps back, which is much more rigid than what is to be done. But it does not stop there. He contrasts Rosa Luxemburg on the trade union in socialist reform and revolution to mass strike, the 1906 paper. In social reform and revolution, the trade union does nothing more than realize the capitalist law of the value of labor power. So the trade union is entirely impolitic. What is the good thing about the trade union? what she called a sort of revolutionary pedagogy. And this was taken back again by Lelio Basso. You see, when one speaks in English, it's a tragedy. I was attempting to say Lelio Basso, but it is Lelio Basso. Lelio Basso thought that in Luxembourg, struggle for reform and revolutionary struggle was linked in social reform and revolution. Sabatini says not, they are separated. It is in the mass strike, party and trade union pamphlet that they are united. And why they are united? Because they are far from being unpolitical. The mass strike is the manifestation of the proletarian struggle in the revolution. It is the law of motion of revolution. And what Sabatini stresses, it is the dissertation in 1969, though it has been published after he was dead in the 2000. He says that in that pamphlet, the relationship between economic and political struggle goes both ways. Consciousness is rooted in the social being of the class. This is very similar to Rosanda, but it is not identified with that social being. What he has in mind is the historical possibility of building on Luxembourg to have the historical possibility of the practical autonomy of the working class against capital, starting from the factory. It was 69 in Italy. So the insubordination of the capitalist regime of the factory, aiming at the continuous self-determination of its conditions. So he made a discourse which is speaking to us and which is actually confirmed by volume 3 and 4 on 3 issues. There is in Luxembourg the break of the disconnection between parties' external conscience and the immediate autonomy of the movement. But second, there is the stress on workers' centrality for a general redefinition of the social context. It is my idea yesterday that I proposed to you of the centrality of the standpoint of labor against the centrality of the economic. And third, the self-government of the class as the crucial catalyst of the revolutionary process. Okay, now let's stop there. This is the Facebook page I have together with Giovanna Vertova. She's not Giovanna Vertova, she is Rosa Luxemburg. I just want to tell you a few things in the few remaining moments that I have about the 4th volume. Well, first of all, I like the 3rd and 4th volume because they avoid any sanctification, if the word exists in English, of Rosa Luxemburg. In her own practice, in her own party, she did all the things that she accused Lenin of. She was excluding others. She was not including others. And there are also horrible anti-Semitic slanders, offenses pronounced by Rosa Luxemburg, and they are not hidden in this edition. Of course, she was a Jew, as you all knew. What is interesting is the stress on organize and agitate, because the spontaneous plus organization struggles must lead to the self-education of the masses. But the self-education of the masses is nothing but the self-examination, including the self-criticism, leading to the self-determination. Of the masses, what does it mean? Means that you have to progressively gain the majority of the working class. It is not the 19%. It is the majority of the working class. This is very much linked to this wonderful essays translated for the first time, I think, in English, on which Peter Udis talked yesterday. Lessons from the three Dumas, I don't know what is the right pronunciation, where she goes against the idea of revolution as a single unbroken line. Behind this idea, there is the idea of revolution as a coup, as strictly political coup. No, it is a social revolution. And in another three connected essays, in a revolutionary hour, What Next? She insists that economic struggles are inseparable from political strikes. She goes against the idea of armed insurrection. And she has this idea, which I found incredibly fertile, that private property, it is not just the juridical ownership, but it is that you privatize, excluding the others, the control of means of production. This has nothing to do just with the bourgeois property. It may happen also with the state. Revolution is a process which means always unfolding. It is not a physical clash of two faces. Now, when Vittorio Riser was in the Quaderni Rossi of Pensieri, commented on these writings, this Da Marx a Marx of Rossana Rosanda, many decades later, he said, it was a wonderful article, I had only one objection. There was a missing name. The missing name was Mao. And Rosanda, and even Lucio Magri at the time, and even more so, Edoardo Damasi, was the rational Maoist in Italy, not Maoist in usual sense. And I think it is something there. I say nothing about the link about reform and revolution, except from one thing. In these writings, there is this idea against those who criticize reforms. She says, you are missing the forest for the trees, because a strategy of revolution, if it is radical enough to constitute a challenge against capitalism and against exploitation, it's a step toward revolution. And this is linked also to the idea that you may have a struggle and a fight in which you win only temporarily, and you know that you will lose later, but this is not a loss. It is something which remains to be recovered later, in which I find some, again, rational reference to a Benjaminian theme. I have been in conference in which he was Benjamin, other he was Benjamin. I think it is Walter Benjamin, but maybe. What I wanted to say in conclusion is about what is socialism, just 30 seconds, and some limitations of Luxemburg, which is related to this. She has this idea, which was already in Chiara Giorgi's reading of Basso, that a key in Luxemburg is the opposition between the socialization of the forces of production and the privatization of the relations of production. In Marx, clearly there is the idea that labor is privately spent in the factories and in the capitalist firms, also if they are not manufacturing factories, but so desocialization is on the market, is exposed. But at the same time, Marx says, and I think Luxemburg is on that line, that to produce in the factories and in the working places, you have to include in the capitalist relation workers, but when you include them, you socialize them among themselves. And this is the possibility to struggle within and against. Here comes the richness, but also the problem. Socialism, since in this way, is not socialism is not just planning and not the market. Looking at the first characterization of the socialization of labor, it is also maintaining the socialization, the immediate socialization among workers without property being privatized, and so being the owners of their own destiny. Now, where are the limits? I think this is a limit of council communism. Not just the fact that in the rhetoric, and she thought so, the future fate is assured. She has these expressions. The working class is the final class. Socialism will be the natural result of social relations. This is contradictory with the idea of socialism or barbarism, but this is there in Luxembourg. The limits of council communism is that they thought that at a certain point of history, just the capitalists were parasites. We can just take over the factories, and then we will have rational production. There is an article of October, 1 month before dying, which is full of wonderful things, plus this work idea as rationality, which will be finally realized. So this is a problem, this is a contradiction, this is a challenge for us. But the true challenge is that Marx and Luxemburg idea that capital socialize workers is not so sure anymore, because capital can socialize workers among them technologically, maintaining them separate. So the emancipatory possibility is not there. Where I found a Luxemburgist way out on that notorious Luxemburgist, but also maybe Leninist newspaper, which is the Financial Times. There was a wonderful article by Sarah Connor, not Sarah O'Connor, not the one of Terminator. She's a journalist. The title was "When Your Boss is an Algorithm." The example were Deliveroo and Uber. They are an example of what I've just said. They, in practice, as Luxemburg said, find a way to organize themselves. How? They became customers of themselves. So they, in this way, other workers came to them for the service to be provided. So they knew of the struggle, and all the trials began in the UK, and this happened also in Italy, and they partially won. So the story is not linear, but the possibility of struggle is there. And as Luxemburg said, you cannot write this on a party document, but you have to learn from the struggle itself. Sorry, I've been too long.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Sandra, Ryan, or Professor Bellofiore?
Yes, I'm here. Hopefully, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Can I just say a thank you to Riccardo, because I think the fact that we're so focused on the English translations that many of us don't know some of the other ways in Italy, for example, how these works were taken up. And I think it's wonderful to try to read that very crucial moment that happened around the end of the 1960s with today's crisis, because I think there was, don't want to say spontaneous, because I would be creating a whole level of debate, but there was such a global uprising and so much discussion, not just around Luxembourg, of course, but among many thinkers. And I'm hopeful that such a moment can happen again. And I think it's really important to go back. So I really thank you for educating me on that. And I could, honestly, when you said, what is it, the violence of English compared to how you could express in Italian, I think you expressed beautifully in English and would do so in Italian what was indicated. I wanted to pick up a little bit on the focus of self-education and learning that Riccardo highlighted. So I think it is really integral to understand the faith, I think, or the hope that Luxembourg invested in people's ability to learn from their experiences and to translate that into organizational structures, whether they were new councils, but that she always was so tied to how that would be a democratic practice. If it lost its democratic sensibility, she later writes about a republic, that it is doomed from a different kind of failure. I have always found that one of the more enticing parts of Luxembourg in this. I was also grateful that, maybe it'll come out, if we were going to talk about limitations of Luxembourg that come out in this volume, and I danced over it because it is so large, it is the discussion on national self-determination as opposed to the internal self-determination of working classes or different groups. And I think it shows a lot of the complexity of those debates, which we have tended to just treat as simple silos within socialist thinking. So it's a good reason to read her work, but it's much more complex when you start to really see her engagement. And as we've all noted, she was very strict within her own party on how things were going to progress. And sometimes it's more, I don't want to say liberal, but there is more flexibility when she is thinking outside of the Polish context. Thank you very much for those comments. It was wonderful.
Thank you.
I have nothing to say, just the fact that what I did was my way of thanking you and Peter for what you have done in this volume and in the other three before.
Other questions? Comments?
Parlerò in italiano, scusate. No, siccome anche sta arrivando alla fine, no, questo convegno, e penso che sia stato non solo la validazione che fate voi, ma per me c'è una bellissima opportunità di conoscere le porte alla teoria marxista nelle università italiane. Penso che sia uno sforzo che si deve fare, immagino che è molto controcorrente. E quindi ti vorrei chiedere, Riccardo, secondo te quali sono le sfide per lo studio? Perché un po' ci hai raccontato, no, degli anni 60, degli studi del marxismo in quel periodo. Vorrei capire quali sono per te le sfide degli studi marxisti oggi nella università, perché penso che hai fatto hai sottolineato l'importanza dello studio rigoroso, delle opere, no? Certo studio immanente, ma allo stesso tempo anche mi sembra che questo convegno c'ha l'invito a studiare la teoria rigorosamente e allo stesso tempo coinvolgere le sensazioni, i sentimenti, la poesia, la musica, l'arte, no? E quindi come in questi tempi fare questa doppia articolazione, no? Di pensare dalle condizioni concrete, materiali, ma allo stesso tempo cioè dare vita a altre modi, altre maniere di approssimarsi alla teoria. Quindi non so se se mi spiego, ma...
Thank you very much, Sandra and Riccardo. I read a little bit. I begin to read a little bit this volume, and at the same time, I was reading an article of Bellofiore, and I'm quite confused. And my question is about, at the end, Bellofiore, you talk about socialism. And in this article, yeah, it was in Italian, your article in Italian. I think I mentioned also in our mail. There you are, see, and there you are saying that for Rosa Luxemburg, communism is not a necessity but possibilities. If I'm not wrong. And in this volume, when I read this volume, because it is about revolution in 1905-6, and there is a great believe the historical necessity, the transformation of the society, the historical necessity underline a lot. The article that I read, and I didn't read all, but I think this historical necessity is very, very strong that I find in this volume, and also the other that already published. I think when Rosa Luxemburg said this historical necessity for the abolishment of the capitalism, I understand that this historical necessity brings us to necessity of the communism and socialism. If I'm right, I don't know. And also, Sandra, I don't know how. What do you think for this historical necessity and possibilities, and how Rosa Luxemburg relates herself to these two concepts?
Hi, Sandra, it's Kate. I've got a quick question. As somebody, hi, nice to see you. As somebody who's completely dependent on translations for Luxemburg's work, because I can't read the original Polish or the German, I understand you've done 5 volumes now. The 5th one's probably ready to go. Peter let that slip. What is there that you have read that is really fresh, that really, really made an impression on you? And I'm giving you all 5 volumes to choose from. Can you mention any one particular article that just made you drop the mic?
Rapida nella formulazione, ma probabilmente non rapidissima nella risposta. Volevo sapere... Non si sente, implicita nell'esposizione, ma appunto qual è l'eredità oggi di questa linea interpretativa italiana? Sandra?
Thank you. Yes, I won't answer the question in Italian, but I was pleased to notice that I could identify when the sentence started with "I think," and then I don't follow much beyond. But can I just sort of do a quick answer that will probably take into account all of the questions? And so wonderful, Kate, I wish I could see you. If I had your talent to take ideas and translate them into the amazing drawings and story you can tell visually, I would be very blessed. So thank you for your work. The question on historical necessity is an interesting problem. I don't think for Luxembourg so much as for socialists and people who might identify as communists globally. And I think for me, in some ways, it's linguistic. Is there a historical necessity for socialism? Absolutely, if you want to undo the extraction of value and realize a human society that isn't based on exploitation and extraction. It is a necessity. If that doesn't bother you so much, then socialism and communism aren't a particular necessity, depending on your political outlook. So the question is really, what is the possibility and the inevitability? And I think often in a way to prejudice the thinking of people like Luxemburg or the writings of Marx, they are given a very sort of linear, as Riccardo said, interpretation that says we go from here to there, the laborers come together, they overthrow capitalism, and we will inevitably have communism. And I think what is so wonderful about reading Luxemburg is that this is always a question. It's a choice that we will make as people, whether we unite and act in solidarity, and then we have to think about what those goals look like, and we have to enact them. But it is not inevitable, and it will not happen without a lot of work and long suffering, I think would probably be the honest answer. So to me, the question of historical necessity is political. It depends on what you think is a right, just, and good society. And the question of inevitability is that it is not inevitable, that it is going to take significant work. So I don't think it's a contradiction. The question is, how do different thinkers get there? And perhaps some do think it's inevitable. I don't. Kate, I love the question of sort of jaw-dropping. I'm not going to answer your question in the way that you would like, because there's never one. Every time I go back to any one of these volumes, and yes, you're right, volume 5 is in the hands of the publisher and should come out soon, I find something. Every morning I can read a different story about Ukraine right now and go back to volume 4 and find something that I just think is so pertinent to the time we're in. What I love in this particular volume is the quote that I read at the start about sort of the revolution is this magical period. It's hard. She doesn't hide that. She's incarcerated because of her activities. She's exiled because of her activities. But she says she never sees herself as a martyr, but as an active participant who is enriched by these experiences. And whenever I'm in Cuba, the idea of making apparent things that are hidden in plain sight is particularly inspiring to me. So it's those little moments where she is so evocative. And it can pop out in almost any essay or pamphlet she writes. She was a beautiful writer as well. But I will send you exactly, Kate, which it's a very short little piece she wrote for the Red Flag in Polish, and I'll send it to you because it is a nice little piece.
Thank you.
Yes. Maria Cecilia Spansandin Cardenas and Laura Cremonesi have proposed big questions, and of course I also have raised big issues. Let me start with an half joke. I was studying law. I went into this kind of studies because I, as I told you, fell in love theoretically with a professor, Claudio Napoleoni, and his lectures were wonderful. A lot of people was there, students, ex-students, even some workers, trade unionists, some politicians of the left. So at the end of the lectures, all people went to ask him something. And once a friend of mine, I was near him, succeeded to arrive to the cathedra, I don't know what it is, and made a question. And he said, Professor, how do you think Italy and more generally capitalism can go out of the crisis? Napoleon looked at him and said, "You look as somebody who goes to the information office and asks what is the meaning of life." And that's what we all do. I give quick answers, which will be unsatisfying at first to me. About the studi marxisti, elsewhere maybe that they exist, even in academia. Actually, in Italy, I don't think they exist anymore. That's very difficult to find studi marxisti. I understand that you mean how to relate the research in Marxian themes which does not disconnect rigor and the sentiments, something like that. I am on this side. I think it was Emma Goldman that said that if in a revolution you can't dance, and I don't dance very well, that's not a revolution for her. So I agree. At the same time, maybe I have a slightly different interpretation of what Luxemburg was saying in this kind of thing. And I take it from a slide of Kate Evans when she said, "Oh, I would like to be a painter. I go away for 2 years." But then she said, "There is no need, no social use value in my paintings. People need my writings." So I think she distinguished theoretical from what I would say private, which is not political. The need to be also a painter is personal. Personal is political, but there is a fine line. You know, I don't want to cancel the two things. I think that if you are rigorous enough, you should trying to consider in your picture of society and on the way forward beyond this society, the human beings. I'm not sure. I don't think that Marx was a humanist, but I'm not sure, she probably is not here, that I understand very well the meaning of decentering human. Because I think that for Marx, as for Rosa Luxemburg, the key in Marx was the value theory of labor, or the labor theory of value, call it as it was, and it is the exploitation of human beings that work. Does this mean that animals do not matter? No, but that is the core of his analysis of capitalism. And there is the scandal. The scandal of a society in which the humans are considered only as human bearers of labor power and the living labor you extract from them. So you have to consider these two things, the rigorous analysis and the creation of the possibility of something else. And here we go to the issue of possibility, historical necessity. It is difficult to say this in a coherent way, but I think that the meaning of historical necessity that I have, it is exactly the meaning of thinking that socialism is possible, is not a natural result of all the quotes I did. And actually, Luxemburg is ambiguous on it. I think that there is an evolution in her thinking. And she starts from a classical idea of the inevitability, historical necessity of inevitability, and she arrives at an idea that this is something which is possible. I don't have here the quote, but if you remember the quote of Magri that says, this is Lenin, and what Lenin says is that there are these forces, and these forces, however, may end in a dark age. And this I don't think is final. There are many dark ages. So there will be one dark age, then you go out of that, and then you fall in another dark age, and so on. And Norman Gerard says, this is Rosa Luxemburg. And Rosa Luxemburg had this idea of socialism or barbarism. And that's the idea that the historical necessity is historical. So it depends on human beings, etc., and all that. Before answering to the last question by Laura Cremonesi, I think of myself not as a Marxist, but as a Marxian. But here, the thing is irrelevant. I think that Marx had this idea, which was also probably in Rosa Luxemburg. And the idea was that behind the historical necessity, there is the fact that in society, even though all that is bad in history and capital, there is being created the condition for socialist communism that for Luxemburg was this same thing. But there was also something else, which was, I think, written by Marx quite clearly somewhere. Humans pose to themselves only the questions they can answer. On this, unfortunately, I don't know since when, I'm not either a Marxist or a Marxian anymore. Humans may pose to themselves questions they are unable to answer. And this is not negative. There is a wonderful quote. Now I don't remember. I don't remember the place in French of this, of Simone Weil, that writes in a note that the human being is a prisoner under the relations which may be expressed linguistically and with the reason. And human beings with their head go and their body goes against the walls of this prison without any hope. At a certain point, you don't know how they go beyond that wall. They break that wall. And she says, they are in another prison. What matters? This is, I think, the destiny of the human being. So going back against the wall, even though at that moment you don't have the answer. To Laura Cremonesi, the point, che ne è stato di questa tradizione? How this tradition end? It was the answer already today in what I said when I made the question to Rossanda in the Teatro Donizetti, and she answered me, we lost. They were more communist than me. You know that Lucio Magri committed suicide. He was in love and he was destroyed by the death of his wife. I was, in the end, a friend of him, and so I saw him, it was... But there was also this idea in which he was clear, in 20, 30 years, he thought, nothing will happen, so I'm useless. There was this phrase in the presentation of the movie by Rosa Luxemburg, which was taken from Rossanda by the presenter, I don't remember the name of the first night. Esatto, lei. And she said, look, there is this criticism of Rosa Luxemburg that she didn't escape, she didn't save her life. Others say that she made a personal sacrifice, and she take this from Rossanda. By the way, it is the article in that book of Ubu Libri about the movie with the script and the idea is of Rossanda was she did the right thing. This is what I understood, because actually it was the end of that story. It's very similar to what Magri actually did. She was defeated, by the way, from an action about which she was strongly against. She was not for the Spartacist uprising in January 1999. The problem is there. I think I am one of the very few which has this in my personal history. It's not the only thing in my history anymore, but it's one of the things in my history. It can be rebuilt, but it can be rebuilt on paper. This Luxembourgian point. The struggles, you are there. This must be recovered from the past in the Benjamin way. Sorry for.
Thank you very much. I think now it's time to thanks again to Sevgi and Giulia, and we can now end this conference. Thank you very much to everyone.
Just to thank again Sandra for being here, and to thank the all speakers and the administrative staffs. If Pasqua is there, I want to also thank to Pasqua for this event. To all of you to being here, I'm really very happy to realize this conference with Giulia. Giulia, please come here and say something. Save me. Some last verbs. I hope we can continue to collaborate and to discuss more about Rosa Luxemburg.
I don't have anything to say really. Just thanks to all of you. Rosa Luxemburg is a significant part of our political, personal, and theoretical life, and so we really appreciate the possibility of doing this, sharing this with you, and yes, let's all keep in touch and make this revolution, because I mean we need it, right? So thank you, and thank you to Rosa, who really is the main subject. Thank you.